Skibbity. Whoa, Blackberry. Let's see when we go live. Whoa, Blackberry. Whoa, yes, Turbo. Yes, Luca Games. Yeah, we're live now. Turbo was first. Yes, Behemoth Monkey. Yes, your local rival Skid. Yes, Jacob Gamer. Yes, LH. Yes, Orlando. Junus Titanen. So, I probably butchered your name. Mr. Beast posted a new video. I'll have to watch it later.
Seen it.
You've seen it?
No, but I've seen what it is. It's the Ronaldo thing.
Yo, Loy Victor. Yes, Spang Wild. Do I remember you? Yeah, I remember you. Yes, G Grimbo. Yes, guess who? Big Homie Breeze. Hussein Malik. David Can. Yes, Waymo. I just finished watching it. Was it any good? Yes, to all mine. Wait, yesterday you had 30k. Oh, yeah, they were all bots.
We said we got
keep
botted
saying we got botted. Yeah.
Lunchley. Okay.
Yes, Beverly Evans. Yes, Astro.
Lunchley. Oh, wait up.
I gotta be on that, yeah. I want to be able to read the chat, Will. You've got it on top chat as well. Right.
I should do. Lunchley.
There we go. Right, we saw it. We're set up. Let's go. Ronaldo's was hard to watch. I'll watch it when I'm eating food or something later. If I had something big for December the 19th. What is it? Hello, Noah Denny. Latania. B-Skin coming out December 19th.
I commented on Mr. Beast's pinned comment on his YouTube video. We're gonna like it, please. Lunchley, big up. Lunchley.
Crazy. So hopefully I'll make a lot of money off that.
Lunchley.
Who's actually going to be in that Beast Games
Lunchley. Just like subscribers and stuff.
How is it?
Lunchley. Contestants. Lunchley.
Yeah, I'll have to watch it.
Lunchley. How is it?
Seems interesting.
Explain.
How is it 2.1? Where's that?
Lunchley. Jacob Gamer. Lunchley.
Because it's the second day, second stream of the day. Hello, Mr. Sauce. Knackered Will.
Nah, I'm just trying to get speed on. Lunchley.
I'm not doing the Fortnite. Need to grind this out. Hello, Officer J. What time did you go to bed for the first stream? I don't even know.
About 8 o'clock.
Lunchley. It's like 5:45 now. 7:45. So we've got about 5 hours to try and get as many as we can. Come off for food and then come back and smash out the rest. I think you will hit that 100k tonight if you stay at this pace. Yeah, 100%. Probably going to come off for around about midnight-ish for food. Finish it off in the early hours in the morning. We're going to be up till like 4 anyway.
Lunchly.
I'm gonna try to stay a bit up to it, but I appreciate that, What's the hour difference between you two now? 100k just over 2 days is fast as fuck. If we can stay at that pace, we can finish it in 20 days and I'll be off for the Fury fight. Jack, can you shout me out? No. Shout out Jacob Gamer 4178. Lads, I'm staying up with you until 4. I rate that, Stormy. You always spam that. I ain't gonna be reacting to nothing. Not yet. Almost 10 hours. Because you end up slowing down.
Smashed it.
Lunchly. Yeah, check the new gifts out.
74, 75, 76 and 77 I think. They're the new ones, so get spamming them. I was in my prime. That was final form. Tommy, you unemployed without telling me you're unemployed? How would you know? I don't know, I'm not just a multi-millionaire.
I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese.
Who doesn't know how to flush the fucking toilet after they've had a shot? It wasn't me. Well, it was fucking one of yours. This guy's done.
Lunchly.
Double chunk chocolate cookie.
Me like the new gifts. The Omega Lunchly pack of a dude saying Lunchly. Yes. This guy gets it.
It is criminal that Mr. Beast doesn't know what these two guys are doing right now.
Audio's a bit fucked up, but we know what he's saying. We've seen it 1,000 times. Hello, Nathaniel Lee. Chat, when you go to sleep,
So basically, what I was thinking of is, oh fuck, I can't believe you've done this.
Hello, HG. I lied. Big up Nathan. 60,000 Lunchly. On our way. JACKANDWILL, how's life treating you? Yeah, it's alright. Orlando's favourite meme right there. I bet you. Luxury in Scottish.
It sounds nothing like Scottish.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's light work for you.
What, you set it to 4,000? Lunchly. Lunchly, Lunchly, Lunchly,
It means he did all four.
Oh, I did all four, right. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley. I wish it was sponsored by Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
You guys look like 4chan.
Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley. Aye, beat us to it. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Haven't been here in a minute. Big up Mouse VR.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Exclamation mark redeem 74 is now 500 because of the challenge that we're doing.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Oh, it is lagging. Yeah, hold on, chill.
Oh shit! Probably because you're on that. Let me take mine off as well. Oh no. Let us know if that's any better.
It is criminal that Mr. Beast doesn't know what these two guys are doing right now.
That's gonna be so annoying with the way it fucks up.
The audio's fucked up, but it will work. We know what you're saying. Essentially, when I downloaded it got fucked up. Did y'all watch the new Mr. Beast video now?
Not yet. Lunchley, 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 Lunch. There you go.
You should do a new thing called pints, and every hour you get a new pint. How? Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley.
I don't know how you'd work that.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
instead of points,
Lunchley.
No, I think
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Delino,
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
Start starting.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
Good looks,
Lunchley,
Roadblocks.
Lunchley, Lunchley. I can do it
doing what
on
you're
my
doing, man.
stream. How do you do it? Alert me. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. How do you turn your live stream into a short?
You just
record it and post it.
Yeah, turn
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
I get a clip put in short. Yeah, yeah. Me and YouTube are arguing in Twitter.
Forget it.
Fair enough.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Are you all going to even watch the Fortnite live event? I'm not going to bother watching it.
Lunchley. There's no point. It's just going to be like the other ones. I have these lucid dreams. You know, that's all it'll be. Lunchley.
On mobile, it doesn't work. I'm not sure how you do it on mobile. Obviously, we edit it on Premiere Pro. Yeah, man.
Lunchley.
My name's Jack and my name's Lunchley. And you're watching Disney Channel. Say 2,000 times. Fair play, Roblox. Rose in to get his lunch. I wish I could get lunch. Nobody is joining. Yeah, except Joel.
I would like an egg.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Roblox. We didn't get anyone till we ate about 100k last time when we first started doing the Mr. Beast thing. It does take time. Sorry for missing it. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. You don't have to apologise. How did you get the redeem to say I look like an egg? We made it ourselves. We do exclamation mark redeem space 64. Maybe when I'm close to 10k, could you all join? Potentially, it depends what we're at.
10k is such a small amount. Like,
you're talking people that have done it for 3 months.
I don't look at 10k and go, wow. If you were 100k, I'd go fair play. I'm yet to see anybody get 1 million. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Savage.
lunchly, lunchly,
Brutal.
lunchly, lunchly. Which is the truth.
No, I know what you're saying.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'll make you say lunchly. I like my mouldy cheese.
Lunchly,
Say a word with
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I don't know what you're- I think you're spat shit. I mean, I'm only 11, and it's only me.
Oh, don't try and guilt trip me. I don't mean it.
Nah,
Lunchly.
I know what you're saying.
Lunchly,
It depends what
lunchly,
we're
lunchly,
at. 'Cause obviously,
lunchly,
we're trying to get
lunchly,
this done
lunchly,
before
lunchly,
Christmas. So I don't
lunchly,
want to be, you know. I'll probably pop in on my laptop, but I won't put it on screen or anything. Just because we're trying to do a million.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Hello, HH Greg.
Let us know
Long time
when
no
you're
see.
nearly at 10k and we'll join it.
Yes.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I'll start
lunchly,
it soon,
lunchly,
no worries,
lunchly,
man.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
20 likes now. Appreciate everyone liking the stream. Oh, sorry, what did Cali J put? Where's Cali J? Oh, it's already gone up for the top. Let me get it up. I feel bad now. He's like, thanks, someone actually read my message. It's like, oh shit.
Sorry, that's Jack's fault.
Cali J. Fuck off.
Lunchly,
It's my
lunchly,
fault.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
We'll load up my
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
internet on this. Let me go on my phone instead.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
So
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
let me find out.
I'll make
what
you say
he's-
lunchly. I like my moldy cheese. Word starts with now. Lunchly,
Yeah, you
lunchly,
keep
lunchly,
spamming
lunchly,
that.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. I read it, Stormy.
Where's Cali
Lunchly,
J's
lunchly,
message?
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Just finished the new Mr. Beast video, and it's fucking outstanding. One of his best, in my opinion. I'll hold you to that, Cali J. I'll watch it later. I'm expecting it to be a very good video. Like the cheese moldy,
I
bro.
watched the
I'm still weak as fuck right now. When
Tom
you're
Brady
called me
part,
a
and I
celebrity.
can't help but feel like Tom Brady. He definitely could have hit that last balloon, but he just let the kid win the $100,000. Lunchly.
Such a knob, aren't you?
Lunchly. I know, but fuck
Alright,
the little
my go,
15-year-old.
Lunchly,
Balloon is crazy.
It was a balloon, mate. It shows character, that's all it is.
Yeah, I was watching it thinking, oh, good on him for letting him win. But I also thought, didn't take you for a tinfoil hat wearer, Will. I'm not, but, you know, challenge. It just proves that Mr. Beast just fakes his videos, guys. I'm joking.
Lunchly. Fucking hell. Lunchly.
Hello, I'm in. Next say Batman 2 million times for the next challenge. Because he's not going to see it. He's not real.
Are you not reading the chat? Lunchly. It's just I'm seeing messages come past and you just not saying anything.
From who? Yeah,
Nathan, I really hope Jack and Will reaches 1 million. Cheers, mate. I appreciate that.
Big
There's a
up,
lot of
Nathan.
fake money in those videos, but when he gives it to people, it's actually real, yeah? Oh, I know.
No,
I agree, Stormy.
I ignore everything Stormy
No,
says.
I know, but you just
But
fucking...
big up
moan at me
Turbo.
when
I've
I
run
don't
out of
read
ideas for
messages.
chat messages.
Lunchly. At least acknowledge people, though. Lunchly.
Stormy knows I read it, but also he's got a track record of putting bullshit. Yo, Mr. Beast new vid was actually good, to be honest. We need to watch it.
I will watch it. Lunchly.
Oi, Orlando, type exclamation mark 77. Oh, exclamation mark redeem 77.
Lunchly. Yeah, you could react on stream. No, I want to eat food and react to it. Lunchly.
What if me and Jack are reacting to it and we're just like...
Lunchly. Nah, I think I'll come off and watch it too.
It looked like a good video. I was enjoying it.
Lunchly.
I just like sports and it was people up against the best player in each sport. Might not be subjectively good. No, I liked it. Good idea.
Lunchly.
Not this again.
Lunchly. Where have you been? Lunchly.
Also, wait, from 74, yeah, Orlando, all the way up to 77, we've got new gifts. Try them all out for me.
It is criminal that Mr. Beast doesn't know what these two guys are doing right now.
Audio's a bit cuts out a little bit, but we know what he's saying. Tomorrow, Florida man runs into bank demanding points from the JACKANDWILL stream since he ran out of points. You ran out of points?
No way, Turbo ain't run out of points. It's stacked. Lunchly.
I think the best one is...
I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro.
I like my cheese.
I think my favourite is... I'll have a pie and another life. Are you getting takeaway? How the fuck did you know? Jack told me. Oh, did you?
No, I didn't. He's talking shit. Lunchly.
What else do you like, Drippy?
Make sure you switch it to yours. I'm on that grind. 100k today.
And see. I can tell Will could go for a nice fat doner kebab right now. Why do you think I'm so fucking quick? Lunchly.
We're on a mission. Let's get as far up as we can on the lunchly. I don't get it. Sometimes the music in my stream is banging and sometimes it's absolutely shite. Sounds like you probably, Turbo.
Lunchly.
Bro, he ain't even paid for this.
Obviously not.
Obviously.
Lunchly.
I'd have took the money and ran.
It really does sound like you say long chili. Long chili. It doesn't.
I look like an egg.
Lunchly.
That does sound like an egg. It does.
Lunchly.
Sometimes our audio can then go.
Lunchly.
I'm getting pizzas real.
Lunchly.
Fat, dirty doner kebab. Lads, if I'm not here for like an hour, it's because I'll be watching the Fortnite event. That's all good. I think a lot of people probably will go watch that. We're going to be here grinding away. Lunchly. Well, I'm like the only one who's not really that bothered about the Fortnite event.
I couldn't care less about it. Obviously, I couldn't care less. Lunchly.
Will's just in denial. Yes. He's letting the side down, really. No, Jack, you're not. Okay, that's cool. I don't care either. What will you guys do after this next challenge? What will you do next after this challenge? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead. No, I'm not. I'm staying with you lads because you're better than a fucking shite event that will end up being. I still see you shouting. No, I rate that score. I also agree. It's for people like Logan, really.
And Orlando.
Yeah.
Lunchley. All sat there doing the emotes. I have delusion. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Oh, you're Juice WRLD too. I'm Juice WRLD. Oh, he's Juice WRLD.
Lunchley. Are we getting botted or are we gaining subs? I think we're gaining subs.
I think we are getting subs. Yesterday was a mental day. Light work. Jack and Will done. Fortnite event L. Fucking Midas and Eminem dancing. TikTok emo as well. Fucking John Cena. It's Twitter.
Lunchley.
KSI is so hard to say.
Lunchley. Don't lie.
Shut up. Get out of here.
KSI. That's so easy. Lunchley. Like what? Lunchley.
Boss is not going to invade the stream. I hope not. It's new to me.
I said KSI, Casey. It's new to me. Maybe it's that.
Nah, you'll get.
Yeah, you'll pick it up.
Thing is though, like it took us like 40k before we stopped being like, okay, I can say it was speed. You're only doing 10k. By the time you get good at it, you'll finish the challenge.
I'm at the Fortnite event.
Started an hour ago.
Lunchley. I think one day in the future, it's going to be like, you know. Everybody put their hand up if they've ever been to a live concert. Me. I saw Travis Scott once on Fortnite. Me too. I was there for the Juice WRLD concert. Real concerts, guys.
Lunchley. I went to one in VR. Lunchley.
I once saw KSI perform, really, on Roblox.
Lunchley. I've just got myself some new night crepes. Which ones did you get? I got the Air Force 2. Oh, right, let's have a look. Oh, they're on my Fortnite. Lunchley. They're like 190 quid. No, it's like 2,000 V-Bucks.
I only bought them for 1,000 V-Bucks.
Lunchley.
Guess what? Suck my balls, Fortnite. Bring the deceased person in your game with Jack and Will. Juice WRLD. But I thought an L Fortnite like it better, big up. Hello, I was not allowed to watch yesterday, I was at school. Fair enough. Don't worry about it, Steph Fraser, you didn't miss much. Guys, Creekcraft went to the Lanky Box concert in IRL.
That don't surprise me.
No, he went into a Roblox game. Lanky Box concert. Was that just a bunch of brain rot noises? Yes, Valentine.
Oh,
Juice, man. Let blood Yo, I just brought a new Formula 1 car. Nice one. Can we see it? Oh yeah, it's on my Assetto Corsa.
More like iRacing.
It's crazy the way we're going. It's starting to become like the thing to go to an IRL, like a concert on a game.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Just think about it. Back in the olden days, the thought of having a friend online, they'd have just gone, a friend online? Are you like some sort of idiot?
You weird?
You know what I mean?
Lunchly.
A friend online. You can't even see him. How the hell would that work? That's fucking stupid. Honestly, it's how it works. And all of a sudden you're having a fucking concert on Fortnite with Travis Scott.
Lunchly. There will be kids out there that say, he's my best friend. You've never met him. You've only played Xbox with him. Lunchly.
I played Fortnite with Travis Scott. He doesn't want Eminem dancing in top of him and fucking John Cena dancing with Nick at 30, man. It was at about this many Mr. Beast when Jack reset the counter, innit? 63,000 something, yeah. Mr. Beast is having 1,000 contestants compete for $5 million, and the video will drop on December 19th on Prime Video. So excited. Yeah, I think it's a series, no? Or is it just going to be a video? Either way, it'll be good. I'll be there. Hopefully it's like Squid Games, but Mr. Beast version. But one thing I know is you don't have to meet Jack and Will. All they do is say stuff like 10 videos, alright. And they'll probably schedule that weekly.
On that grind.
Okay, let's be honest. Wait, would you consider chat as your friends or kind of like mates online? No. Everybody that joins this chat, I don't go, hey,
he's my friend. That might sound like a prick, but
I got a lot of weirdos that pop in that are like,
can we be friends? You're like,
you two should kiss each other.
I don't even know who you are.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
Yes, Stormy.
Lunchly.
If you talk about the entire chat, no.
Lunchly.
I don't want to start seeing questions that, am I your friend? Will you be my friend? You'll never know.
There's quite a lot of people that, you know, I'd be
I do think so.
Yeah, I'd jump on a couple
Well, you know
of
me
games
enough
with
to
you, know what I mean?
see. Well, you know me enough to like see me in chat.
Yeah. There's people that you like to see in the chat.
Am I your friend?
Lunchly. I can't really class anyone as my friend unless I meet them in real life.
Okay.
Make sure you switch it over. Which I counted a lot. I did. I'm on that grind. I want to get a kebab. This chair is brutal.
Lunchly.
Steaks, my friend. Creecrest, my friend.
Friend's a strong word. Lunchly.
Nice.
Lunchly.
Everyone's pissed off to go watch fucking Fortnite.
Juice
WRLD's alive. You need that friends gift. Yeah, that's a good one actually. That is a good one.
I can import my own voice. Stream friends. Stream.
I think most people over the age of 13 understand. Yeah, how could you like
one day I'll get
class
that
someone as
pin.
your friend?
Hey, pin him.
What's that? Oh, right.
Pin our friend over there. Lunchly.
Alright,
I'll tell you, kebab's not your friend, it's your fucking twin. Read mum. Lunchly.
I don't know what Stormy's saying now. He's talking shit.
He's bought her.
This is why we could never be friends.
Yeah. I no longer want to be your friend. Lunchly.
Right, so what am I
Lunchly. Turbo said, like the stream, big up. Lunchly, big up. Big up. I think you might have put on a live chat. Lunchly. There. Lunchly. Lunchly. How you only got 20 views? It's crazy. Fortnite event.
Everyone's
Lunchly.
over Juice WRLD.
Lunchly. Hey, Dougman.
Do you mind? Sounds very dodgy, mate.
Lunchly.
Sounds like you're knocking one out.
I'm only using one hand.
No,
Lunchly.
Hello, genius. Welcome back.
Lunchly.
I was just reading what Stormy said.
I know you're trying to say that.
Still remember that roper that you did?
Trust me.
Running down your leg.
Mike wouldn't be on.
Knocking one out to Lunchley is crazy. See his history.
Yeah. Lunchley. I like my...
Didn't notice that you all were back.
Lunchley.
Was on the phone for a little bit longer than before.
Lunchley.
Gone for like nearly an hour. So I do apologise.
Lunchley.
How many months is this going to take? Less than one. 20 days.
Lunchley.
I like my girls pretty, bro.
Lunchley. Stormy's is just, I like steak.
Yeah.
Lunchley.
I die for steak.
I like steaks, cheese, jerky, bruh. Lunchley.
Well, search history is very confidential for our safety. It is. We'll be instantly banned.
Fuck off.
YouTube won't allow us on there.
Lunchley. Oh my god,
Vidal.
Lunchley.
That's crazy.
Lunchley.
The Evolution bar is now red. It is.
Lunchley.
Respect to KSK though. He can cook.
Lunchley. I think he's working on something in the pipeline. Lunchley.
I'm finished today. I believe in you, Roblox. You can do it, mate. Bro's history. Big, large, drippy Mr. Beast. You're wild, Andrew. You're wild. Hey, KSK's there. He's lurking. Let's go, KSK. He's thinking about the potential.
Money.
Just think of how many people we can get to the website using the global counter clicker, and every time it's just like add, and they're like, oh, I'll close that down. Add, okay, I'll cose that down. Add, and they're just like, oh, I'll buy it.
£2.
Yes. Lunchley.
Legends say that KSK cooked that up in 2 minutes while hacking the FBI while he was cooking a steak. Very random, but he's the man that can do it. I'm not even reading that story. Hello, late.
That's
all while eating.
Lunchley.
Man with many talents.
Yeah, man. Bill Nathan. Lunchley.
Chill. Can I like nickname myself because I'm Dougman? Oh, you're Dougman. What happened to that song? He said he was going to make a beat out of the Mr. Beast thing, he never did. That was you, wasn't it, Dougman? You know what I'm doing, lads? I like my job easier, bro. That's more like it.
Lunchley.
Less predatory. Bro, I did the beat, was fire, but the file's corrupted after like 3 weeks. I low-key cried. Oh, it's fuming when that happens. Such a coincidence that shit happens all the time.
But I know how you can get it back. You go into your C drive, click left, then right, you can get all your files back.
That is true, I've seen it done before.
Me and Jack were
cooking
up some songs. Hello, DJ Love Server. Fucking hell, lad, you've been on it. We have been on it. Jack Simonite's a proper achiever.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
How did I not know this was
lunchly,
happening?
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
That's just how it works, isn't it?
lunchly,
The algorithm.
lunchly.
I'm gonna go, lads. I'll be back. Big up, lads. You guys are the best. Stormy, go and enjoy the Fortnite event. We know you're gonna watch it.
All stakes very live. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yeah, it's 6:15. State's definitely gone live.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
You heard it from the man himself.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
When gym streams, or are there no gyms with enough weights? Nah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Send me some
money,
and I'll do a gym stream. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yo, well, how long you had braces for?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Maybe like 2 years.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Nah.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Maybe.
Lunchly, lunchly. What's that? Lunchly, lunchly,
My
lunchly,
braces.
lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I love you.
Lunchly,
Big up
lunchly,
DJ Loves
lunchly,
Turbo.
lunchly,
Are you doing the Fortnite event? No.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
That's Stormy.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro.
I like my cheese.
Big up Super makes edits. Yeah. Losing the Mr. Beat files was on par with building a Lego set though, bro. I'm about to get mine. They are going to see if the insurance is going to cover it. I can send you money, but I can send you Skittles. I take the Skittles.
I'll eat the Skittles and then I won't go gym. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
There you go.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
There's
lunchly,
10
lunchly,
million.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Big away, mate. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Big up JACKANDWILL.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
See you guys, I'm off to play the Fortnite event, it just started. No worries,
See you in a bit, Jackson and I. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Big up JACKANDWILL shop.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I feel like we're slacking a bit, doesn't it? I feel like we can't hit that same like 5k an hour.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
It's gonna take longer.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Mr. Beast uploaded a new video with Ronaldo. I've seen it, but I've not watched it yet. You saying lunchley is the biggest type shit of the year. I agree, Joker.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. There you go. I've already switched it.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Fortnite event's taking my views.
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Sorry for missing it. So
lunchley,
sorry. Please forgive me.
lunchley,
Don't worry
lunchley,
about it.
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Don't
Falling off.
worry. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Do you hear that?
What was that?
My stomach.
Okay, no.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Saying don't worry about a thing. Because everything's gonna be alright.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. It's just so hard to say.
Don't enjoy being second, Nathan. If you
don't want it anymore,
anymore,
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
Lunchly.
I believe in you, Turbo. I reckon you could. What is the difference in hours between you two?
Probably like 100 hours. Lunchly.
Between Nathan and Turbo?
It sounds like you're saying lunly a bit, but we don't care.
Lonely.
Lunchly.
Cheese drippy, bro.
Lunchly.
About 10 hours. Oh, that's nothing. You just got to hope that Nathan becomes ill. Nah, actually, no, he'll watch if he's ill. But I hope he goes back to school or something. You're still here? We're always here to goofies. We ain't going nowhere. I believe you were the best.
Got to pronounce the chat in lunchly. You know how hard it is? Lunchly. Lunchly.
Crazy hours, respect.
Lunchly.
293.
Lunchly.
Starting to make that lead a little bit longer, Turbo. You're gonna have that. Nathan, don't you have school or a job or a life? It's me again. I don't know if you remember me. I remember you. You joined us yesterday. Maybe spice it up with cheeky little lunchlay. Lunchlay.
It does make it easier saying with an accent.
Yeah, but you're saying
Lunchly.
Seeing a bit Lunchly.
You definitely didn't. Lunchly.
If anyone wants to go watch Roblox, say KSI 10k times, go for it.
Lunchly.
There you go, Roblox.
Lunchly.
Grind away.
Lunchly.
Don't sleep on us.
Lunchly.
Don't sleep on us, mate.
I'm not.
Lunchly. Need something to text like. Big up. Ultimately. I don't actually know if it's possible. I looked into it, see if you could like automatically have a message come in. It doesn't. I don't think there's any way of doing it. Hello, Connor Gaming.
Lunchly.
What game is that?
It's called the Lunchly game. Lunchly.
Very good game. Yes, Hello, Mr. Yes.
Lunchly.
Okay, I'm out.
Lunchly, seeing a bit Dugman, mate. Lunchly.
Gifting 10 tomorrow. When I grow up, I will visit England. Honestly, I wouldn't. England's shit all.
Lunchly.
I rate it.
Lunchly.
Do you feel like we're slacking now? Yeah, I'll pass it back.
Lunchly.
Do you feel like we're slacking a bit, Will?
We're not
nearly
slacking,
an hour
it's
in.
Hard, man.
Nearly an hour in.
It's hard.
Lunchly.
Who dares me to go to Lunchly? Go to Walmart now and get a Lunchly. Go for it. I'm not. I don't know if they don't. The heat is on for no reason.
Lunchly. Yes,
Hey,
Mr.
Mr.
Master. Celebrity in the chat. Lunchly.
joined last night.
Lunchly. Yeah, I know, but he's a celebrity, so every time you join. I'm going to say celebrity in the chat. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Is Lunchly overrated or no? I've never tried it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Seems
lunchly,
alright. Looks
lunchly,
alright.
lunchly,
I want one.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I'll be honest, Fox and Gaming, we hit 30k subs yesterday and then it just went
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. I thought he was saying it's to try and make me fuck up on my word. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I don't think this
lunchley,
would be as
lunchley,
hard.
lunchley,
I'm totally
lunchley,
honest with
lunchley,
you.
lunchley,
I don't think we can
lunchley,
be as quick as
lunchley,
Mr. Beast.
lunchley, 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 lunchley. I think we can be quicker. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
No, we knew it was going to be hard, but like,
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
did you all get copyrighted?
Lunchley, lunchley,
For what?
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
I'll
lunchley,
try and talk
lunchley,
as much as I
lunchley.
can. Okay.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
What if the progress gets deleted? It can't.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Or if you don't want to
lunchley,
talk, I'm trying to talk
lunchley,
as much
lunchley,
as
lunchley,
okay.
lunchley.
All I want for
Lunchley,
Christmas is
lunchley,
you.
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Watching you stream on mine, I appreciate it. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. 612 hours till Christmas, mental. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Okay, now you better fall over. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Type exclamation mark.
Lunchley,
Redeem
lunchley,
70.
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Five,
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
I
lunchley,
think.
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
It might be. Or
lunchley,
74, I'm not too
lunchley,
sure.
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Do you want me to just keep going? Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Make sure you switch it. Let's have it. No, we're doing pretty good.
An hour and we've done nearly 5k.
That's what I'm saying.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
Send your
lunchley,
robot's
lunchley,
friend
lunchley,
request.
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Okay.
Crystallized water on jaw. What?
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 Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
shouldn't
lunchley,
do that.
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I don't know what's going on in the
lunchley,
chat.
lunchley,
Sorry.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
Mind my business.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. A grand.
No worries, Mason.
I'd take
What'd you
the
give
grand.
up for a grand?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I'd do an extra million for a
lunchley,
grand.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley,
I thought you would be
lunchley,
loaded.
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Hello, Arsh Raja.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Can I friend request you on DC? You can friend request me, but I probably won't answer it. I won't accept it.
Lunchley.
Only because when I accept them, I start getting random messages. You're probably quite young. I'm using my old. I gathered. 21 views right now. 18 now. What about 2,000? 2,000 what, reset or just stop the challenge completely? 2,000, I'd take $2,000 right now. Send it through. I'll quit this challenge straight away. Don't sleep, sir. Wake up, please. To stop completely. How long for? You'll just never do this challenge again. $2,000, yeah, I'd do it. Hello, Instify. Hello, Exo, Elias, W Plays. If I wanted you to quit, I would give you like $5,000.
Okay.
I'll take it. I'll quit right now for $5,000.
Say when. I'm
not underage. No, but it doesn't matter if you're underage. I just every time I've accepted people, they just send me like pictures of random stuff.
Yeah.
So I just don't accept anybody else. You can still message privately. I can still see the messages on the message request. 2K is kind of wild. 2K is wild. A grand is wild. I'd take a grand to start.
10 is wild.
Don't forget about me. I don't forget about you. 3,924 pounds, £50 I'm back. So up, I'm back, peeps. Hello, Elijah. Yes, Mbappe. We're on the grind. We're trying. What do you reckon we can get to? You just keep going. I'll work it out. We'll do 5 an hour ish. We should be able to get like 85k. Which one is Jack? Which one is Will? I'm Jack, he's Will. Who has the best singing voice of the both of you? Probably Will. How did you do the sound at night time when you were going to bed? Do you mean the speech chat? It's just a website called Speech Chat. I'm uploading a vid right now. Respect. Sing thick of it now. Yeah, it's just a website called Speech Chat. Fuck no. Singing before. I like it. Right. I like my cheese dripping. Took several hours to edit the vid. Respect. Stay on the grind, gets it. I feel like Jack could sing Post Malone pretty well. What should I say? Just mumble my words. That's sort of how he sings, isn't it? Just hit 3k with KSI, respect. The vid will be up soon, make sure to watch it. I'll watch it at some point, guess who gets it. I probably won't watch it like anytime soon though. Whilst I'm doing this challenge. Am I unbanned? Yeah, I don't think you ever was banned, was you? What was it? No. It doesn't mumble, it's like an airy kind of singing. Trying to think of his songs.
Holding, pretty when I feel just like a rock star.
Yeah, that's it.
As
the hours pass, we'll let you know that I need to ask before I'm alone. I'm sorry. I don't even know why you were banned. We only asked once. Are you going to play the Fortnite live event? It starts in about 20 minutes. Nah, we ain't going to do that. Hello, Soul. You're gonna die. I ain't gonna die. Said Mr. Beast 3 million times. If anything was gonna kill me, that would have been that. It's already gifted members. Yep. Someone timed me out. It wasn't me. I don't know what you did. I love what you did. There would have been a reason for it.
Feed the flag, but we can't let it go.
Yeah.
What was that?
It just said like the stream where you're gay. I didn't time you out. It might have been the
basement keeper because you put you gay.
Oh, we asked for more. I still ain't seen that meme. I'm a chill guy. Is it? You see it,
Right. I've seen it all over my timeline. It's just like, I'm a chill guy. It's like, really? People just jump on fucking anything. Lunchly. Hey. Big up Mbappe.
Legend.
I appreciate it, Michael.
I appreciate that, Mbappe.
Lunchly. You guys should form a song, something like that. Lunchly.
Oh, look, you guys should say Lunchly, but in a form of a song.
Lunchly.
No. It's going to take long enough anyway.
Lunchly.
Long road.
Am I doing the last to 65k? Lunchly.
You've gone over.
Did I?
Yeah, you've gone over.
Lunchly. That's gonna be the only time I donate in this stream.
So I appreciate
You didn't have to donate anyway.
Lunchly.
That used to pay for a cheeseburger from McDonald's. Before 1 hour ago. Okay.
Lunchly.
How do I spend my points? There's a shop in the description. Hey, props guys, y'all have backed up like 5k this stream. Every comment you finish reading, say lunchly. I'm eating a grey sausage roll right now. So my name is Bill and I'm going to kill
Lunchly.
You guys made me laugh and say lunchly.
Try to say lunchly as fast as you can, as many times as you can. Yeah, I guarantee it doesn't sound like lunchly anymore. Lunchly. This is going to be long. Lunchly.
My vid will be up in 3 minutes. Hey, lunchly. Same thing, lunchly. You know what I mean? How close do you want us to get?
Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Road to
lunchly,
100K,
lunchly,
we got this
lunchly,
easily.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
My
lunchly,
turn.
lunchly, lunchly.
It needs more views. No, I don't.
We might gain some more later when the Fortnite event's off, but I'm happy with 28. 28's enough. There's not a lot going on, we're just trying to grind it. We are going to reach 100k. It'll be early hours in the morning, but we will hopefully hit it. Lunchly rides with being chilling.
Lunchly.
17 minutes left till the event. Sounds fun. You should eat lunchly while saying lunchly. If you know where I can find some in the UK, I'll do it. How hard is it? It's pretty hard. I ain't gonna lie, it's harder than Mr. Beast, I think.
Lunchly.
Where are you guys from? From England.
Lunchly.
Hello, funny edits.
Lunchly.
I appreciate that. Funny edits.
Lunchly. Are you Freddy Fazbear? Lunchly.
Logan Paul says 6 million times. Will I do 6 million?
Will we do 6 million times? No. Lunchly.
Depends how much he wants to give me.
Lunchly.
I'll give you some money. I'll take it.
How's it doing?
It's on
Lunchly. It's pretty good.
215 likes.
Lunchly. JACKANDWILL, you guys got 28.7k subs. Oh my god, I know.
It is crazy.
Lunchly. I need to get on your leaderboards. Wait, on the leaderboards on your channel servers. Yeah. You'll be waiting a while.
Yeah, you'll struggle.
Lunchly.
You're doing this again? We are doing this again. I had more cheese in my lunchly. At least you managed to get lunchly. But basement keeper keeps on timing me out. Because you keep asking for more. Basement keeper ain't stupid. Hello, Star Edit. Ronaldo is saying Hello, Adrian. Is that Kills? Adrian Kills. Do you watch the PL? The Premier League, not really. No. 25 more, you classify. How do I spend that? There's a link in the description to the point shop. If you said 1 million lunchly non-stop, it would take you 152 hours and 54 minutes. As long as I can hit like nearly 50k a day, 45 plus, I'll be able to finish before Christmas. That's my aim. Chicken wing, Are you do Logan Paul or KSI or Jake Paul or Mike Tyson or lunch balls after you finish this? Probably not. Best stream ever. I don't know about that one, but I'll take that. Appreciate it.
Stop the cap.
Ooh. Lunchly.
These are to my friend Legacy Craft.
Whoa, retro burst. Lunchly.
Hold on, how did your subs go down? We were botted yesterday. They've just gone back to down. Well, I mean, we weren't on 28,700, but we've gone down to 28,000 anyway. Hey boys, saying lunchly, that's amazing. Would I be able to offer to get you more views and grab attention just to get the word in, if that's okay? Yeah, do whatever. Yes, this is the best stream. Shut up, bloody lads. Let's go, boys. Keep it up with the count. I appreciate it. Car.
Lunchly. Lunchly.
Nearly 7, 8, 9, 8, yes, Turbo, we could probably be on about 75,000 to 80,000, close to 80,000 by about 11 o'clock, I reckon.
I reckon more. Lunchly. We can nearly do 10 in 2 hours. Lunchly. So about 11, we could be nearly pushing like 85. Lunchly.
Alright, let's do it. I'd like to get 100k tonight. That'd be my goal. I think it's definitely doable.
I think we can hit 100k. Lunchly.
Sounded gritty. I said right foot gritty. Nobody can stop me from doing these challenges. Look at Raymond though. Damn, it's 10 to 8 and still say lunchly. You know, back as always, just Jacob, the bus enthusiast. My bad, yeah. Hello, TV woman. Big up Turbo.
Lunchly.
I know.
Lunchly. Do you want me to keep going? Because I feel like I do it quicker. Lunchly.
Save your energy. Master Skywalker.
Go.
Lunchly.
I appreciate that going in last
Lunchly.
I guess it's a raid. I'll take a raid. I appreciate it.
Legend. Lunchly.
Didn't even tell them. Oh, I rate that. Big up to everyone who's coming from Golden Labs channel. Not a lot happening over here. We're just sat here saying Lunchly a million times. I've never heard of Brunchly, I'll be honest with you. Why did you lose so much subs? We got botted yesterday that weren't real subs. So I'm happy that the YouTube got rid of them. I'm joking, I just came because of Retro. Where's Retro? Oh, Retro burst. Lunchly. Now we've got lunch chili. This chair's brutal, man. BRB. No worries, Golden Labs. I'm surprised we've got so many people when the Fortnite event's on.
Taking a break. Partying too hard. The people at the event.
JACKANDWILL, me brother is watching you too because he knows that. I'll take that, but you're talking shit. I appreciate it. I'm going to turn off stream when Vegas happens. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool, Logan. I thought you already had, to be honest. Go enjoy the Fortnite event. You see my face going actual sub count 7. No, I've said hi to you about 5 times. How did you know that they were bots? Because we got about 50 just come through straight at the same time. Like, it's a bit of a coincidence to have 50 people like it straight away. Yeah. That doesn't normally happen. Got some people on just from the Discord server coming in along. I appreciate that, Golden Labs. Lunchly and Prime now. We've got Lunchly and got the most content in the continent. Goose is one of them. Well, big up Goose. Good luck, I appreciate that now. I'll take a raid. I appreciate that. Hey, Cheesy. Big up Cheesy. Might go play some BeamNG and keep streaming in the background. No worries, Turbo. I love this YouTube channel, the best. I'll take that.
Lie, man.
None of you were here a week ago.
I need $1. Best stream, don't lie.
Lunchly. No, I rate that. Fair play, Wayman. He's still here. Lunchly. Lunchly is awesome. Lunchly. What football teams or sport? Not really any, but I'll say Derby County just because from there. Lunchly. Because they're massive. Lunchly. Fancy coming a chocolate bar. Lunchly. The one that's close to the name that I don't want to say. Lunchly. The Snickers. Lunchly. What do you call me? Lunchly. Lunchly.
Is it harder than saying Mr. Beast? 1,000,000%. Tongue twister, alright. Hey, Super Jeffy Ryan.
Yes, Super Jeffy. Lunchly. Celebrity in the chat. Lunchly.
Celebrity.
Lunchly.
How's it going, mate? I'm well. I'm eating a Twix.
We're smashing it.
We'll be at 70k in no time. Hopefully you guys can reach 1 million soon. We're hoping before Christmas. That's the plan. It's going alright. Oh, I'd like to hit 100k today. That'd be nice.
I would like to hit 100k. It'll be early hours in the morning, but I reckon we can do it. We're trying to smash it out now because we're all going to take a break at like nearly midnight.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Pardon? Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
Imagine Mr. Beast starts anytime lurking.
Lunchley. We said this last time. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
I don't have high hopes for Mr. Beast joining.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
It's crazy, isn't it, Griffey?
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Lunchley,
Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley,
starting editing now. Decent. I hope it goes well for you.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
I'm hoping we can do it in like 20 days.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
If we can hit 100k tonight, we're on very good track for finishing it.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
If you can do 50k in a day,
Lunchley, Lunchley,
do it every day.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Is it dark out? Yeah, pitch black.
Yeah, it's night.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Hello, Mason.
Lunchley,
Welcome back.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
5k now gives you 25k worth. Done and dusted by midnight.
Lunchley,
Could you imagine?
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
It's hard to keep up with this pace though.
Lunchley, Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley.
You want to give it a go, Griffey?
Lunchley,
Why not?
Lunchley,
What's the
Lunchley,
worst that can
Lunchley,
happen?
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
We'll worry about it, coding labs.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
Welcome back,
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
I feel like this challenge would be a lot easier if the chair just had like a fraction bit more padding on the arse.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
Not too
Lunchley,
bad.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Order yourself a chair.
No, I will.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Sounds hard at first, but more I do it, easier it becomes.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
How it is.
Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley.
I believe in you, Griffey.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Welcome back, Matthew B.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Smashing it, Will.
Do it.
Smashing it.
Let's go, champ.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Have a look what Miss Paradox got to. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I don't even know if he went live
lunchly,
today.
lunchly. He did. He was live earlier. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Where's the mode in my brain?
So Mr. Paradox started on 204,000, and by the end of his stream, he was on
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yeah, did he even bother counting?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
He finished on 207,000.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. So how much was that?
3K.
Lunchly, 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 light work. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
3K a day, Mr. Paradox.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
What?
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
You'll be there for
I do
ages.
30k a day. I'm not happy with that. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Did 3K's first day.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I've got no idea.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
No idea
lunchly,
what
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
he does.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Where's the mold?
lunchly, lunchly,
There is no
lunchly,
mold in
lunchly,
this
lunchly,
chat.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Someone play the
Lunchly,
games.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
like
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Type exclamation mark redeem space 74, 75, 76 or 77. Whichever one you want. Start spamming them.
It's
only 500 for one of them. I think it's 75. How does Mr. Beast not know you yet? That's what I'm saying.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I think it's because we're English or British. Even if I don't have a girlfriend, you know what? I don't even need one. It's great thing to do. Where the fuck did that come from?
That's a bit random. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Mr. Beast hasn't seen the challenge. He must see this challenge.
Mr. Beast,
we're coming for you. We're going to say lunchly 1 million times live on YouTube. He's going to see it.
What did you want me to act like?
Lunchly,
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Switch it over.
Oh, see. Space.
It's actually easier to do that. It comes on quicker when you.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Mr. Beast hasn't seen the challenge.
Lunchly,
He must see this challenge.
lunchly. I read it.
You will hear about it eventually.
Lunchly. He will see
In
it.
South Africa, back there was a channel 300. What movie hosted this show? Asking the wrong guy. I made to say lunchly because I don't know knowledge. I have no idea, Master King.
Lunchly.
Hello, TV woman. How are you? It's alright, you're talking to TV woman. I see.
It's a man, baby. Lunchly.
Yes, person. How's it going?
Lunchly.
Bro, what are those drinks in the back? Tesco special and a Ribena bottle and a random.
We're saving them
Tesco
because we're going to
Fanta.
turn them into a Christmas tree because we ain't got one. Lunchly.
Wasn't an idea. Someone else said to do it. So I was like, fuck it, I'll do it. Going good. How about yourselves? You're doing all right. It's long. Drawn out. Saying Lunchly, but Lunchly got to sponsor you at that point. Would be nice just to get a Lunchly, just have to try it. I'd be happy with that.
Will, can you please mod for no reason because I want my name to go blue? No, sorry.
It's not how it works, mate. It's not how it works. I like my cheese drippy, bruh.
Lunchly.
My internet's taking the piss again. That's peak turbo. Do you know what you need?
Starling.
Need to get what we've got. Big dirty router with a sim in it. Works wonders.
Can you get EE in Switzerland?
Don't know, but there'll be something similar to that. I've tried Lunchables, but I just can't get Lunchly over. But from what I've seen, yeah, Lunchly would be a lot better. I'm not just saying that.
I don't know, man. I can't hear half the shit you're saying.
What do you mean you can't hear after? Oh, is yours lagging? Is it lagging that bad for you, Turbo? You can clearly see that we're saying Lunchly. Is that noticeable?
Lunchly.
I had 120 subs, now it's 123. Not bad. Yes, old beast. Big up, old beast. Dun. That's peak. Is your internet that bad, Turbo? I rate that you're still actually watching though.
How can you stream?
You know.
How can she slap? Lunchly.
That's 433 now. I have 435. I had 0. Now I've got 2,000, 28,000.
Lunchly.
Can't even handle YouTube and BeamNG at the same time. It's not like
Lunchly.
Could be a PC problem. You don't have to watch Turbo if you want to go play BeamNG. We're going to be here all day. You don't have to watch. Not a lot happening over here anyway. Whoever that is, you need to get live. Nathan ain't beating himself, is he? Okay, I see.
Stop repeating yourself, you gremlin.
Who said that? Not a human. Shut the fuck up.
I'm your top fan. Who are you? No one's sad enough to just create an account called Top JACKANDWILL fan. Who are you? I'm only I just like your channel.
I appreciate that.
Just don't buy it. Nobody likes it.
I will make edits on your
Oh,
channel.
that's joke. I just had Brunchly. Stop.
Brunchly, actual Brunchly account. Brunchly just commented on our TikTok saying, Brunchly is better than Lunchly. Hey!
Comment back and put laughing faces or something. Hey, that's pretty joke, that. That short's big time!
Yeah!
That short's big
Brunchly
time!
is seeing it. Seriously, yeah. Oh, that's sick.
That's sick. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Jack and
lunchly,
Will are
lunchly,
on top.
Lunchly,
Come
lunchly,
on.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Maybe.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Okay, maybe it helps if I put the stream onto my second one there. Maybe.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. That's Joe.
Duh.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Yeah.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
We like it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It's probably maybe someone's added Brunchley or something. I don't know.
Lunchly. I think someone did. Lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Don't put the blame on me.
Lunchly. I like that. Lunchly.
That's so sick. They're like just young lads making a food company, but like pretty cool. I think we've actually got more followers than them. But it doesn't matter. It's like yeah, get it out there.
Lunchly. Well, if we can't get Mr. Beast's attention, at least we've had their attention. Lunchly.
We're starving. Send us some food.
Lunchly. Brunchley 100,000 times.
Wait, I thought you said Lunchly commented at first. Lunchly. No.
Oh, we were going mental if that hadn't happened. Lunchly.
B with B.
Lunchly.
Not an L, so just put an L. That's pretty. That means it's been pushed about then. If it's popped up on their view page, maybe Lunchly could get a comment anytime soon. Now that would be cool. TikTok is the way. TikTok is the way. Come on.
Lunchly.
Big up Brunchley.
Yeah. Lunchly.
Turbo, but big up.
They're
just young lads.
No, fair play on them.
Oh, they're American.
Lunchly. Doesn't mean they start send us some 100,000 Brunchley. Anyone? Free Brunchleys. Lunchly.
I replied to your comment, at least I think I did, yeah. I appreciate you subscribing, Lamkin. I'm still editing it, should be done tomorrow, sorry I was in town to... Why are you sorry? What? I'm not sat here like, oh my god.
Damn it, why is fucking passport aiding my chat?
What are you doing, man?
Lunchly.
That's taking a piss when we start on the fucking PC. Making a copy of your opponent, like Lunchly, copy Lunchables. You're competing with them. There is one thing you shouldn't do. Disrespect your opponent. Like, without Lunchly's board, there wouldn't be a Lunchly. It's true. Like Ronaldo and Messi, Ronaldo wouldn't be as good.
You need that little bit of rivalry.
If he didn't have Messi, those two competing made Ronaldo better and made Messi better. So it's like, you know, that's just how it works. Let's go.
Lunchly,
69,000. See? In 2 hours, we've managed to hit. We've done 10,000 in under 2 hours. So if we can keep it at this pace.
Lunchly. Big up, Waymo. I've just seen that. Lunchly. I think it's Waymo.
That is pretty mad.
Even though they're nobodies, like not in that
They're
way.
Not nobodies.
You know what I mean? Like I don't mean because I say things like that because that's just that's just how I say it. But like, it's that same thing. Like people have been commenting, "Oh no, Brunchley's is better."
The fact that it's got their attention is mint.
Makes me go, "Who else can we get?" Lunchly.
Probably is tasting better. I don't know.
Lunchly.
I haven't tried any of them.
Brunchley comments, "Fucking nobody." Nah, I didn't mean it like that, bro. It's like you fucking fat piece of bacon.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I like it.
Lunchly.
We're doing something right.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
When you hit 1 million, eat mouldy lunchly. I would eat any lunchly that I could find. If I could get any, and it's got a bit of mould in it, I'll eat it.
I'd eat a fucking brunchly right now. Is it
it
better than lunchly? It's like, yeah.
Do you reckon it would be a violation at the end to be like, can't get lunchly, unfortunately, but we've got the next best thing, Lunchables. You know what I mean? It's just be like, nah.
Lunchly,
You can't do that.
Sorry, Mr. Beast. You should have sent me some.
Just go, Lunchables. You want us to say your name 100,000 times?
Lunchly.
Give me some.
Lunchly, give me some money.
Or just some Lunchables. A year's supply of Lunchables, yeah.
In the near future, I want to be sat there going, Xbox Series 20, Xbox Series 20. You know what I mean? Lunchly. Pepperoni. Domino. Just like any marketing brand I can get. Lunchly.
Only if it's worth it. If Domino's turn around, we'll give you 15% discount. I'm like, fuck off.
Lifetime supply of Domino's. Domino. You know what I mean? Just be going fucking, how many? 10 mil. Done. Lunchly.
Take me a year, I get a lifetime supply. Sweet.
Yeah, I'd just be fat as fuck.
That'd be great.
Lunchly.
Go to walk in anywhere and go, yeah, I've got a lifetime, I've got a black card or whatever it is.
Oh, we know who you are.
Yeah, you're the guy. You're a famous guy.
Lunchly. Domino. Lunchly.
What if I became a company in the future? I'd say respect.
Literally, you want to pay me money? I'll do it. Lunchly.
So hard, that was fire.
Yeah. Oh, Fortnite.
Oh, okay, is it finished now?
Lunchly. Well, steady on, because I know you've probably been drinking a lot at this festival. So you know what I mean? Don't be going wild in the chat. Lunchly.
Why do 2024 YouTube channels get the best likes, gaining subs fast while we don't? And that have been uploaded for 2 years. It will be down to your content.
Yeah, it's always is. Lunchly.
Yo, Bubba King. I'll pay you money, lol, if you do. If I do, I'll take
big
it.
dreams. Lunchly.
I rate that.
Dream big, and you'll succeed. Lunchly.
You can believe it, you can achieve it, nobody's stopping you.
You know what they say? Shoot for the stars, land on the moon. Lunchly. Captain.
Did you unban my friend? I don't even know who that is.
Nah, I'm alright.
There's probably a reason
That's
why he
definitely
got
you.
banned.
Lunchly.
Maybe wait 4 years or more. I'll be around. If my channel's still alive, hit us up. Aim low and avoid disappointment.
Lunchly.
Wise words, KSK.
Lunchly.
That's sort of what we did. We thought it's gonna go probably shit, but there's a chance that maybe.
Isn't it? Expect the best. No, expect the worst,
and be surprised when like the best.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I've just remembered it now. I used to say this all the time. Aim low and avoid disappointment. Oh, okay,
that's a very, very clever one right there.
Lunchly.
How much wood can a woodchuck chop?
Lunchly.
My dream is to become famous, make money, and leave South Africa to America.
Don't go to America.
I don't want to go to America.
No, blue hair within a second. No, I'm joking. Lunchly. We'll cook
Will
that
did
one.
cook with that one, I ain't gonna lie.
Lunchly.
Wait, I've never heard you say it before, but that's very smart.
Lunchly. I don't know, it just came to me.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I said before the event, just knowing there wasn't much storyline, but the visuals made up for it. Oh, that's a club.
Lunchly. I can just imagine, like, he's got the Fortnite on, his character's just there dancing.
Can I ask, how many people turned up as Juice WRLD?
All of them. Lunchly. Are you guys ready? What? I've got my Ribena, my mum's cooking me pizza and chips. It's going to be a wicked night, boys. Woo! I mean, Juice WRLD. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You literally, before it started, was like,
lunchly,
I
lunchly,
can't
lunchly, lunchly.
breathe.
I can't. I'm literally up all night. I'm going to a festival tomorrow. Oh yeah, where are you going? That new Juice WRLD one.
He's
No, is he
dead.
still alive?
He's dead.
You know what I mean? No, on Fortnite. Oh. Lunchly, lunchly,
Oh, that's-
lunchly,
that's a
lunchly,
bit
lunchly,
shit.
lunchly, lunchly.
But you still had your emotes,
Lunchly,
yeah?
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
All of
lunchly,
you
lunchly,
dancing.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Oh, I've got this Juice WRLD one. I've got this Juice WRLD one.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. This is my favourite part. I have these lucid dreams. I mean, lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Want to comment in my stream?
Lunchly,
Not
lunchly,
right
lunchly,
now.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It's my go anyway.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Give it me back.
Juice WRLD is better than Tupac.
Whoa, how dare you?
If
How
I
dare
die,
you?
I wanna go to hell.
Lunchly,
Like
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Nah, you
lunchly,
can't say
lunchly,
that.
lunchly,
And
lunchly,
Eminem.
Lunchly, lunchly, yeah, you're crazy.
The glaze on Juice WRLD is unreal. He made like 5 good songs and people speak about him like he was generation talent.
Lunchley,
You smacked off his face on drugs, like, and everyone's glorifying him, like, chill. I don't know who's better, I couldn't care less. Yeah, same. I've been a Juice WRLD fan since 2017. It's when he started making songs though, it's like, I don't know. He was only about 21, like when he died. Do you know what I mean? He's the GOAT, better than Easy.
Everyone said the same thing about XX Tenacion or whatever.
Never been a fan. I liked a few of his music, but like,
I think he can sing. He's a good singer. I
I think he was a good rapper. Herd mentality though, it is, it genuinely is. If he hadn't have died, I think he'd have slowly but surely turned into a, you know,
just like the rest of them.
yeah, just like
Silent
Hope, Silent Hope, just like all of them. Fatty Wap and stuff. Yes, Corbin. Guys, my older cousin female said Nicki Minaj is better than Juice WRLD. That's because she is.
I'll be honest, I don't think so. Which song would I rather listen to? A Juice WRLD song or her song? Probably Juice WRLD.
OG Nicki Minaj, are you sure?
Yeah, no, OG, yeah.
Come on, let's go. I agree, Juice WRLD is probably better, but still, like,
that's what I'm saying.
Nicki Minaj is a legend. That Fortnite event was low-key ass. I could just imagine it like, you're in there and you're like, hold down B, select the emote you want, do you know what I mean? You're like, dancing and you're like, after 5 minutes of doing the same emote, you're like, this is fucking sad as fuck, what am I doing? But Nicki got like, yes, yes, Kratos.
I could just like, dun, 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 dun. Do you know the most basic one?
Everyone, do the same emote at the same time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know what I mean? It's like, what? They keep trying to recreate the Travis Scott concert and it gets worse every time. It was so shy. I don't know what they should do. Do you know what's even funnier? There's a Nick A30 stream out there right now where he's jizzing in his pants.
Yeah. There'll be a lot of streamers out there right now just being like, this is amazing. Amazing.
Fortnite have cooked right now. Fortnite is the best game ever. That's facts though. Another story. Guys, what After Effects your favourite? I don't know what AE means. Never back down, never eat vanilla. Does your tongue or mouth hurt? Nah. Never
Lunchley,
back
lunchley, lunchley,
down,
lunchley,
never
lunchley,
what?
lunchley,
What?
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
You know I never
Lunchley,
back
lunchley,
down,
lunchley, lunchley,
never
lunchley,
what?
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
70K,
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
I mean, guys, what is your favourite rock band?
70K.
Oh,
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
probably
lunchley,
One
lunchley,
Direction,
lunchley,
like,
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
as,
lunchley, lunchley, JLS, mate.
is-
No, I'm joking. I'm
Ooh.
joking. I'm joking. Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
One
lunchley,
Direction,
lunchley,
Jay
lunchley,
Wizard, as it
lunchley,
sounds
lunchley,
like.
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
They were the best.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
JLS,
lunchley, lunchley,
yeah.
lunchley, 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 lunchley. I was just trying to think of like one that's similar. Lunchley,
They were
lunchley,
banging
lunchley,
back in the day.
lunchley,
I'm
lunchley,
only
lunchley,
gonna
lunchley,
break
lunchley,
your
lunchley,
break your
lunchley,
heart.
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Big up
lunchley,
Alex,
lunchley,
please.
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Yes,
lunchley,
Baby
lunchley,
Dragon
lunchley,
994.
lunchley, lunchley,
Big up
lunchley,
70K.
lunchley,
Leaderboard question mark?
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
We don't need to check the leaderboard.
We don't need to check the leaderboard. We know I'm winning.
Yeah, what's the leaderboard looking like?
I'm smoking him. Go on, do it rapid. What is it? 38,000, 31,000. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, he's only beating me by like 6K. It's nothing.
Ooh. Only.
I thought it was more.
You wait till tomorrow when I wake up again. You're sitting there going, fuck off, man. He's like 10k ahead of
I'm
me.
not going to allow it.
You're not going to allow it. You ain't got a choice.
Listen, I made a mistake. I woke up at 2. This time, I'm waking up at 11. So that
You're
when you
waking
come
up
out
at
that door, I'm already there going, Lunchley. Lunchley.
Did you see how shattered he was when he woke up?
Lunchley,
Yeah, you
Lunchley,
can't
Lunchley,
compete with
Lunchley,
it.
Lunchley, Lunchley,
I actually
Lunchley,
woke up a
Lunchley.
little bit earlier than like
Exactly,
half 12.
Waymo. There's plenty of time for Will to redeem himself.
There is, yeah, but I just don't think he will.
Lunchley.
I woke up today and I sat there and I was like, do I get up
Lunchley,
now? And I
Lunchley,
thought, I'll just chill in bed for like another 20 minutes. And I was like, you know what, fuck
so
it.
you
I'm gonna
woke
get up.
up. So you woke up 2 hours earlier than me. Is that what you're saying? You got up at 12 and I got up at what? 2:30? Lunchley. And you only managed 5K.
How long was I sat there for? About half an hour. Probably half an hour sat there going, I don't want to hit 50k because he needs to be in the short. Went in, woke him up, and still had to wait another 20 minutes for him to get out of fucking bed.
And I heard you come in going, I'm just going to wait for you, I've got 500 left. And I was like, yeah, nice one. Smell that one on your way out. Lunchley.
You're probably right knowing that I'm beating you.
Lunchley.
He was like, oh, well, you did 13 last night and I'll do 13 and then it evens it out so we're on the same. I accidentally did it all on this. He's like, oh, do you want to just go a little bit extra so we're even? I went, no, I'm not bothered. So I wake up tomorrow, I'm going to absolutely cream you. There's nothing you can do about it. It was only like 20 minutes, but it wasn't that bad. I was there.
Lunchley.
He's on about the Fortnite event. It's only 20 minutes. But I'm going to take that and say that Will was still in bed after I went in for 20 minutes. Lazy. Well, that Machi's drippy. It's cringe, bro.
Lunchley. Oh, do the redeem. Exclamation mark redeem 76, I think.
Go on, let's go.
No, 74.
It's not even 2 hours yet. We can get another 1,000 in before it hits the 2 hour mark.
Lunchley. I hope it's the right one.
It is criminal that Mr. Beast doesn't know what these two guys are doing right now.
I think it's 75. Lunchley.
I'll have a line and another pint.
Lunchley. It is criminal. Lunchley.
It is criminal.
Aye.
Oh yeah. I'll have a
Lunchley. See what I did there? Lunchley. There we go. Lunchley. Ah, it must be 74 then.
Chocolate cookie.
You've just wasted 4k of your points.
Must be 74.
Do you guys know XX Connection? Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's the guy that
It was the Juice WRLD before
sang
Juice WRLD.
yeah. Lunchley.
It should be happening now.
Lunchley.
I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro.
I like my cheese.
Probably the best one. Lunchley.
I don't like it. I just rather just go, I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese
I thought
drippy,
it
bro.
was that, but it just turned into get out. Lunchley.
Hello,
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
So basically, what I was thinking of was, oh fuck! I can't believe you've done this.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. I still need to add the. Let's fucking have it.
Yeah, that would be
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. There's a lot that I've not done yet. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
What was the one Waymo said earlier? Was it Waymo said one earlier?
Lunchly,
I was like, oh, that actually a good one. What was it?
Lunchly,
Oh, it lagged.
Pause. Oh, friends. Yeah.
Ah, friends. Yeah.
Just hold up. Lunchly.
Did that lag for you lot?
Yeah, I think it would have just. No, it's just lag. Lunchly. Oh, I needed to do the. Honestly, I couldn't care less. Lunchly. There's so many I need to do. Lunchly.
You know what you need to do then, don't you?
Lunchly.
How do you appear in the screen with an avatar? It's because he's a member.
Lunchly.
$1 million times is super crazy.
Lunchly.
3 million was crazy. How much short is it? 2.8k views. When are you watching the vid? Probably not any time I'm on stream. I need to bring Amir here so he can help you. Well, tell Amir that he's a cool guy.
Hey, Jason Voorhees. Lunchly.
I couldn't care less. Would it be with or without turbo at the end?
I think it'd be honestly turbo. I couldn't care less because that's what it is. I couldn't care less. No one will get it.
Please beat my Subway Surfers high score, please. Can you comment something on the video? When I watch it, I'll comment on it. Hello, Storm Crusher. How's everybody doing? I'm back from talking breakfast. Taking a breakfast.
Fortnite for Juice WRLD.
Taking a break just.
It's over. Lunchly.
Big up Carter Porter. Almost 100k. How'd you appear in the screen? It's because he's a member of the channel.
Be a member,
if you're a member,
Alex.
you'll pop up.
Lunchly. See how everyone that's green pops up, including Turbo with a little goal. Lunchly. I need to catch up somehow. Those extra 25s and the extra 5s, they'll soon add up.
You ain't catching up.
You're not overtaking me, that makes sense. You're doing 500 and I'm slowly chipping away. I'll get my revenge.
Lunchly.
I have these lucid dreams where I can This is 1.7 mil high score. 3 mil high score. Hey, Jackandwill, how are you, mate? We're doing good, Mason Tobin. Oh, bye, people.
Well, if you're going to be spending V-Bucks, you want to use the code JACKANDWILL in the Fortnite shop.
Yes.
Lunchly.
You guys have 30k subs. What happened? It turns out they were bots, which we already knew that, but saying it like that. Make out that.
Just everyone keeps asking. It's like, we got botted, man. We got botted.
Turbo, have you still got the clip?
We don't use sub bots. Someone just random just botted us. Lunchly.
Love your videos and streams. I appreciate it. Honestly, I couldn't care less. That's quite cool. Play Fortnite 15 minutes and get a rift.
Lunchly.
Yeah, I got it. I can send you a link. Yeah. I'm not sure if you already sent it to me.
Lunchly. Why did you all use sub bots? Do I look like I fucking bot subs, mate? If I was gonna sub bots, I would pay and get a lot more.
Put it in the Discord. Unless I can find it real quick.
Some guy just came in and started botting views and botting subs, but YouTube takes them away anyway. Yes, Stormy. Oh, yeah,
nice one.
Hello, Tate.
Look how many times we were on his homepage.
Is that day one?
Yeah, 42 watching. I like that. Jack and Will is back. Big up, Steve.
They got their subs because of Dylan Page. Yes. Botting is a very terrible thing to do. People buy bots to sub to channel, I think. They're just losers. They do it to us to see if we'd get a reaction, but we've been botted before. I'm not going to be like, oh my god, I'm blowing up randomly, like some idiot. It's because we was pretty pissed off on that like, because we fall and stuff.
Why is that just popped off?
I couldn't care less. You go, mate. You go. You go chill, man. Let's do this.
I'll do.
Wait. I wasn't on it.
I couldn't care less to it. Are there any other funny clips that I should put in? From Jack and Will.
I'll keep going until you've finished doing whatever you're doing. Oh, this
Mate, how old are you? He's 33 and I'm just turning 30 next year. This is streamed to 100 likes. Yes. So you won't see me getting my ass handed to me clip. I don't know about that word. What do you think? No? Okay. Right, let me just do that one and get it on. That's the most English lunchly ever. Lunchly.
I'm English. Sorry, the camera's probably shaking, so I'm holding on the desk, but I'm like, yeah, knocking one out at the same time, mate.
Read my comment. I'm still editing, but there's one bit of the audio should I say, let's hope them get to 1 mil views for the stream. I don't know, it's up to you. Are you guys 30 plus? You look so... Oh, we're joking, I'm 20, he's 23.
I'm 23. Could you imagine me 30 years old doing this shit? No,
I think that'd be really embarrassing, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Sorry, you can hear him, he's editing a GIF. I've said it probably 40,000 times or something.
30-year-old won't even know what lunchly is.
I was thinking it's a bit devastating if you're 30 plus doing this. but did not want to say it. So yeah, no, it's cool. I would think the exact same. Lunchly. I mean, it's bad enough at 23, but yeah, I can get away with it right now. Lunchly. In 20 years' time, I can still look back at it and go, I was just young and stupid. Lunchly.
I've got my custom stream on Charles' name, my own gear. I'm big time now.
You are turbo. Lunchly. Young guy, you having a laugh? What? Lunchly.
Orlando had the chance of having his own gift. Hey, it's me, Orlando.
Lunchly. Nah, we ain't gonna die, don't worry. Lunchly. Jack, have you made the YouTube short yet? Yeah, Will did it earlier, didn't you? Lunchly. I ain't tried Lunchly. We're from the UK, innit, so we can't really buy it over here.
I'm sure it's not that bad.
I'm sure it'd be alright. Lunchly.
Imagine we got it and we were just like...
Lunchly. Cheese is mouldy. Lunchly. But
if we got it in when...
Lunchly.
It's the best thing I've ever tried in my life. Would you believe it? Probably not.
Lunchly. If it's the nicest thing I've ever eaten, I'll still bite and go, that's alright, you know.
Yeah.
That's actually alright. Lunchly.
Lunchables are the true OG, yeah.
Lunchly.
From the Giat to the Sigma to the Sigma.
I'm
back from Fortnite event.
Lunchly.
Hope you didn't get too wasted. Wouldn't want to try it, but I would guess it's mid at best for a snack.
Listen,
Yeah.
if I'm driving past a shop and there's a Mackey's at the side, I ain't going and going, oh, I'll grab a lunchbox. Lunchly. I'm getting a big dirty Big Mac or something. Lunchly. Double quarter pound of cheese. Lunchly.
There's football in it. Nah.
Hello, football edits. Lunchly.
Take over.
Have you finished?
Yep.
Lunchly.
Why are we doing this again?
Lunchly.
Number one, ran out of ideas. Number two, ran out of ideas. Number three, it works. Well, in a robot voice, can you say your monthly membership has run out? Please press 1 if you would like to access a new one. There you go.
Lunchly. For example, Prime is disgusting. I got it for free in the street, but could not drink it because of how sweet it was. I went home and had to mix it with water. See, it depends which one you get. I don't actually think they're that bad. Some of them I've had they're alright. Lunchly.
When someone says, it's not for me, I don't really like it, I believe them. But when someone says, it tastes like dog shit, I would rather lick balls than try it. You're like, we all know you're lying because it's not that bad.
Some of them I ain't gonna lie. I tried the red one. I was like, that's fucking, I can't drink that. You have to switch it over.
Yeah.
I was like, I couldn't drink that. But then the green one wasn't too bad.
I like the blue one.
I like the pink one.
Lunchly,
Pink one
lunchly,
was nice
lunchly,
for me.
lunchly.
Shout
Shout
out
out
Ryan. Ryan.
Rian.
Was
it Ryan? Lunchly.
Let's fucking go. Cooking now. Right, hit 10K. I'll load it up.
Lunchly. That's the N word in Latin. Wow, you're a racist, Stormy. Lunchly. I made a Mr. Beast short edit and he got 6k views.
Oh, rate it. Fair play. Jump on it, keep doing more.
Lunchly. Disgusting might be a bit over exaggerating. Yeah. Lunchly.
If there was absolutely nothing else to drink and that was there, you'd be pretty happy with it. You'd be like, oh sweet, I need a drink. Like, nah, don't get me started on iced tea, right? Anyone that sits there and says iced tea tastes nice, yeah, you are mental in the head. That shit tastes like ass.
Literal piss.
Literally piss.
Literally. Oh, it's not working for some reason.
Huh.
Oh, it is. Well, I have a great
I've
shot.
never tried Prime yet.
1K.
I just don't have. I don't drink energy drinks in general. They're not really.
Yes,
I wouldn't say they're really energy
it's Redeem
drinks.
78 if you want to try it.
Saying. It's drinkable. It was pretty fine mixed with water, actually. I just hate how sweet it was. It is sweet. They are ridiculously sweet. Listen, if I walk into a shop here and I see Prime or a bottle of Coke, I'm taking the bottle of Coke. I have a great short. I'll keep going until 1K. I rate it. Oh shit. Just ended the stream.
Ah, so quick. I
Should have repeated it.
Yeah.
Get Dylan Page in here.
This is the best day ever.
What's doing? Is he just ended the stream?
No, I think it's just lagged. Lunchly. But I only made it 200 though, Turbo, so, you know, technically you can spam it. Lunchly.
There's no sound coming from this thing anyway.
Lunchly. Oh.
He fully fucked it.
No. Oh, don't tell me he's been saying KSI and his audio is not on. Okay.
It has.
I made 0 subs and 58 anything off.
Who's that fat prick you've been watching? Oh, it's me. Fuck's sake.
I couldn't care less, Turbo.
Yeah. Lunchly.
Swiped off and then his audio just disappeared.
Lunchly. Ah. Rodblocks, it means it's void, mate. I'm joking.
Oh wait, it's back. It's back. It's live. It's live again. Okay, alright, he's back.
Lunchly. There we go.
I couldn't care less, Turbo.
Lunchly. Bro's getting off the Lunchly moaning, yeah. Lunchly.
What's this shit? What's this foolery right here?
What's he doing?
What?
What's he doing? Pausing his stream, going
No,
over about
watch.
Lunchly.
He's doing it
Lunchly. I saw that, he holded it.
What?
Lunchly. He knows we're watching him.
Yeah, he's doing it properly now, isn't he?
Lunchly.
Do you know what I'm saying? What the fuck is this foolery?
We got your Roblox, you little cheater. Lunchly.
Like, KSI.
Lunchly. KSI. Lunchly.
He ain't fooling nobody.
Lunchly.
I was gonna say, there's no way in that. Listen, I know how hard it is, Jan. You're telling me in less than 35 minutes you've done 10k.
I expect nothing less.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why does everybody repeat this challenge but just never do it legitly?
Lunchly. If you're gonna do it, just do it. Like,
Just do it properly.
Lunchly. You wonder why no one's watching because you're not doing it properly. Lunchly.
Could you imagine if you was watching us just constantly doing it, and just loads of times it's just like we swipe off it and we're just looking at YouTube watching someone else, and then we swipe off and we're looking at someone else, and you're just like, bro, are you ever gonna fucking just say it?
Not just that. Imagine if we just went lunchly.
Start pressing it like 10 times per one. And it's like,
Did KSI watch?
Yeah, he's seen it. Nah, he hasn't.
No, why? Lunchly.
Don't take over. Get on this grind. We're at 2 hours and 20 minutes and we're only quarter of the way through this 1,000.
Lunchly.
It's 10k.
We've got 25k to go. That's a long. Lunchly.
About 5 hours. What time are we on now? Nearly 8 o'clock. 5 hours will be midnight. Come on, let's get a grind on. It's actually possible. Finish it. Give me back. I'm ready. I can do this. Do you all not have a job? No offense. Yeah, we'll do video editing, but suck my balls, loser. Give me that. Come on, give me the keyboard.
I'm only 9 years old. Jack and Will, there's a good thing. There's a good chance Safe will say something about the car thing, because whenever he's on YouTube, you're the first thing that pops up. So when he sees you, he could remember. He was in the stream yesterday, but I like to hear that. Steak on the chat, and the air's got cracked. Famous YouTuber linked up. That's a fact.
Me and Steak are like that. That's what you don't understand.
I make the same money as Steak as well. TAQ plays.
We're both millionaires.
Yeah.
Living
the same kind of house. It's pretty obvious right now. Somebody told me to go to Athens and make a video there. What should I reply back? I'm joking, I have no idea what you should say, Jacob. Yo, saying lunchly 1 million times is insane. It is pretty insane. And on one stream, you guys popped up and it says lunchly 1 million times and you didn't even care. Yeah, because he's already
clicked. Listen, Stormy, he clicked on it in the first hour of us going live on the first day, and he put round two. Lunchly. He's not going to just every time he sees it like, oh, I forgot that they were doing that. Yeah. You know what I mean? He's not an idiot. Lunchly. True. What? Really? Did you not know he actually joined, Stormy?
We must have said it about 5 times. We said, oh yeah, Stormy. Steak was literally in the chat earlier, and he commented saying round 2, and you were like, yeah. Friday it's going down. Oh my god, my cookie.
You don't even know who you are, Stormy. Lunchly.
Roblox, you cheated.
Yeah, you cheated, Roblox. I'm watching you. Lunchly.
Stormy had the Fortnite event on his mind, yeah. I've done the video on Discord, posted it on Discord. I'll check it out later.
You said KSI 10,000 times in 35 minutes.
I did it. It went copyrighted.
Lunchly. Bullshit. Lunchly.
Why don't we get copyrighted? We've said lunchly and Mr. Beast.
Lunchly. You let me down, Roblox. I thought you was going to do it legit. Lunchly. Lunchly.
I
Nah,
listened
don't
to
reset.
something,
Don't
fine,
reset.
I did it like
Lunchly. Unless you're gonna go to like 100k, I don't think many people are really gonna care.
You just spent 40 minutes doing it. Like that could have easily been like easy couple K, easy 5k, maybe 2k, 3k.
Do you know who I do actually rate now? After like loads of people tried copying, yeah, Byron. He actually did it legit. So
pack up.
Lunchly.
But he only managed to get to about 10k.
He went further than that, about 20k, and then he got banned.
We're not laughing at you.
Lunchly. No, it's funny because he was actually killing it. Lunchly.
For some reason, chaos is hard for me.
Try Lunchly. Lunchly.
You started a war that will never end. He always sees me and chat and reads mine too. Big up. You started a war that will never end.
You know, if he ever joins, yeah,
I was in bed.
I might turn around to him and go, "Oh, Dave, do you know who Stormy is?" And he's going, "Who?" Could you imagine how violated Stormy would feel? Just like, I thought you read my chats. I thought we were friends.
Yeah, Steve, your biggest fan, Stormy Old, and he'd go,
Yeah. Oh, Stormy, yeah, that guy.
Stormy Old.
Lunchly.
That loser. I was in bed when he said that. Oh yeah, you were in bed, alright.
Steak.
I mean, you guys have said it. Should I reset it? I don't know. It's completely.
If I was you, I wouldn't waste your time.
Yeah.
Unless you're gonna do it. Unless you're gonna do it like properly and like legit, and not just be like gay sigh, and just click it a million times before you even think it. You know, there's certain parts you did do it legit. I ain't gonna lie, but then majority of the time
he
you
always sees me in chat and chat. No shit.
Lunchly.
He doesn't know me. There's about 3,000 people in stream. You have about 20. No shit, sure. Like, these guys
getting salty.
That really got to me. That did.
It's funny. Lunchly. Your voice is going.
I just leave it.
Lunchly. Yeah, I wouldn't bother doing it. Lunchly. No, I know what you're saying, Stormy. It's true.
We're only joking.
Lunchly. But you do need to get his dick out of your mouth, mate. His balls just like. Lunchly. He always reads my chat, but he never reads it out loud. Lunchly. He's looking down at his tab figure where it's saying how much money he's made. He's just like, yo, chat. Lunchly.
Today we're going to talk about Bell of the Wall. Looks at the money just going up.
Lunchly. He's not stupid. He's smart. Lunchly.
Milking Bella.
Lunchly. No, but even Steak knows that he's milked it. Lunchly. I don't blame him. Listen, if I could make videos on Bella the Wolf and get that much money, yeah, I'd be doing it.
He made a video showing all of the videos with the money that he made.
I've seen it on the short way. It's my
dad's
fault. You know what?
Respect, because I wouldn't want to do that.
Lunchly.
0, 0, 0.
Everyone's saying I'm milking Mr. Beast. Look how much money I've made. Everyone's going, oh god, that's embarrassing. Get a job, loser. Lunchly.
I'll do an impression of Steve.
Lunchly. No, I don't. Lunchly. Would that break your heart, Stormy, if genuinely he joined, yeah? And I went, oh, do you know who Stormy is? If he just went, no, would that break your heart? Lunchly.
Does it annoy you that Steak genuinely does know us?
Lunchly. Fuck no, don't care. Yeah. No, I would never do that, Stormy, because I wouldn't want to do that. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
He joins
lunchly,
the
lunchly,
chat.
lunchly,
Hey, how's it going, Jack and Will?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Hi,
lunchly,
Stormy.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Who the fuck
lunchly,
is that guy?
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'm joking.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Oh, that does make me laugh.
It does make
Sorry,
me laugh.
Stormy.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Oh, I haven't drank anything all day.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Go get a
lunchly,
drink.
lunchly.
I'll help
You hold
Lunchley.
hostage or something in your room.
Yeah.
So you must say KSI without drinking. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
I
lunchly,
should be in
lunchly,
bed for
lunchly.
this.
That is literally
Stayed up.
torture. Lunchly.
When I get a PC, I'll try it
Lunchley.
again. Yeah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Sorry, he didn't let us down. Don't worry, don't worry. We're not. We couldn't.
Lunchly. You didn't let me down.
We couldn't
don't
care
worry.
less. Nah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. You smashed it. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. I wish I could do 10k as quick as you.
At least you
Lunchly,
tried.
lunchly,
you know what I
lunchly,
mean?
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
His steak built like an egg. Who
Lunchly,
agreed with
lunchly.
me?
I'd be honest now.
He's actually like in good shape.
He's thinner than me.
I
I'll
wish
be
I
honest.
was like
Lunchly,
his size.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I'm
lunchly,
massive.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
So
lunchly.
today
Oh,
we're
he's
back
back.
to milking our
Lunchly,
bamboo.
lunchly,
So
lunchly,
basically,
lunchly,
community
lunchly,
apology video, and we're going to try not to
lunchly,
laugh.
lunchly, lunchly,
Let's get into this
lunchly,
milking
lunchly.
stream. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Next time KSK should remove the set start. Why?
Why?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It's only because if it ever cuts off and I'm like, oh shit, now I'm back at zero. I can't start at where I last started on the last stream.
Or if you get a new computer, you can start it.
Maybe I did some
100K.
naughty stuff on stream. Don't be doing any of that shit. I've already said you're really young. Big up, Nathan. These two Mongols have missed these 3 million times.
Spelled Mongol.
These 2 balls are in Stormy's mouth. Oh, so you did cheat, Roblox. You actually openly cheated. Like letting you know. So you went to 3k and then you just skipped to 9.9k. Everyone can see through that.
I love a pint and another line. Got another pint and another line.
I fucked that up.
No,
Stormy, you can even admit that's funny.
Stormy, be honest, if you had this chance, would you give steak the heart to
In Stormy's, mate, like, well, yeah, because then I could tell all my friends.
I couldn't care less.
Mate, you sucked a dick.
I couldn't care less to it.
You sucked someone's balls, man. Chill. Fucking mash tag, lady. Isn't this tiring? Very tiring. But we've done it before, we'll do it again. Just remember that, lad. I said that you look like... Don't even. Listen, whatever you say, Stormy, I don't mind.
What's that? I can't hear you.
Hey, weren't you subs 30k? Yeah, we got botted yesterday. We did say yesterday. Yo, where the fuck did the... I could care less than Turbo get come from. Will did it.
I did it. No, it's
Just put the mode.
Yes.
It's a pretty good gif.
I
I like my cheese moldy, bro. We need a hog rider. Oh, if you let us.
Do you want your own gif? Points. Do you want your own gif, Orlando? Lunchly. Hey, it's me, Orlando. Lunchly. I could, yeah. Ooh, new vid. I would do it right now. Lunchly. But that's up to you. Lunchly. Tell me
oh,
what
he's
to say.
meaning a new vid. He don't want to do that one. That's why.
What about the one you did before? He's like, no, because I don't like the way I sound in that one. Lunchly.
Hello, Ninja. How's it going?
Lunchly, yeah.
You look
sure,
like
why
Jack.
not?
Can't be asked to read it.
Okay.
Stop torturing yourself. No, it works.
Lunchly, yeah. Use that
No,
one.
I feel that's a violation. I
I
don't want to
do.
do that to Orlando.
Lunchly,
I like Orlando. I don't want to violate him.
What if I didn't show you? What if I didn't show your face? It's just audio clip, so no one knows it's Orlando, and we can just we can joke that it's Orlando, but we know it is actually Orlando.
Yeah, but it's still a violation.
But everybody else will just think
I don't want to do that.
it's.
I was doing this so much I didn't drink nothing and my armpits are getting sweaty.
Then just put Hog
These
Riders
weak
the
arms are
picture.
heavy.
That's what I was thinking.
Just put the mole back in the lunchy, bro.
Be funny though if he just says, "Hey, it's me, Orlando." Hog Rider. Just like, wait, so it is Orlando. Lunchly.
I don't want to do it all Orlando.
Only if
press my
you
keyboard
literally
10K
genuinely
times and not
won't
say
be
it.
bothered about it.
What's good, guys? I'm gonna be saying Jack and Will 500 times tonight or tomorrow. Nah, say someone more.
That's crazy. You actually want that as a kid.
Yeah, I wouldn't be bothered. Well, yeah, but you say that until everyone's sitting there laughing, going, "Is that actually Orlando?"
Lunchly.
Nah, I don't want to do it because I don't know whether you can get done for shit like that.
Lunchly.
Nah, I'm gonna be doing Jack and Will first. Alright, big up Super Poppy.
Lunchly. What are you doing?
She's gonna say our name 500 times.
Alright, sweet.
I'll take that. Your parents not think you're weird though. Like, why are you saying these two losers' name 500 times?
Let me have a look at them.
Oh, them twats.
Fucking losers. Lunchly.
What if I made a new vid?
Lunchly.
How about making a new Hog Rider vid?
Lunchly.
I don't know. It's too much of a violation.
What if it was just no, give me my freaking 20,000 points?
Yeah, I think
that's
not too bad.
Like, whereas Hog Rider's like,
I don't want it to come on and Orlando literally sit there going, "Fuck, why have I done that?"
Lunchly.
Yeah, do that. Yeah. All right, Will can cook that up.
Lunchly. I feel like that one's less like.
Here's my hand. You know what I mean? I just premiered a video about the new event.
Lunchly. Orlando really wants to be bullied. Let him. Lunchly. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points. Lunchly. I premiered just posted a new video about the event.
I'm on a look.
Lunchly. You got a problem with me meat riding steak? Are you jealous that you don't have steak and only meat ride your lookalike? What?
I ain't seen no premieres.
Lunchly.
Refresh.
Lunchly. Which account is it on? Lunchly.
Wait, let me have a look. What the I'm watching your. Let's have a look what that Fortnite event was about. That's enough for me.
That Fortnite event looks good, you know.
Yeah, it looks very good.
Lunchly. I just think the OG one is better.
Send you a new. Give me my freaking 20,000 points.
He's just.
It's up to you, Orlando. What do you put?
I could send you a new one actually. I just watched it back and
give me my freaking 20,000 points.
Now give me my freaking 20,000 points. Hello, Veronica Hernandez. Lunchly.
I'm only having a laugh. Big up. Lunchly. You know we're only taking the piss.
Lunchly. We don't actually think you.
No, I don't.
You're a meat rider.
You are a meat rider,
Yeah.
but it's not that bad.
Lunchly.
Could be worse.
Lunchly.
So I'm back after a long time. Hello, Green Glass Tile.
Lunchly.
HH Great Big Fan. Hello.
Lunchly.
I'll send a better one.
Lunchly.
But if I don't think it's better, I'm using the odd one.
We mad if we clicked on, "Hey, it's me, Orlando." You're like, what the fuck?
Sends it you. Yeah.
It's been
it's me, Orlando.
It's been 6 months. What happened? Lunchly.
So fun and games until someone from Orlando School finds this channel. No one's finding us. We're nobody's.
Lunchly.
Mooney.
Mr. Beast joins.
Be right
Hey,
back.
it's me, Orlando.
Then
Hey, it's me, Orlando.
Say
Could you imagine that?
times. No worries, Super Poppy. What?
Mr. Beast joins. Hey, it's me, Orlando. He just keeps spamming it. He's like, yo, Mr. Beast knows my name. Lunchly.
Roadblocks.
Lunchly. Be right back. I'm going to record it and then premiere the saying Jack and Will 500 times.
Wait, so you're going to record yourself saying Jack and Will 500 times and then you're going to premiere it after?
Go live. Well, no,
you might not be able to.
Actually, I don't want to. Nah, do whatever you want to do. I don't want to. Lunchly.
Who the fuck is that online?
Lunchly. Somebody
that
give
would
him
be clever. That would be
points.
clever if they did all join at the end and he's just sat there going, "Hey, it's me, Orlando." Just be like, "Listen, I was there. Mr. Beast knows who I am."
Lunchly.
I'll see your name 1K times. Don't do it.
Lunchly. Listen, I always say, don't say our name. Say someone else's. Like 500 times is all right because I feel like you could do 500 really quickly, but like 1,000, just say 1,000 times. One sec.
Make sure you get a drink first, yeah, because you where you going? That's the vid I want you to use. It's just going to be him with shades on, everything. Just like, fuck you, Jack and Will stream. It's me, Orlando. As he takes off his shades.
To do it. Now, give me my freaking 20,000
Subscribe to Orlando.
Orlando is a knob. Right, let me check this out. Check it out.
Lunchly.
Do you just want the double round? Do you just want the give me my freaking 20,000 points, or do you want? I guess we could do. It's up to what would you? How would you like it? Read my message. We'll meet at this party. Oh my god, this party. Right, mate, calm down. Okay, I'm not bookie. Have a picture, yes, mate. Yeah, you can. I'm not a bookie, but yes. That is amazing. Yeah,
Stormy meeting steak. Lunchly.
Hey, it's me, Stormy. Oh, hey, Stormy.
Lunchly. Parrot over it.
And then he gobbled.
Lunchly.
And then he gobbled away.
Lunchly. Lunchly. I don't know what the fuck you'd use as the image for the GIF log. We'll just use a picture of you. Do you know where you go, hard rider? Or just use that face. Lunchly.
Are you defo sure you want to use it?
I like that turbo, but I'm not going to do it because I won't be able to sing it in the right way. Lunchly.
Everyone.
Lunchly.
Sign the contract, big boy.
Lunchly. Jack, what's your math? You say. What the fuck are you talking about?
This is your last chance to not do it. Deadly sure, just don't use my face. We wouldn't. That'd be sly.
Can we just use your hand then on that one where it's like, where he does that with his hand? Lunchly. I believe you, James. Lunchly. Just try and find a gif of him like waving or something, and then just have it like, hey, it's me, Orlando. You know what I mean? Lunchly. My vid got 50 views already. Hey, decent. Hey, you're no longer a member. What's happened? You're on a different account. Lunchly. Can't spell lunchly without two L's. You can't. Don't worry about it, Jason. You don't need to apologise. Evening, Lottie. How's it going? Bro, you guys are 10,000k far. Wait, yeah, 10,000k far. Yeah, we are. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly,
We're getting there.
Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. You can make the friends. Oh, friends. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. The gift gonna be fire. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly.
As long as you're okay.
You're 100% sure, yeah, Orlando. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Just to clarify though, Orlando, yeah, you ain't getting a million points for that one. It would have only been for the Hog Rider. At least I'm not no fucking squeaker, lol. That's true. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Why is it such bad quality? Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. It's well nice. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
No fucking way you're doing it again. Yeah,
Lunchley,
man.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
Why is it not downloading?
Lunchley, Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Where you been, Ronnie? Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
downloaded the dog shit.
Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley. Just screen record it using OBS. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. I'll be glad to join you in Table Turbo, lol. Fair enough. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
To be fair, Tables was already a meme, so that like.
Yeah, it wasn't really like a thing. I changed it to 100 times. Super Pop, but you let me down. Lunchley, Lunchley,
You realise how hard
but
it
you
is.
realise she's saying Jack and Will.
Jack and Will, Jack and Will, Jack and Will,
Lunchley,
Jack and
Lunchley,
Will,
Lunchley,
Jack and Will,
Lunchley,
Jack and Will,
Lunchley, 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 Jack and Will, 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 Jack and Will. Boom. Lunchley, 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 what? Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Yes, Nukes Big Bro, yes, Mr. Melon, yes.
Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley,
James
Lunchley.
Gaming.
Hello, Maxim. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
No, I appreciate you regardless.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. I'm just going to say Jack and Will once. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm going to premiere it as well. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Go fuck yourself.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
No,
We're gonna
20,000 points.
use not Rick and Morty. What's it?
Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty.
Mordecai and Rigby. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Who the fuck is Jack?
Can I get the hey, it's me Orlando? Is that not that?
Lunchley, Lunchley. That's what I wanted. I just wanted like to wave like hey, it's me Orlando. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. What's this for? It's for Orlando wants us to make him a GIF, like so he can use it of himself.
It's not working for some reason.
When do I get timed out or hidden?
You're using the second bit.
Lunchley, Lunchley. Why are you guys torturing yourselves from doing this again? Because I ain't done with Mr. Beast. I'm gonna get his attention.
Can I not have the? Hey,
I've never heard of Jack and Will in my life. Who the fuck are they?
I know that's what Mr. Beast said.
Nobody's mate. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. The OG video too cringe. Which one's the one where it's like, hey, it's me Orlando?
Can I not have that one?
I want the hey, it's me Orlando. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. That's not that bad.
It's me Orlando.
It's me Orlando. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
No.
Okay.
No. Cringe as
fuck. He definitely put his voice on for that one there, innit? Hey, it's me Orlando.
Everyone.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
Lunchley,
Lunchley, Lunchley.
Subscribe to Jack and Will.
Lunchley, Lunchley. Can't be as bad as what you showed us the other day, Orlando. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Yeah, let me take over whilst I wait, so I can do a quick 500.
Okay, alright.
You can send a new one of him going,
Hey, it's me, Orlando.
It's me, Orlando.
You asked for this, Orlando.
Lunchly.
In a minute, I'm just gonna go.
Yes,
have
have all of them in a collage. Yeah, collage, montage. Fuck off.
Sit down and just say lunchy, mate.
Lunchly. Well, I send you a video of everything you need.
I'm open to hearing him go, yo, it's me, Orlando. I just be like, wanker.
Lunchly. Okay. Lunchly. Can you read? Oh, it's just disappeared.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah,
Let me go on it.
Okay.
Lunchly.
Apparently
a random church in Switzerland put an AI chatbot, Jesus, in it, which is fucked up. Yeah, that's pretty messed up. Can't be hooking doing that.
I'm
working on a thumbnail for saying your name.
Okay.
Nice.
Lunchly.
Am I going to get timed out or hidden again? Depends if you keep going on about being timed out or hidden. I'll time you out.
You guys love suffering, don't you? Yes.
Yes.
Lunchly. Could you all smile so I can put it in my thumbnail? We don't smile.
I don't smile. I'm a very serious guy.
What's the thumbnail about? Saying
It's
our
saying
name.
our name, yeah. Fuck his algorithm up. Just get your cock out.
Lunchly.
No, you get more views for that, to be fair.
Lunchly.
Oh yeah, put your hand up.
Lunchly.
Just take one of our thumbnails and use our faces off that.
Lunchly.
Alright.
Lunchly.
Wrong finger, Jack.
Lunchly.
No, I used the right finger.
Yeah, what you
Might have looked a bit dodgy because it's inverted, but it was definitely my middle finger.
Definitely the middle finger. What?
That's what I'm saying.
Lunchly.
It's like, fuck you, mate. Fuck you.
Is that what you did?
No.
Oh.
I actually used my middle finger for the first time.
Lunchly.
It's premiering. I'll check it out, Poppy.
Lunchly.
It's me, Orlando.
That means it's going live.
Everyone.
I've not got it.
It's not coming through, Orlando.
It's not been sent, Orlando.
Everyone.
Everyone.
It's me, Orlando. Yes, Paul.
Hi.
Not another one. Yes, another one, Zombie King. We're at it again.
I sent it.
What's your favourite moment of the whole channel besides 3 million? All we've literally done is 3 million. I enjoyed the Blackpool. No one else did.
The best one was the shooting. Lunchly.
Maybe the shooting all the
Lunchly.
I sent it. Everyone. One sec. How's it going, Paul?
Lunchly. Ah, it's arrived. Destiny arrived.
Is it come through? Yeah.
Lunchly. Gonna try and get my PC fixed Monday. Hopefully it gets sorted. Hopefully, if it's just CPU, you did put thermal paste on it, didn't you? Lunchly.
Oh, is it fucked up because he's done that?
Yeah.
Ooh. I know when I once installed a CPU on a really shit PC, I had to update the BIOS. Don't know whether that'll help you in any way.
Yep. Lunchly.
Jack to cap up the good work. Appreciate that. The last one didn't send, this one sent it. Check Discord, it's popped up here.
When it popped up,
it
it was just like an irrelevant clip, and you're like, I didn't mean to send that. It's like, Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. It's like, oh shit.
Hey, it's me, Orlando.
Yeah,
he's put his voice on. He's put his voice on.
What?
His big boy voice.
Hey, it's me, Orlando. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
He's not stupid.
Yeah, it's me, Orlando. My balls dropped like 3 years ago.
I'm
Lunchly. Hey, big up Poppy.
Made us a mod.
Pinned me and made me a mod, yeah. I need to turn it up. Are you trying to like hide from somebody? It's like I like it. I like it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I didn't lie about it. Respect. Well, I had to go slightly deeper because the feed makes me sound so weird.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You're alright. Why your sub count dropped? Because we got butters. We said it about 500 times yesterday.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Hey, it's me, Orlando.
I've got to put that
Now
in
give me
there.
my...
Everyone go watch Poppy. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Make sure you like it as well. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Poppy is quiet as fuck. It's like she's like, my parents are asleep. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
yeah, he knows it. I bet he hates it. I know you don't like hearing yourself.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. So next time he's walking past like his parents or something, he's got it on and just hear, hello, it's me, Orlando. They're like, Orlando, why are you coming out of YouTube? Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
That'll do. I'm not trying to.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
That's why I didn't congratulate. Yeah, exactly.
Everyone, make sure you like Poppy's video, innit? It's on 3 likes at the minute. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I can go deep when necessary. So can Stormy. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
Mr.
Lunchley,
Lunchley,
Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley,
Mr. Beast,
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Fair play, Poppy. I rate it. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Did you see the Fortnite live event? It was crazy. Ice Spice. That just. I'm gonna stop right there. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
They saw it because of me.
Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley.
What's that?
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. You're more whispered. I won't lie, but fair play. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Poppy,
Lunchley,
yeah?
Lunchley, Lunchley. It's a man, baby. I'll check it.
Yeah. Deeper than Orlando.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
Now
Lunchley,
give him his
Lunchley,
freaky
Lunchley,
20,000
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
That should be
when we
good.
come to Switzerland, you'll get a voice review. Haven't I heard your voice yet, Turbo? I swear I did.
It's like voice, yeah,
some different language. Lunchley, Lunchley,
Harry
Lunchley,
Potter.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. The Ice Spice part was cringe. Yeah, certain things should just stay away from Fortnite. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
She's baddie,
lunchly,
she knows
lunchly,
she's
lunchly,
10.
lunchly,
She's
lunchly,
baddie with her
lunchly,
baddie
lunchly.
friend.
That is something that I've seen with Kai Sinatra streams and stuff. Bear in mind, he has just like literal kids watching him, and he's just got girls twerking. It's like, don't know about that one. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Walks around going,
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
yeah,
lunchly,
like
lunchly,
his booty.
lunchly. Yeah, but I get that. That's like a meme thing. Like, yeah, you know. But literally having a girl twerking, you're like,
Yeah,
what's your
that.
age rate? Like, you know what I mean? Lunchly, lunchly,
colour's
lunchly.
Ruby
Don't get me wrong, I'm all for it. But realistically, lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Turbo's
lunchly,
only a
lunchly,
14 year older than me, innit?
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I've got a feeling that if Turbo did a voice reveal, it'd be a lot more like,
lunchly, lunchly.
hey, it's me, Turbo.
Turbo.
Now give me my
Lunchly,
freaking
lunchly,
20,000 points.
Lunchly. Hell. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 9. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
At any point, if you want to remove this, Orlando,
Lunchly,
you can.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I love a pint and another line. Then another pint and another line.
lunchly.
Oh, is that not a GIF?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I ain't removing it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. When you hear the hog rider, you're gonna go fuck off. Take that down. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. If you want to know my name, ask Jack and Will. If you want to know what I look like, ask Table. If you want to know what I sound like, ask Nightmare. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Actually, saying that, yeah, Turbo. You've never had like a mic on like Fortnite, right? Just thinking of it now. Even though we don't actually have ours on, but should definitely jump on a mic call one day. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I see how good your English is. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Maybe one day. Yeah, yeah. Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Yeah, he's like, nah, fuck that. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Because I'd join and I'd go, hey, how's it going? And he'd just be like,
hello, it's me. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Next COD Zombies map comes out soon.
Why did that not work?
Well, how soon? Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Imagine eating 1 million lunchy. Imagine just being able to eat a lunchly in the UK. You can't. Very soon. Okay.
What does that mean?
Is that sooner than we'll finish this, or do you reckon? You know.
Is that for Black Ops?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
You guys ever played Ready or Not?
No.
Ready or Not? Here I come.
Lunchly, lunchly. That's hide and seek, isn't it? Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Could be whatever you want it to be.
5th of December. Okay, yeah, we'll be fucked then.
What's the OG Fortnite?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. So when you lot have sweated it and you know how to do the Easter eggs and shit, yeah, jump on with us, yeah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
could you look at the thumbnail I made? Where is it? It's on Discord.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Where is it?
Lunchly, 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 on his channel.
Oh, is there?
Super Poppy did come up with that idea first, ain't gonna lie. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I'm only joking, Roblox. Ready or Not is a hide and seek game. It's a game that I've played, that I've rage quit 7 times in the last week. Interesting. Well, do you know what? I like these rage games because I'm fucking sick of them. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
38 views.
That
can't be right.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Oh, did you see it? No, where is it?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
My channel
lunchly,
and on stream.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Oh,
lunchly,
okay.
lunchly,
Okay.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
You just check for me.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Oh, that's amazing. I've not seen it yet.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I like it. I like it.
Do you know what?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
It's not that
lunchly,
bad, it's good.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It's that good that it looks bad, if you know what I'm saying.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I appreciate that, Zap Clan. Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Took me 20 minutes. 20 minutes?
Lunchly.
Really?
20 minutes? Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I'm on iPad. Yeah, there's no excuses for that. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. No, I'm joking. Rod Blocks. It looks good. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Right, new gifts added. We're now up to 80. So, ooh, friend, give me my freaking 20,000 points. I couldn't care less, Turbo. I'll have a pint. It is criminal. Double chocolate, chunk chucky, whatever. I said it wrong.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
Yeah.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Delete it, delete it. It's on there now.
It
ain't going anywhere.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You know, deep down, it's like, oh, that's horrible.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro.
I like my cheese.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. What number is it? I don't even know. What number is it, Will? Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Now give me my freaking 20,000
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. What is it, 79? Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Hey, it's me, Orlando. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
He's partly
lunchly. He's spamming so he don't hear everybody just comment saying, "What the fuck is this shit?"
Finally,
sounds like a
changed
squeaker.
it to lunchly, bunchley.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
You can tell it's rehearsed.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Honestly, the other one would have been way better. Hey, it's me, Orlando. It's such a
freaking 20,000 points.
He put his heart and soul into that one. This one, he was just like, "Hello, it's me, Orlando."
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
My Jack's down into my sauce, and now he thinks everything's about him. He's like, "Oh, everyone's looking at me."
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. I think it's well cringe, Orlando.
It's proper cringy.
You sound so young. It's cringe, Orlando.
You're not hovering over. I just realised.
Oh,
people are typing and you ain't looking.
It's my bad. First one is way too cringe. I'm joking.
Nah, I'm joking. It's not even that bad. The first one was better.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Hopefully, he builds a bit of confidence with that one. He's like, "Fuck it, just use the hard rider," and you're like, "Yeah, that's a gift."
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I like the hog rider better. I find it funny. It makes me laugh, but I wouldn't use that.
Lunchly, nah.
Because people would just be like,
lunchly. How old's that kid?
Hog rider.
14.
Because you probably like go squeaky on it.
Lunchly.
That Juice WRLD live event was crazy. Was it crazy?
Lunchly. Early night then. He's so wrecked.
Yeah,
all the apple juice.
All the apple juice.
Lunchly.
You put your link in if you want, Orlando.
Lunchly.
I don't mind Orlando's link because his handle is Orlando. Make sure you sub to Jack and Will or something. Real one right there.
Lunchly.
Can someone do Harry the Hamster?
Yeah.
Have you not got 1,000 points? You should be able to do it.
Lunchly.
I don't post, but drop a sub, I guess. Everybody go like and subscribe to Orlando.
Lunchly.
Come on, Will, we've got this.
Lunchly.
It's not even 9 o'clock yet. Look, we're nearly at 80k already.
Lunchly.
I have a channel where I used to post. You do. Will had a fat lion too. He did have a fat lion.
Read that so wrong. So fat and well, and I thought, oh really? Lunchly.
You all hit 100k today, of course. We're going to try. Well, it'll be early hours tomorrow morning, but we'll do it in the stream. Some prestige Roblox Arsenal content, you need to find Orlando's other channel. I don't think he's going to give that out lightly.
I've got it.
We watched it on stream, didn't we? It's bad how I've been messing up both of your names for the past 3 months. You're not a real one, that's why, Dan Black.
Lunchly. How do you bot subs? Well, I'll tell you how I did it yesterday.
What you have to do is you have to come up with a crazy idea where some idiot out there who likes to bot finds it and then he just randomly does it and you're like,
Lunchly. I think what's more crazy is the fact that it's 4 years ago.
It's not that long ago.
Lunchly.
That's why everyone knows you're bullshitting with this gift for Orlando. You're like, yo, it's me, Orlando.
Lunchly. In a year's time, you'll do another one. It will genuinely be, hey, it's me, Orlando. You're like, fucking hell.
I was fucking 10.
Lunchly. Lunchly.
Give it back.
Lunchly.
Now give me my
Lunchly.
I like it.
Lunchly.
Give me my $20,000. Alright, give me back.
Lunchly.
I couldn't care less, Turbo.
Yeah, I can
Lunchly.
I do like number 80 though.
Lunchly.
At least now if someone popular joins the stream, you can be like, quickly, they're going to hear my voice. It's just if you're on State Stream and he just goes, the fuck's that weirdo? And you're like, oh, violated. Here it is.
Lunchly,
that's the best one.
Stormy would do it, but I love you, steak. You just whack it on to steak joints. It's like
steak. It's me, Stormy. That's what it'd be. Why is Turbo's only 200? Because it was so short, and I wasn't planning on making anybody else's like gift.
Please
let me hack 2 on it. Could you add me on your points or will like saying I will be honest with you?
No.
It don't work unless it's like natural, but it's got to be funny, but also like. I feel like these lot have been in the stream since like sort of day one. I trust that I'm not going to get a random message through one day saying like, you've been banned.
You took my son and put him on as a GIF.
Yeah.
Ah, shit.
He said he was fine with it.
You have to say Mr. Turbo Cat.
Yeah.
You
can't do it like
The last one you have
Hello,
to go,
Natasha.
Mr. Turbo Cat.
20,000 points.
Why y'all saying Mongery Lunchly rip off 1 million times? We're trying to get Mr. Beat's attention. That's the reason why we're saying Lunchly. I'll do it louder then at the end scream it. You know it'll be
Mr. Turbo Cat. But I don't appreciate that you're doing his 200 times. You only did ours once, 100 times.
Let's see how it is.
That's not very fair.
Jack and Will, Mr. Turbo Cat. Speaking of hog riding, Junie fucking hog rides Ludwig. Does he?
Does he actually? He's kept that one quiet.
Yeah.
That's
okay, Will. Yeah. I'll do yours 500 times tomorrow.
Nah, it's all good. I'm only joking.
Damn, he's giving his points away. Wait, who is? Oh, Logan. He literally is always yapping about going to watch Ludwig instead. Oh, what a meat rider. Are you the guys that said I should speak to 100,000 times and at the end you shall I meet? I don't think so.
Nah, that ain't me. Never said I should speak to name. But I might.
Said I should speak. No, that was Miss Paradox 6000.
Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
No, give me my
freaking 20,000 points.
I don't want to be hearing that when I'm trying to sleep. Lunchly.
Oh, it's making me tired.
It
sounds like Orlando. It does. You're about that, lads. No worries, Super Poppy.
No worries.
4K for real, damn, that's long.
I couldn't care less, Turbo. Lunchly.
Oh man, I'm getting fucking tired.
Lunchly. Nathan hitting 300 hours soon. Sheesh.
That is crazy. Fair play on Nathan.
Lunchly. To be fair though, Orlando's on 212.
I did see that as well. I thought Orlando's
Tables
not that far
12 hours away from 200. Nearly 4 people with 200 hours.
That is mental. Genuinely, you lot, legends.
Lunchly. Dub weights in the back of my GIF haven't been moved once. Lunchly. You can't. They're unliftable. That's why we have.
They're like Thor's hammer.
Yeah. Lunchly.
Nathan's a fucking legend.
Lunchly.
Why are you two coming to Stavanger and Norway again? Again? I've never been. I'd love to go. I'm almost 100 hours ahead of table.
Lunchly.
30 hours. Fair play, Roblox. Genuinely, anyone with more than like 10 hours is like, fair play. You've watched like a full series.
2 hours. 2 hours. You've watched a movie of the Jackanwell. Lunchly.
Do you want to go to Italy? I'd love to go to Italy.
Lunchly.
I'm 5 hours away
I've
from
been
300
to
hours.
Stavanger once. It wasn't too bad.
I'd go anywhere
I'd like
outside
to go
of the
anywhere
UK.
other than here. Lunchly. I watched over 100 Jackanwell movies. Like,
It's crazy.
That is mad. That's sad. Lunchly.
We're so boring as well.
Lunchly.
Jenny, could you imagine putting a video on and just sitting there, just listening to someone say Mr. Beast and Lunchly and shit?
Lunchly.
It would be boring if it wasn't like interactive.
If this got turned into a movie, nobody would watch it.
No.
Lunchly.
Watch like 300 Jackanwell movies.
Lunchly.
You lot are the real heroes.
Lunchly.
Just in our top 10 watch people, yeah, we'll be monetized off them.
Lunchly. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Lunchly.
I have way more hours than what it says. I'm just never active in chat. Well, that sounds like a you problem, like. Waymo actually has hours though. Waymo's an OG. Day 12 or something. So big up Waymo. When did that lot you join?
Probably like day 50.
Have a look. Let's see how OG you are.
Lunchly. Maybe I'm wrong there actually. Lunchly.
Nah, it won't be
I
day
know
50.
it's criminal. Lunchly.
We go down.
Oh,
Day 40.
actually,
You ain't no OG
surprised
like.
me. No. Check how OG I am. Oh, we shouldn't have done that. Lunchly.
I'll check everybody.
Lunchly.
Well, not everybody, anyway,
Lunchly. So am I close to OG? Hey, stat arrested.
Hey, stat arrested. How's it going, mate?
Lunchly.
You're actually more OG than Rodblock Sweat, though. Rodblock's your day 58, which is not OG at all.
I feel like Roblox Sweat might have joined on an old
On a different
account.
account, I'm thinking that as well. You've been around for time. Big up Stat Arrested. Stat Arrested.
Nah, this is my
I thought
old
it was
account.
Stat Arrested.
Stat Arrested, yeah. Oh, Stat Arrest.
It's
Yeah,
Stat
Stat
Arrested.
Arresting.
I thought it was
But now
Stat
it's Stat
Arrested.
Arrested.
Has he changed it?
Lunchly.
I was a silent watcher before. Nah,
Bullshit.
ain't gonna fool
Bullshit.
me.
I was watching since
Day 40 is still pretty good though. I ain't gonna lie. Day 40 is pretty mental.
Lunchly. But we'd already done the
We'd already hit 1 million
We
by
were
that
close
point.
enough to the 2 mil to be fair. Lunchly.
Not really.
I remember the first time I ever chatted in Jackanwill's stream. I remember it as well.
I remember Orlando.
Lunchly.
Tried violating me.
Lunchly. I was a fucking hater.
You thought you were smart.
Lunchly.
I'm both Stat Arrested
This
and
is
Stat
gonna take you
Arrested.
like months.
Big up Stat Arrested.
Yeah, no shit. Lunchly.
I've been watching since day 2, but I didn't chat.
Which one of you guys are Jack and Will?
I'm Will, he's Jack.
Oh yeah. Lunchly.
Came day 17. That does sound about right.
Lunchly.
But I saw your streams on day 1.
Lunchly. Nobody saw our streams on day 1. I literally took a calculator to do the math for that comment. I feel so ashamed. Lunchly. I bet he, yeah, he
I
just
actually believe that he did. He worked out.
It's going to take you months. Lunchly. No, you're not. JDW saw you on stream day on.
You did.
Yeah.
Fucking cocksucker.
And I hope he's watching now. And if he is, he'll be crying in his car. Lunchly. We ain't gonna make it to day 17, Lunchly. Because we'll have finished the challenge by then. Well, Will Bracers said no to you since day one. Well, Will Bracers said no to you since day one. You've confused me. JGW at 4
About midnight, Orlando.
I think I joined more streams than Will since day 11 since he was sick once. Nah, bullshit. Nah, because I still joined the stream when I was ill, so hold that. You know it's true as well. And I've been in the unlisted streams, the privated streams.
Listen,
you don't want to know about the first 5 streams that we did.
I have never not been in one of these streams on this channel. Well, neither of you, but when you look at it like all day, I fell asleep on the sofa, but I was still in the background. Lunchly.
Should we unlist the very first 4 live streams that we did on the channel?
Lunchly. Make them members only.
That's what I mean. Where we're sat there going, oh, it's fucking lagging. Well, this is fucking shit.
In one of them, I'm in a vest in it.
No.
You're on about those ones as well. No, they were videos.
Yeah, man.
And
we're talking like half an hour of me and Jack just going.
Lunchly. We'd have to watch through them and just make sure we don't say anything that could potentially...
We knew we were live at the time.
So I don't think we would have.
So we were prepared in our head to go online.
This is it. This is the one.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
And we're like, should we end it? We're like, fuck's sake, man, it's taking the piss. That's what it'll be a lot of, but I think it'll be quite funny.
Potentially.
I'll have to watch them first myself. Jack and Will unseen footage, yeah. Could be quite interesting. Because it'll make sense in the first stream why Jack goes, should we end it? And I go, nah. We'll just roll with this one now. Jack and Will lost tapes, yes. What's good, lads? I finished and now just getting the premiering ready. Okay. I like it. Logan, I'm better in Fortnite than you as well. Now, JK, you're a dummy. I've been here since day one. No, you haven't. Right, I need my fucking member. Best moment was when State joined your live stream. Hope he does again. He joined it yesterday, to be fair.
Yeah, he joined it yesterday.
I was about to say
Lunchly's
trash. I've never tried it. Mr. Turbocat is so much more easier than Jack and Will. How is it? Mr. Turbocat, Jack and Will.
Yeah, Jack and Will's way easy to say.
So much easier.
Lunchly.
The name was designed for that.
Mr. Turbocat, Jack and Will. Now, still, even if you're whispering it, Jack and Will's way easier to say.
Mr. Turbocat.
Lunchly.
Too much. Mr. Turbocat, Jack and Will. Do you know what I mean? How Southern says full, guys.
Lunchly.
So anyways, 1,100 people subscribed before me, XD.
Lunchly.
Right, I wasn't fucking whispering at this. We'll be the judge of that. Turbo, like, still borderline whispering.
Turbo, yeah. Lunchly.
Hey guys, welcome to say, welcome to my Mr. Turbocat ASMR. The first person to join your stream was GW, yeah. Logan, the lads hit 1k on day 12 is
Lunchly.
Took us about a week, yeah.
Lunchly. That first month was probably the best month because it was just like boom, hit 1,000 in like 2 weeks, and it was like shit. Then at 3 million, at 1 million, we hit 3,000 subscribers.
I think the reason it was the best because we wasn't expecting it.
Yeah.
So it was like
Then the second million.
everything was a
Second
like,
million, we'd gained about
sick.
2,000, and then the third one.
Oh no, yeah. At the end, but like the
Lunchly.
Yes, Alex Boyd, Vegeta, long time no see. What's good?
Lunchly.
Yeah. Not a lot to be fair, we just saying lunchly 1 million times. Pretty chill. We're pretty chill guys. That's insane. When I joined on day 11, you were on like 450. We were going up like 300 a day, subscribers wise. Why do I remember being at 1,000 subs? I remember when I subbed, I had already been watching for a bit. Nice. Logan Craig. Hello, UZBot version 1. So how have you been, guys? Been alright?
We've been doing
good. Live, laugh, love. The day I joined, the day was the day where you lads were gaining insanely quick, yeah. Almost ready. Okay. Logan and Logan. I remember that when I joined, I still had more subs than you. Yeah. And we shouting it. Jack looked rep for once. Pretty. Who are you? To understand. It's going to be tough to understand.
Who the fuck's Gamer Clips?
I don't even know. I thought you didn't join today. I found you lads through my recommended. I'm glad you did.
Lunchly.
My go. My turn. Lunchly.
But when I joined, Pablo was still chilling in the background.
Being chilling. Lunchly.
Real OGs will know that we didn't have Pablo at the start.
Lunchly. Yep. Lunchly. People like Jack Simonite.
Proper OG Jack Simonite is. Only real OGs know about TDX guy.
Or Marco. Marky. Lunchly. Lunchly.
Well, it's fly on my face, but it wasn't just my hat.
Lunchly. What's up?
Nothing.
Oh. Lunchly.
Saw something just dangle there, and I was like, oh shit, but it was just my hat, so it was not too bad.
Are you going to leave the Paul Ribena in the background?
Yeah.
Yes. Lunchly.
I know you didn't have Pablo at the beginning, but I didn't witness it.
Lunchly.
You're not OG like Blaze and Blake and Zion and all of those.
Lunchly.
None of you were here for the reset. No one was there for the reset, actually.
Apparently it's posted. Check it out.
Let me have a look.
Check it out. Lunchly. Oh.
You lied to me.
You lied
about the soup.
Lunchly.
You wasn't there for the reset. No one was there for the reset.
Lunchly. There actually was 0 people there.
Yeah.
Because I remember it happened and we were like, that would make for a good short.
Yeah.
And that short got 10,000 views.
10,000 views, man.
Which is
very mental because we can't even get that. Like
our first short.
Yeah. Hello, Soul.
Lunchly.
When the hours reset, he wasn't. He did straight away. He was like, fuck you, Chris. I had to go because my parents were sleeping.
Lunchly.
No worries, Dylan.
I said hour reset. Oh. Lunchly.
Oh, that reset.
How much money did you make during the last Mr. Beast live stream? Quite a bit. I won't lie to you. Christ a fucking bit.
Like I said, hour reset. What's the hour reset? I don't understand what the hour reset is.
Reset the hours, you.
Oh, the hour reset. Right. Okay, I get you.
Lunchly. You got donated 500, so yeah, no, we got a lot.
Oh, we did, yeah.
Lunchly.
All I will say about that is
money.
Is that your biggest donate ever? Yes.
Oh yeah.
Lunchly. It wasn't that deep. Lunchly.
Probably the best thing you ever did though, Wayne. Because now you don't have to like sit there and be like, oh, I think he's gaining on me on hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But just know Waymo was #1 hour.
Lunchly. What's the hour reset? Oh, the hour reset. That's chat logic for it, yeah. It should be ready now, lads.
No, if you'd have put plural, hours, I'd have been like, okay.
Lunchly.
But if you said the hour reset, I was thinking the hour reset.
Lunchly.
Oh, shit.
Lunchly. I would have overtaken Waymo sooner or later. Lunchly. I don't think Waymo will let himself get 200 hours or 100 hours. Lunchly. Who's this Roblox loser?
Dunno. Who are you, Roblox?
Lunchly. How much time will I get mod? 0.
You won't.
Lunchly.
The basement keeper went fuck off.
Lunchly.
You won't get mod.
Lunchly. Anybody that says, when am I going to get mod? Can I get mod now? Can I get mod yet?
How many hours do I have to watch before I get a mod? You don't. I will give mods randomly.
Lunchly.
Has Nathan changed his profile?
Lunchly.
Looks different, doesn't he? He has fully changed his profile picture.
Have you changed your profile picture, Nathan?
Of course he has.
I don't think he has. Lunchly.
I do think you would have got it, Turbo, yeah, 100%. Hello, Call of VR. Moth, the leg brick.
No. Lunchly.
Yes,
hey,
Mark M. He's becoming a regular again.
Lunchly.
I don't know why, but it's fun watching a person say lunchly 1 million times. It's crazy. We do anything other than saying things people don't watch.
Lunchly. Dang, I watched JACKANDWILL a lot recently. Big up Aiden Games.
Oh, I'm not hearing a Mr. Turbo Cat.
Bollocks. I'm not whispering. Don't worry though. Lunchly. Are you British or like American? You sound British. Lunchly.
Oh, no, look.
Hey, it's me, Orlando. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
Lunchly. It's not easier though.
No.
Why don't you use the magic.wf website?
It looks like it's an iPad.
Lunchly.
I'm not sure if you can do it on there, can you?
Maybe not. Lunchly.
Can you put thicker this on? No, because we'll get copyright.
Magic should work on mobile. That's what I thought.
Oh, alright.
Lunchly.
Because she won't actually know how many she's done.
Yeah, you can click / tap the screen to increase. Yeah,
I like it.
He's cooking. He is. Lunchly.
What is it? WTF?
Yeah.
Magics.wtf.
Lunchly.
Can you not hear it?
Lunchly. I am so fucking hungry. It's unbelievable.
I know I'm hungry as well. My stomach's gonna start doing it. Come on, scratch it
Lunchly.
My go anyway. Give it. Turn it up. That's as loud as it goes.
Get you.
In an hour's
That's
time,
as loud
it
as
will
it
be
goes.
10:15. I can't wait that long.
There you go. Now you should be able to. I put bass boost on.
They put sush. Lottie. All shout.
Sush.
Sush. Can't even spell. Child.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup. Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup. Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup. Mr. Turbo Cup, 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 Mr. Turbo Cup.
Cunt.
Mr. Turbo Cup,
Mr. Turbo Cunt.
Turbo Cup, Mr.
Oh,
Turbo
that's
Cup.
sweet.
Cup. Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup. Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup. 50 more to go.
Accent. 50 more to go.
50 more
50
to
more to
go.
go.
What accent's that?
Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr.
50 more to
Turbo
go.
Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo
Is
Cup.
that like,
I thought I've got it on the stream.
is that like Glasgow? 50 more
What
to
accent's
go.
that?
Birmingham, is that Birmingham?
Birmingham? Where's Birmingham?
50 more to go. Like, Miss Turbo Cat, Miss Turbo Cat, Miss Turbo Cat.
50 more to go.
Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr.
Middlesbrough.
Turbo Cup.
Ah.
Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr.
Middlesbrough.
Turbo Cup.
You can tell it's British though.
Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr.
You could
Turbo Cup.
take it down now. She's probably like,
Mr.
oh,
Turbo Cup,
I can hear myself.
Turbo Cup. Mr.
Derby,
Turbo
innit,
Cup,
lads?
Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup.
Derby's got the best accent. What are you saying?
Why the fuck did you put it on stream?
Just thought it was funny. Why? Is that? Did you not want that to happen?
Probably just cringy, like
Yeah,
watching
no,
it back.
no.
Do you know what I mean?
Nah, ain't that bad. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Why are you saying
lunchly,
fucking
lunchly,
lunchly?
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Why
lunchly,
trippy or is
lunchly,
it saying
lunchly,
avocado?
lunchly, 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 lunchly. I've liked the video anyway. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yes, John Stephen.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It's going gang.
Oh yeah, I want to see the last one.
Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo Cup, Mr. Turbo
Was
Cup.
Hey, it's me, Orlando. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
Let's just gonna scream it now.
Mr. Turbo Cup.
I like it. I like it.
What was that?
Exactly.
I like it. I like it. Fair play, Poppy. Fair play.
I respect it though.
So, Mr. Turbo Cat. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. That was like the quietest scream
Is that you,
I've
Orlando?
heard.
Yeah,
lunchly,
Orlando.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Yes, Tim
lunchly,
Bob.
lunchly, lunchly,
Yeah,
lunchly.
I did not have
Lunchly,
sexual
lunchly,
relations
lunchly,
with that
lunchly,
man.
lunchly, lunchly,
I'm
lunchly,
just
lunchly,
kidding.
Oh, I got it.
lunchly. I ain't got 500 yet. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Yeah,
lunchly,
man.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Like the stream,
lunchly,
everyone,
lunchly,
and subscribe if you haven't
lunchly,
already.
lunchly,
That's why I
lunchly.
like him.
That was crazy. Nah, I want that bad, Poppy.
Don't worry.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Mr.
lunchly,
Turbo
lunchly,
Cunt.
lunchly, lunchly,
How do you have braces, Will?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
The reason I've got braces is because my
Lunchly,
teeth
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
are
lunchly,
fucked.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I just want it to be tomorrow already. He's such a Fortnite laser. That's Orlando. Yes.
I
couldn't care less, Turbo. Cool channel, by the way. It's not, but I appreciate it. I am one. I'm a Fortnite nerd. I used to be fair.
I would have slapped you so hard if you had ever like come into my room like, yo, Jack, new Fortnite season's out tomorrow. I can't wait. I just want to get the fuck out of my room. Let me this. Lunchly.
That's my response.
Lunchly. No, you know what I mean though. I'm gonna fuck out my room. I'm just gonna hit this. Lunchly.
Right, yeah,
now you
yeah.
realise what I was meaning. Yeah. Lunchly. I actually wasn't an ARC nerd. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
We thought we would get good at art.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I took a picture of this red bird on the game. I put it on the Discord for an Ark server, and I was like,
does anyone want to buy it?
Anyone want this red pterodon? It's red. Thinking I was like,
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Later on, when I get into the Alpha tribe, everyone was laughing at me because they realised it was me. They were like, but it was you that put the red pterodon. I was like, yeah. They were like, ah! I thought that was a troll. I was like,
they thought he was a little kid just like, does anyone want to buy my red pterodon?
I just didn't know what I was doing.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
okay, since
lunchly,
day 2.1. I feel like you're bullshitting me. Well, I'm starting streaming in 10 minutes. Nice.
This 10 minutes is getting longer and longer, Rodbox.
I used to play the OG Fortnite Logan. I used to rock dual pump shotgun, mate. I used to be the GOAT.
Try saying lunchly a load of times, yeah?
Yeah. I had to delay
just to see how hard you struggle with it. Lunchly, 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 or Mr. Beast. Lunchly, lunchly. All right, bet. Yeah, let's do it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
How many times?
Just like how many did you do that? That was 200. Just do 100. Let's do 100.
Like 50.
50. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
lunchly over Lunchables at this precise moment. Yes, we're gonna lunchly one time, and he's gonna see it.
No worries, Super Puppy.
We're gonna say lunchly one more time. He's gonna see it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You should play Fortnite tomorrow and take a break from glazing Mr. Beast's food brand.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Never.
Lunchly, lunchly. What? So I can play Fortnite? Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
My turn.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Pat God, 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 God, Pat God, Pat. That's really hard to say, lunchly.
Lunchly.
Super Poppy's gonna find out. She's gonna just be like, lunchly. And she's gonna be like, fuck, how did they do it? Yeah, because I'm built
Turbo
different.
Cunt. Oh, what?
Turbo Cunt, yeah, that made me crease.
Lunchly. Lunchly, 40 was a turbo cunt, lads.
You're not hovering over it.
My bad. I didn't know that was up to me. I fucked it. It is criminal. Lunchly. We're gonna say lunchly one more time live on YouTube. He's gonna see it. Lunchly.
I could show you the outtake. Mr. Beast doesn't know what these two guys are doing right now.
Yeah, it is. Lunchly. You could have put 10% of effort in.
I did. That is
you
my
didn't.
10%.
Lunchly.
Listen, we'll show you the outtake one, yeah, that I do. Oh, do you want me to do it? I was like, we said fucking Mr. Beast's name.
I don't think we could.
No, I'm joking.
You might have said something like.
That's what I'm saying.
Lunchly.
Let's see the outtake. Nah, because it's bad. I
can't just be branded as a bloody.
Mr. Beast wouldn't like me.
Lunchly.
How do I send points?
Lunchly.
Exclamation mark, give points, space, the person's name, space, how many points. I can't, I genuinely, I actually can't.
Yeah, we would lose the YouTube channel.
Yeah, I won't be
Lunchly.
I know I look all innocent and everything on here, yeah.
Lunchly. You might be shocked, but he's actually an arsehole. Lunchly. Lunchly. Shut up.
Come on,
Lunchly.
Lunchly.
Done that fucking easy. I need to see that.
If it's lunchly, I'm not having it. Lunchly.
You gotta say it as fast as us, yeah?
Lunchly.
I bumped it up to 100.
Fuck off.
Maybe with the accents, you might be actually.
Lunchly. Not having that.
I'm not about that. She can do it quicker, mate. She can fucking do it for me.
Yeah, you beat us. Lunchly.
Do you reckon you can do it faster than us then, Poppy?
Lunchly.
So I smell bullshit. Just getting it ready. Why is listening to Super Poppy say Mr. Turbocat so funny? I actually don't know.
Oh yeah, easy ass.
Easy ass.
Lunchly.
Rumours must be true about exploiting his young viewers as kids. Buy Lunchly then.
Lunchly.
It's more appealing to kids.
Lunchly.
So fucking Haribos.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Well, where's that come from?
Lunchly. No, who did he base Kinder Eggs for? I'll be waiting.
Hey, it's me, Orlando.
Lunchly.
Don't ever violate fucking Mr. Beast like that.
Lunchly. No, get this person out of the chat.
So ban him.
Lunchly.
I'm only joking, don't ban him. Any of the mods sitting there go, I'll do it for you.
Lunchly. Get out. Lunchly.
Now give me my freaking 20,000
just deepen
points.
it, don't ban me.
But,
Yeah,
but that's just the same with anything.
Take away Mr. Beast as the guy who owns Lunchly, yeah? And just look at the food industry as a whole.
Are Lunchables branded towards kids?
Bollocks.
Or adults?
Who's Happy Meals for? Because it's for a child. And that's chips and a burger. Do you know what I mean? Lunchly.
Okay, so don't come into my chat talking
What's
rubbish.
healthier? An Happy Meal or a Lunchly? I'll be waiting. Lunchly. A Lunchly. What's that? Mr. Beast has said you're hired. Wicked. Could you imagine? Lunchly.
Mr. Beast say, who the fuck is Jackandwill? I'm like, I'll fucking show you who I am.
Lunchly. I'll fucking smoke you myself.
He's like 7 foot tall.
He's like 6'4". Probably would chin us now. He's been working out.
No, he would.
Lunchly. All the money, you could just get the best steroids ever and just grab us. I've had Sam Sulek like train me. Like, oh shit. Lunchly.
Oh my god, is that many? Jackandwill, if you reach 100k times saying Lunchly, what prize or event or party will be?
Nothing.
Nothing. We're gonna go to a million. Premiering. I'll check it out. I need to see this. 6'4" versus 15'4". I don't see how that could go wrong.
Lunchly. This better be Lunchly. I'll be critical because we're doing it, and you've just come in here talking the big un. Lunchly.
Big up, like and subscribe. Can I get the pin?
Lunchly.
Boom! That's how you do it. I know how these tactics work.
Hold that turbo. Lunchly. We are at roughly 79k times. We are.
Go on, let's do it. My guy, come on.
Lunchly. And it's only 9:30. We've still got 1.5 hours. Let's fucking have it, lads. 1 more 1,000 left. Then we're on 80k. Then we've got 20k left. I think we can get to 85,000. Yes, sir. Who's hyped? I'm hyped. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
Let me see if I can do it faster than Lunchley. I've got this. Now, Jake, I'm going to listen to his speed. Lunchy? Is that a lunchy I heard?
I don't think.
Lunch?
Lunchley? Oh, he's easy as shit.
I'm putting it up to 100.
It's 100. It's as easy as, lad. No, it isn't. Stop capping. You just said lunch. I'll tell you what, though, better mic than Mr. Paradox.
Fuck. Oh shit, it's got.
I don't know why, but JACKANDWILL don't sound like British, if you know what I mean.
What was that?
I like my cheese drippy, bro.
Yeah. Nah, I rate it.
I like my cheese drippy, bro.
I like my cheese
Who's
drippy,
more British,
bruh?
me or JACKANDWILL? I'd say we're all British, but I just mean like.
Will you come across like the?
You've got a stronger.
I'll have a tea and crumpet. Yeah, we've got like that posh sort of like.
I don't think we do.
No, it's like that's like an accent. You don't really see that.
That's a strong Mr. Turbo cunt.
I'm gonna go to 100. Gonna go 100.
I like my cheese drippy, bruh.
Like
Ours is the most basic
British
like accent.
We don't really have an
in
accent
England.
in Britain.
Mix that with Derby,
Lunchley,
and you get.
That's
exactly what Turbo would say. $80,000. Let's get it done. JACKANDWILL don't sound British for me. British is like. I'll have a cup of tea. Yeah. Yeah. But I feel like that's a stereotype. Bottle of water. Should I do I show speed to show Mr. Paradox how fast I can do it? If you want, yeah. I swear Turbo about to hop on this trend that he's doing. He better. He won't want to show his voice.
Who's got more? Like who sounds more British than Turbo?
With lorries. What? JACKANDWILL sound like American with lorries. We are definitely not American.
Nah, nowhere near American.
I'll tell you that right now.
Lunchley. So who sounds more British, Turbo? Us or Poppy? Lunchley. Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go 50. Gonna go 50. Sounds more Scottish than anything.
I'm 3-0.
Lunchley.
They sound nothing like Americans. Exactly.
Lunchley. Big up Super Poppy.
Yeah.
Lunchley.
All English people stick together.
Lunchley.
I think it's hypocritical for Turbo to criticise other people's voice
when he's not showing himself.
We've not heard his voice. Well, not like Americans, but yeah.
Lunchly,
Listen,
lunchly,
we are British. Down to a T.
Lunchly. You don't get more British than this. Lunchly.
Bottle of water, fam.
Lunchly. So it's like,
Proper
you
Midlands,
fucking mad.
yeah.
Lunchly.
Obviously, Waymo's like...
Lunchly.
It's very obvious where he's from.
Yeah. Lunchly.
No, you don't get more British than London. That is stretched.
Lunchly.
The problem is London's become more like, yo, fam. If there's not Americans, then what else? Yeah, sure.
Lunchly.
What happens if I repeat?
Lunchly.
I have to say, Turbo. How many I show speeds?
As many as you can do, like 50. If you can do 100, do 100, but it's quite a big word to say. Lunchly.
Don't want to hear you saying, oh, that's easy as. I
spread. Lunchly.
Oh, okay, I was about to say.
Lunchly.
Nearly like 10 o'clock at night, you got school tomorrow and you just sat there saying I should fucking speed. Alright, be right back. Not recording though. What?
Wait, what? What are you doing, Logan?
Nah, if anything, I'm gonna do Jack and Will more, but not yet.
I read that. Lunchly. If you ever do ours again, yeah, I want to hear the same passion on that last one as you did Turbo.
Jack and Will, Livestream King.
Lunchly.
When do you hide people? When they piss me off?
Do you want hiding or something? Lunchly.
Press the wrong one. This is how I feel with Guess Who. Oh wait, I can't do that.
Lunchly. What?
I can't play songs
on
a soundboard because we'll get.
Yeah, but you can do like the ones that we usually use. Lunchly.
Dang, from 13 to 79k.
Lunchly.
Yeah, we're cooking
from the screen to the ring to the bend of the king. Lunchly.
Where's the crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring. See, I believe that if I see it in my stream. And guess who? I'm joking.
No worries, Poppy.
But
as a person that learned English, I have to say that American English is easier to understand in the start. It doesn't matter to me, but it might be to beginners. Yeah, because they don't have their own like. They don't have slang as much. Slang. Yo, that guy over there is a tool. You're like, come on, bro.
Lunchly. That hurt like a butt steak on a chick.
But. That hurt like a butt cheek on a stick.
Lunchly.
Whereas we're like,
steak. Lunchly.
What like slang do we have?
Lunchly. You knobhead.
Fuck up, pussy.
Not
as
even.
Like someone who, yeah, but
you fucking knob. You wet wife.
You fucking mug.
Lunchly. Yes, Evan VR.
English people use anything as an insult.
Lunchly. Fucking minging. That's just my man. Lunchly.
Smells like a doner kebab.
Lunchly.
I think Scarce is like one of the hardest.
Lunchly.
Accents. It's like, if you're a Scarce here, you're like, I don't want to fuck with him. He's a Scarce. When you guys are done with Lunchly, you could watch Mr. Beast count to 100k. That'd be harder than saying it myself. English is the hardest language to learn, as we have different variations for the same word essentially. But everybody learns English. Nobody's trying to learn Switzerlandish.
Wait, yeah, but he doesn't really have a language. It's just German, Italy. German, Italian, and then like others.
Hello, Evan VR.
Lunchly.
When do you turn on text to speech when we go to sleep? I've just found this Calypso and it's fucking
Swiss German is a very strong accent. It's just German.
So is Switzerland got no like
Lunchly
language of its own? Just copies German. It's like, I'll take a bit of that and then we'll take a bit of that.
Lunchly. That's what you said, Timbo. You said, oh yeah, like Northeast is Italian and this, that, and the other. Southwest is this, that, and the other, or whatever.
No, we have our own language, but nobody speaks it.
Well, fucking hell, that's
what a useless fucking language.
Lunchly. want some swaz on it, Gromit. Lunchly.
Jack and Will, I was here for the first lunchly, but it was packed.
It's like Gaelic or Welsh, I assume.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Lunchly.
Swiss accent, no?
Lunchly.
It's like
Gaelic.
I don't want to know what you're looking. Or Welsh, I assume.
Gaelic
Most
or Welsh.
people just speak English.
Lunchly.
Come to my stream.
Lunchly. I'll join it later.
I'll join it later, mate. You let me down with the first one. I ain't gonna be fucking let down with the second.
I was gonna say we'll discuss it later.
Why are you guys doing
this lunchy thing? Jacky's better. Ronnie, mate.
It's just something to do.
I appreciate you for yesterday. Lunchy. Do you want to come say it for me?
Will is a little bit slow, I ain't gonna lie. He just
Lunchy.
You know, we could have had probably 85k done before midnight. Well, 100k before midnight, but this guy let down. Second chance. It is, isn't it? It is.
Oh, here we go. Alright. I'm getting mad.
I'm gonna start streaming. Get on. I'll jump on in a second. We'll start into go fast to show them more tools.
Yeah.
He ain't on my level.
There's
a good video comparing Swiss dialects. I can send it to you if you want. Yeah, send it on Discord. I won't watch it right now, but I will watch it eventually. Yes, Redinkles. Will's tired. He's just lazy. Unfortunately not. If they did, I would have shouted your name straight away. But no one's joined yet. There's still time though. Maybe when we get higher up in the numbers, they might join. I'm done. Let me know when you've premiered it. Don't start getting soon, mate. Been back like 2 seconds. My birthday is in 8 days. Jackson Will, when are you stopping tonight? 9k? 100. Well, we're going to come off nearly midnight, have some food, and then we'll do it. I actually give you permission to put it on your live now. Okay, alright. Do I send it to Jack and Will? Jack or Will? Send it any of us.
What's he doing?
Is dialect explain it.
Okay, then send us your accent.
Yeah. Send us a video of yourself.
Lunchly.
Looks sick. There's a link in the description.
I do.
Yeah.
Wonder if he's lurking. He's like, little bastard. I've got my own website. It's magics.wf. That's magics with an x.wf. Coded it myself. You know, just what I do in my spare time. Lunchly. What do
you mean, Evan?
Lunchly.
Stay streaming at 9:50. I'll stay here until then. Jack goes, oh, Stormy.
Lunchly.
I'm doing something similar where I'm clicking 100,000 times. I'm at 5,605. That's cheating. When you guys said lunchly, it's a good thing. I will check it out.
Will, guess 1 to 10. If you're correct, you get a prize. You're the kind of person that would go for 4. Lunchly.
Guess a number. I'm going to guess a 7.
Lunchly. Well, it's pretty pointless actually.
Yeah, because we don't actually know if he's.
He could just go, wrong. It was 1. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lunchly.
The what guy is your grandpa?
Lunchly.
Who Ronnie Powers?
Shout out Ronnie Powers.
Legend.
Hopefully pops up. Lunchly.
I won't be reading it.
Lunchly.
Ronnie Powers is the go. It will come through. It takes a while though, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it did with this with KSK and it never worked. Lunchly.
Yo!
Tap, please. Hypernet. Braddock, please. Guinea pig. That's not bad.
Tanish Verma.
Guinea pig deserves it because he always.
Oh, you're a legend, Ronnie Powers.
Shout out
mate.
Ronnie Powers.
Yo.
Austin Powers then.
I want to just see loads of W's now. Spam it. Spam it away.
Lunchly.
Is his other one playing at the same time?
Nah, I need to change it. That's why.
Well, what's
Lunchly. It's a video, not a GIF. That makes sense.
It's playing all right now.
But it's slightly undelayed. Slightly. I can hear it.
No.
Yeah, I can
that
hear
sounds fine.
Yeah,
Pick up Ronnie Powers though. It's done, Jack. I'll check it out.
Shout out Ronnie Powers. I appreciate it, mate.
Absolute go.
We always say I appreciate it, mate. Genuinely.
I appreciate it, mate.
But actually,
no, yeah, genuinely. You're a
5
legend.
gifted right on the ATK.
I like it.
Lunchly.
Fuck.
Pick up Tack, please.
Yes, Tack, please.
Basement Golem.
Ronnie Power is the go.
I watch you guys too much to not send it. Okay.
I appreciate that.
I respect it. Lunchly.
It was only the other day where I was sitting there going,
Lunchly.
what the fuck you saying, Ronnie? Because he thought something about being in the ass, wasn't it? Yeah, I was like, the fuck?
We didn't,
because I said ass.
We all know what you meant.
I get it.
Lunchly.
I just thought it was weird and I was about ready to fucking... I was like, get the fuck out of here, man.
About ready to do fucking what?
It's random Stormy, what's that? Oh, yeah, Stormy, you can't, like, choose who it goes to. It just goes to random people. So
yeah, I'm sure they'd gifted it to people who are actually in the stream, not been in ages. Lunchly. You should add a countdown feature on that website. A countdown feature. How do you mean? Lunchly. So you can see how many we've got to do left. Is that what you mean? Lunchly.
I shall speed. 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 That voice crap. I shall speed. I shall speed. I shall speed. I shall speed. I shall speed, I shall speed, I shall speed, I shall speed.
JACKANDWILL, what was your guys' best time when you guys were small? Right now. Lunchly. No, it would probably be it'd be the day that we started to like really grow. We got like 300 to 400 subscribers in like a day. It was so sick. Lunchly. I shall Steve. Lunchly.
Cup of tea.
Replay that.
Would I just speed like a cup of tea?
Cup of tea.
Like a cup of tea.
Cup of tea.
I'm from Middlesbrough. Like a cup of tea.
Oh, you use turbos. Alright.
Lunchly.
Last time I played one on stream.
Lunchly. Cringe moment.
You made a fatal mistake, Super Poppy. Made a fatal mistake. Turbo's comment instead of mine. Not having it.
Lunchly. I was putting on a fucking accent. Yeah.
Cup of tea.
Lunchly.
Let me get a cup of tea.
Put that fucking cooker on. Lunchly. Jack, would you like a cup of tea? Even Mr. Sus was in there.
He's been lurking.
Lunchly. Oh no, man. Cat, would you like a cup of tea? Even Mr. Sus was in there. Lunchly. Oh no, man.
I see the biggest problem that Roblox has.
Lunchly.
Doesn't just say it. He watches other things. And people are like, hold on a minute, I'm here to fucking hear you say it.
Lunchly.
Hey, look, he's listening to it.
I'm a scat man.
Look, he's quickly gone up. He's gone up it, look. I'm a scat man. He's quickly gone up. He's gone up it, look.
Lunchly.
I'm waiting, Roblox.
Lunchly.
When are you saying it? Wait, I'll say it. Fucking alright. Oh, I'm seeing him write it now.
Say, give me my freaking 20,000 points. I'm joking. Lunchly. There is a delay. I know. Oh, I can see him typing and typing.
No, I know. He's already popped up before he's typed it.
That's weird. Lunchly. I'm literally living in the future right now whilst watching your live stream.
Yes.
Lunchly using Streamlabs. That's what we like to see.
Just fucking say it!
He was like, okay, they are listening now. I can see Jackie Will.
Fine, I'll say that.
Yeah,
I pay everyone. I'm the boss around there. I pay them. Yeah, Ronnie Powers is our boss. Lunchly. $0.1 per lunchly.
Why is everyone here mods?
Mate, I'd be loaded. Lunchly. Wait, would that be like 80 quid? Lunchly.
I pay everyone 0.1 per lunchly.
Lunchly. Whose stream you watching? Roblox where? Lunchly.
Alright, let's go.
Lunchly. It's so hard, man. Mr. Beast was so fucking easy. It was one word, Mr. Beast. This is lunchly. That's why it's so much harder. JACKANDWILL, do you have Discord? Yeah, we both have Discord. Yes, blinder. Jake, you fucking blind. Can you out Rod's link? I want to see it. Well, it was my other 3 videos on that. JACKANDWILL, yes, you have or not? Yes. It's in the Discord. Go join our server. You can see our name from there. Long time no see. School's a day.
Is it giving up already? Oh no.
0.1 per lunchly is 800 stars. Wait. 802.72 quid. And that to lunchly, and that to everyone, 20,000 is 23 million quid. One is quite stat, not gonna lie.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I didn't use Google, I used calculator. I was watching the 3 million thing on my phone. The chat was fucking hectic. I missed y'all. Yeah. I missed that day. That day was awesome. Fucking smart ass Google with a fucking calculator. This turbo cat, I did the math, that math. I know. Big up blood vlogs. Ah, he's watching us.
Why did you not just say it? Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Checking out his own live stream. He's gonna mod someone. No, he's gonna come back to us. No, he's going back to the counter.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Okay. Can you guys say lunchly? Yeah, if you want.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
JACKANDWILL, do you like green or grey names?
Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
green,
of course. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. I especially like green names with the red golem. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
If I see a red golem, I know they're a cool guy. They're also a chill guy as well. I need my green name back. Well, we get to gift 10 at midnight, so maybe we might just gift them then. Consider it.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Yo, Will, when Mr. Beast said, who the fuck is JACKANDWILL, was it AI?
I'll pick heads. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I picked tails. It was an AI voice, but it was a real clip of Mr. Beast, yeah. But yeah, it was fake. I'll be here when you lads gift them. No, definitely wasn't AI. Okay. How come you're gifting 10 at midnight? Because we get every month we get 10 gifted memberships. So once it hits the December, we should get 10 free gifted memberships. It's good, it wasn't AI. Alright, it's good, it wasn't AI. JACKANDWILL, you have to agree on heads or tails. Yeah, tails.
I say heads. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Oh wait, you mean we both pick either heads or tails?
Oh right, yeah, that really means we've got to agree on the same one.
I'm both saying both of them. You're both saying the opposite lot.
Lunchley. Go with tails then.
Heads or tails?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Wait, you know, I would have said heads.
Lunchley. I'll go with tails.
Go tails then.
Lunchley,
yeah, heads for the win always.
Head for the win. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Has he gave up already?
I meant to say it was
lunchley,
was AI, but I hope y'all get noticed by him. I appreciate it, Blinder. This card deleted all my progress. I fucking hate these apps. Pissed off. Oh, that's fuming the YD.
Yo! Finley, Mr. Sauce, Finley, Thigh G.
Don't know why my brain thought of JGW.
No,
that's sick. Like,
big up Ronnie. I appreciate that, mate. Genuinely.
New members.
We've got loads of members. Someone do basketball, battle royale.
Yeah, start battle royale.
Lunchley.
Another 5. Yeah, Ronnie. That's
absolute go. Lunchley.
You're like spam W.
Lunchley. I'm not seeing enough movement in the chat.
W.
Lunchley.
I would do it myself, but my laptop's not. Turbo, Orlando. I need you. JACKANDWILL, did someone not get it that needs it? JACKANDWILL, did someone not get it that needs it? Someone not get it that needs it.
Someone not get it that needs it.
How do you mean?
There'll be people that obviously don't get it, but don't be trying to give it.
It's genuinely random as fuck.
It could go to someone who's never even been on the channel before. It has done in the past, innit? So
depends how it works. It has nothing to do with anybody who's in the chat, put it that way. I think it's a bit of bollocks.
I think it's a bit of bollocks. I think YouTube should allow you to pick who you want. If you're going to pay money to gift it, you should be like able to pick it. Lunchly.
No worries. Kill JACKANDWILL and Spam a bunch of W's. You lot.
Yeah, someone spam W's.
Please.
Orlando or Turbo. You can spam. Should I do all of it again? I'm not sure.
Shout out
yeah,
Turbo.
There we go. Thank you, Turbo and Orlando. Hey. Brain Vision. Lunchly. Genuinely, Ronnie Powers, the other guy.
AK-47, bro. Legend.
Lunchly.
That's better.
That's what I wanted. That's the spam I needed. Lunchly.
I appreciate you. One sec, I'm gonna go on PC so I can spam faster. Okay. Yes, Jared win. In 2 hours, I think that's how it works. But I think in 2 hours we can gift hours. So when we come back from food, we'll gift 10. And we'll see who gets it. Why isn't it you're giving the members out? Because we need to wait until December to get them. Oh, it's probably difficult, isn't it, when you're running on an empty stomach?
Yeah, we need to really start picking up the pace though. I ain't gonna lie.
They don't.
We're messing about too much. Fucking arseholes.
Lunchly.
Why aren't the members coming?
I've already answered it.
Alright, okay.
Lunchly. Do me a drink.
Yeah, we'll do. What's in your glass?
I'll put it on your side.
Oh, I appreciate it.
No worries.
Lunchly.
Logan is OP. Basement Keeper usually is OP.
I'm usually OP.
Now Turbo's actually got people to do basketball with. Ugh. Lunchly.
Need like really comfy padded.
Lunchly.
I don't want to hear excuses, Turbo.
Lunchly.
How do we record our clicks? There's a link in the description to the counter that we use.
Who's done that? Lunchly. Start Battle Royale. Oh, no, basketball, sorry. Lunchly. Oh, was it Turbo? Someone's gone on the website.
Don't know, you're not hovering over that, mate.
Oh, motherfucker.
Yeah,
I've missed so many messages.
Yeah.
Logan is
sorry for everyone we've acknowledged because you didn't hover over the
I
things.
haven't done basketball in a long time. Had you record your clips? Lads, I'm on PC now. Mind if I spam? Nope. Go for it.
Go for it.
Was I not supposed to? No, you were.
No, yeah, you wanted
I
to
just
know.
couldn't see it.
The chat hadn't updated because you didn't hover over the thing.
Lunchly. Someone joined Team Red and verse Logan. Lunchly. Yes, finally some beef. Logan versus Turbo Cat Part 2. Lunchly. Thought I wasn't supposed to. No.
You can do what you want as a member.
Yeah,
start as many games as you want. It's there.
I do need to fix the way the basketball comes out though.
It stops up here.
Still doable. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
about an hour and a bit's time.
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Nearly midnight, basically.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Watching a PC is so much better, to be honest.
It is.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Probably get it in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Is lunchley in your nightmares or dreams?
Some of my dreams. I want to try one.
Yeah, I've not had a weird fucked up dream yet, so give it a wee. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
That's from Derby. I'm fucking dedicated. I'm trying, Orlando. I'm trying.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I just say everyone that's putting like join blue and stuff. You've got to be a member.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
So unless you remember, you won't
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Okay. I feel fucking sick.
Right, this chestnut again. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. If it lets us do it after 12 when we come back, we'll do them. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I like my cheese drippy.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I'm getting my ass whooped.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I'm hoping for number tonight.
Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
It'd be nice if it went to one of you. Like,
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
I've gifted. I agree.
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Turbo's nailed this one. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
It's experience, though.
Lunchley.
There's a reason his golem's red, yeah? That's experience.
Lunchley.
He knows what he's doing.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. This is hard, man.
I know.
Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
lunchley,
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
I'm gonna check what we got to
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
at this point
lunchley,
last time.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
now give me my
lunchley,
freaking 20,000 points.
lunchley, lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
We got to 87,000 and we were done.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
At 10 o'clock at night, we were at 72,000.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
by
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
By 3 in the morning, I think we've done it.
Lunchley, lunchley. Hello, Steezinger. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
So yeah, we're way ahead. By 3 in the morning, we got to 87,000. We're 5k away. That's like an hour. Realistically.
If we can keep at this pace. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Oh wait, no, an hour's 5k, innit?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I like my lunchley more,
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I'd like to reach what we reached last time.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
And still
go to do more.
I know, but and still be like coming off the food type stuff. Hey guys, everyone, you have to type join and then call it. And you've got to be a member. I was looking earlier, I found the stream on like transition between day 9 and 10. I found the stream on the transition between day 9 and 10.
I found the stream on the transition between day 9 and 10. That's
what I found. Right, him.
Hold on, I'm done. I'm just going to keep going because I might as well just keep going. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. You just told me you was about to be sick. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. You said you felt sick. Rewind the stream, someone. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Exactly. So you just relax for a bit. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Starving, not ate all day.
Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley. You're not wasting away, pal.
I'm not wasting away, but you know when you're not eating, you sat there for 10 hours saying lunchley.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Can y'all not reset hours?
Lunchley, lunchley,
yeah, we can.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
okay, lads, I'll be back in a bit. Yeah, yeah.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
I joined back and I see you guys have 82k.
Lunchley.
Yeah, it's knackering.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Having a great night, Paul. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Yeah, man.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Hello, Mr. Melon.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Let me know if it's any good.
Let me know if it's good. Lunchley, 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 Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
How are you used to? We're doing alright.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
We'll do
lunchly, lunchly.
Lasses?
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 I'm not fucking like that, Paul, right?
Not a woman.
Lunchly,
It's
lunchly,
a
lunchly,
GEO
lunchly,
roleplay,
lunchly,
alright?
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Yeah, no,
lunchly,
we're right.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Just
lunchly,
chilling,
lunchly, lunchly,
chilling.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You make a lot off YouTube.
Lunchly. You could. Lunchly, lunchly,
There's
lunchly,
potential,
lunchly,
but no, we
lunchly,
don't.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'm back. I'm sorry for leaving the live. Don't have to be sorry for leaving the live stream. It's chill.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Whoever
lunchly,
loses, I'm never saying his name 500 times again.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Put the graft in and you will.
Hopefully. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I thought that was aimed at me. Put the graft in. And you will.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Your subs went down. They just went back to normal. Read my last message. You motherfucker. Story on basketball game for members. At the end of my month for members, I got goaded at this and learned how to play. Now I can't play it, and now I'm probably washed at it. Yeah. No, I'm not aimed at you guys.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Can't wait to see you.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Misfits just.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
You on separate computers? No. We've got 2 laptops. He's got a laptop. I've got a laptop, and then we've got a normal PC that we stream on. Remember when I said I would return? Stan is back. Well, I'm back. Welcome back, Stan. I hope you can do this full time. I appreciate that, Jake. I use a Fortnite code. I'll use a Fortnite code. We've got a Fortnite code. Jack and Will.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Do you want to go?
Yes, please.
It's just like I haven't got pace right now.
Today.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Do you not get bored?
Yeah, you do. The hardest part about the challenge is this chair.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, just ban him, ban him.
Yeah, fucking freak. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'll be using it, okay. Big up Mr. Man, I appreciate that.
Legend. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I don't actually know what's happening with that. Let me have another look, see if it's updated any. What's for dinner?
Lunchly, 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 kebab and chips.
Don't mean in chips.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Still miles away.
We're so far away, but the problem is, yeah, if you read down here.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
What does it say?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. What are you looking for? Lunchly, 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 lunchly. A draw.
No, where does it say it? It says it somewhere. Basically says if you haven't like managed to do it in the year, it all just disappears. You're not eligible if you don't manage to reach your eligibility in the year. And I'm thinking, well, we're in December now, like basically. So we got 1 month to try and hit that threshold of we're on literally 70%. So we need 30% of people buying stuff on Roblox, Fortnite, via code for us to actually make the money that it's earned.
The game at the bottom is for members of the channel. It's called Stream Avatars. Yeah, you can play basketball, create your character, choose what you want. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yeah, it says it there.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Please note that Epic is not withholding any taxes. Lunchly, lunchly,
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Right there, my payout awards data with the question mark.
That one.
Left. Down.
Well, that just says there's so much.
Lunchly.
I don't know where I saw it, but it was on there, and I thought, oh, that's a bit shit. So when we go into the new year, all that just basically disappears. Your creator code is used by your followers to show their support. If you would like to change your creator code, blah blah blah, whatever. No, that's not in the right bit. Maybe I'm thinking that. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that it basically said that.
Back after this film, yeah, no worries, Paul. Lunchly.
110 likes. Appreciate everyone liking the stream.
Ah, that guy's back. Lunchly.
This guy's a loser. Lunchly.
Ah, it's good to be. I hadn't seen a troll in time, so it's nice.
You're doing something right when you get trolls.
Lunchly.
I love it. She's moldy, bro. Will, how do we get points? You get points every 5 minutes and you get 100. Fingers on the trigger most of the time. I like it. You beat me to it. Yeah, if these people come back, just keep hiding. Losers. Why are you doing this? Why not? I'm starting to ask that question though. Why am I doing this?
Just to get Mr. Beast's attention. Essentially.
I'm tired. Thoughts on the Mr. Beast drama? I think it's all a crack of shit.
Why is it so hard? It's solid, isn't it?
It's not that hard.
Ah, I did it on yours, back. It's Wolf County. Don't worry.
Lunchly.
No, just do it on yours. I didn't really do that many. When I'm about to finish it, no worries. I'll be honest with you, Roblox, you're asking me to show me your stream, I can't really be bothered. Sorry. I'm knackered. I'm hungry, I'm tired, and I'm saying lunchly a million times. It's raining, it's full. How did you all go from 4K to 20K plus? What subscribers? We got a massive shout out off Dylan Page on TikTok, and then everyone came from TikTok onto the YouTube to watch us finish the 3 mil, and then just started subscribing. It's like, it's mad. Watch the time lapse if you want to see how we blow up.
Yes, Snowblocks, we are. Lunchly. It'll be early hours in the morning if we can hit it. Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I would gift money, but I'm being investigated for fraud. Fair enough. State just got kidnapped.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You guy hitting 100k this stream? I think so, maybe. I think after we have some food, might be a little bit quicker.
My plan is to try and do as many as I can now, and then I haven't got as many to do when I come back after food. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You aim me for 100k by the end of the day. Sorry, Snowblocks.
Lunchly, sorry, I answered Snowblocks.
Oh, okay.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Do you like the Stokes twins? I've never really heard of them, to be fair.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It's 2:30 where I'm at. It is 10:30 at night for us.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Stoke Twins are less than 100k subs away from 100 million subscribers. That's mad. Lol, I played games with Stoke Twins cameraman. Mad.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
No, yeah, I've not heard of it. Are they American? Might be why. Had stream open all day. I'm gonna head out for a bit. I'll try and make it back for 100k, not far to go. Don't worry about it, mate. I appreciate you joining. Watching.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Do you think you'll get the 100k play button? Don't know, that's a big ass. 100,000. I can only get that if I got a massive shout out. If you want to see Stoke Twins hit 100 mil, you know where to go. That's why Turbo is there. I like it. Yeah, I might take over. Help you out.
That's cool. Well,
you get 4k and at least let me do a little bit to get 35. Also, Cristiano Ronaldo did a club Mr. Beast and the subs are going up super fast. This is so dope. You're the goat. I appreciate Noah McNoodles. Noodles? Don't noodles. Mr. Beast is gaining 26,000 per hour. So he's gaining our whole entire sub count every hour. That is mad. Hello, Bobby Johnson.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
JACKANDWILL hitting my character on the back.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Hello, Bobby Johnson.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
He used to average 50k a few hours ago.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Just finished stream.
Lunchly,
Real
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
I have been
Lunchly,
here.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I'm so
lunchly,
knackered.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. See where this challenge is gonna go. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley. I won't lie, you've been dead all day. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. No, just mean like half the day you're like, lunchley, lunchley. And it's like, fucking hell, man, come on. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Just cheat with
lunchley,
Wednesday.
lunchley, lunchley,
Nah,
lunchley, lunchley,
can't
lunchley,
cheat.
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I could never live with myself.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
If I reach the 1 million, everyone's like, well done, mate. You've smashed it. You're like, yeah.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Half of it's fake. You know
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I've had enough.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
When
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
have you been live for?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
When have you been live for? We
Lunchley,
started at 2 p.m. It's now
lunchley, 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 lunchley. I've been going since about just before 1. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
This will take a month, yeah.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
About
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Alright, I did all that on yours, by the way, so you probably caught up. Anyway, you know, don't say I don't do note for you.
You forgot that it was on mine. I bet you.
I didn't forget. Yeah.
Yeah, you could just straight 1,000 and realise, oh fuck's sake, just.
I'm not bothered. Just that story up. That's all I want. Is just to try. I want to get as far as I can though.
Yeah,
we'll come back after food and we'll be sitting there.
An hour. Got an hour.
Yeah, I know. We can only do about 5k in an hour.
Yeah.
I want to be further. Just start, bro. Lunchley.
I know, but chill out.
Chill out.
Lunchley.
How much for you to start again?
Lunchley.
£3,000. £3,000. I'll do it. I'll reset right.
I'll do it for £1,000.
I'll do it for £1,000.
Lunchley.
For some reason that's not updating.
Lunchley.
When I got up at 6:30 AM, still up with loss of energy. I know. Tell him, Poppy.
Oh, hold on, I've got something for you. A medal. You know what I mean? Who cares? Lunchley.
Yo, freedom.
Damn, bro, snappy. I think he needs his snap tie. Oh, okay, I'm getting violated by fucking Poppy now.
Just keep up.
I don't know, man. My head is just full of thoughts about hot dogs. Lunchley.
So what you're saying is you've got sausage on your mind.
Lunchley. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Wants a long sausage. He does like.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Those dishes clean? They're always clean.
Yeah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Is that what you do then, Turbo? You sell hot dogs?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
So you know how to handle a good sausage or two?
You're the glizzy master. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Oh, you dabbled in a bit of sausage today, is what you're saying.
Lunchly, lunchly,
it's not a usual occurrence.
Yes,
hello, John.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. How do you mean? Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Bit random, don't you think it's Turbo?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yo, Bobby Johnson.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You guys should go to 10 mil this time.
Lunchly.
I want to be done before Christmas.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Jack, do you know
lunchly,
steak?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Hit with glass, crazy.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
No, steak's been kidnapped. Oh my god, what are we gonna do?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I say you lot go out and find him right now.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Oh, his brother.
Oh, his brother's kidnapped.
Lunchly.
Well, you lot want to be ringing the police and telling them that Cruz is robbed.
Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
and they needed people to make hot dogs, so I
lunchly, you gobbled a couple of glizzies. Lunchly, Lunchly, 100
mil would be crazy. 100 million happening. As long as you enjoyed it, mate. Exactly.
Lunchly.
Oh, Jason. Yeah, Bobby, you keep saying my name. What do you want?
Lunchly.
Okay, now what? You're just basically taking sausage for no reason.
Lunchly.
I didn't expect that. What challenge shall I do tomorrow? See if you can get in the top 10 on JACKANDWILL channel.
Lunchly.
JACKANDWILL, do you guys know steak? Yes. He's been kidnapped. Oh my god, what are we gonna do? We need to find him. Top 10 on what? Top hours for our channel.
Lunchly.
Fuck that, I can't even do it in 24 hours. It's not
Lunchly.
fake. Oh no. Of course it ain't fake. Cruz really stole steak. Hit him with some fake, some real glass straight over the head. Boom. They robbed him. Of course it's real.
Do you know anything about hunting? A little bit.
A little bit about hunting. He was even hitted. Oh no. If he was hitted, then it's completely real.
Was he hit or was he hitted? With your lass. He hit you with lass.
Lunchly.
$3 to end the stream. What if we all donated to accumulate $3,000? Is that allowed?
Yeah, of course. Let's do it. Lunchly.
It is, but how would I tally it up? I need like a donation goal or something.
Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Monster
Lunchly,
comment
lunchly,
on my
lunchly,
latest
lunchly,
video.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
And
lunchly,
right
lunchly,
now, you know
lunchly,
Jack and
lunchly,
Will.
lunchly, lunchly,
I
lunchly,
am
lunchly,
Steve.
lunchly, lunchly.
Sadly, right now, bro, I'll donate
Lunchly,
one.
lunchly, lunchly,
You
lunchly,
guys
lunchly,
donate the rest.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. I like his style. He's clever.
This
Lunchly,
looks
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Bro, really thinks I'm getting top 10 hours in one day. The max is 76 fucking hours.
Lunchly. It was just a challenge. If you're not up to the challenge,
This
then
live
don't do
is
it.
fake, pre-recorded in CGI and AI, no cap. Yeah, I agree.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Different
lunchly,
challenge. There is
lunchly,
nothing steak can do.
lunchly, lunchly,
Steak
lunchly,
meat is
lunchly,
cooked.
lunchly, lunchly,
Hello, my
lunchly,
friend
lunchly,
of
lunchly,
being
lunchly,
bully-shyed.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Bullshit.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Hello, my
lunchly,
friend of being bullshit. That's not
lunchly,
cool.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Monster,
lunchly,
comment, you make
lunchly,
more
lunchly,
points when you
lunchly,
mine
lunchly,
rare
lunchly,
stones.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Comment it.
lunchly, lunchly,
Well, do you know
lunchly,
anything about
lunchly,
hunting?
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Not really. Like, what is there to know about hunting?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Depends,
lunchly,
like, I don't know.
lunchly, lunchly,
Well, I'm not.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
No.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
I know nothing about
lunchly,
hunting.
Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Someone give me a different challenge. Bullshit is a KG.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I don't know,
lunchly,
say Mr. Beast or something.
Lunchly, lunchly,
Mr.
lunchly,
Beast,
lunchly,
Mr.
lunchly,
Beast,
lunchly,
Mr. Beast,
lunchly,
Mr. Beast,
lunchly,
Mr.
lunchly,
Beast.
lunchly,
Probably say
lunchly,
Jack and
lunchly,
Will
lunchly,
separately
lunchly, lunchly,
1,000
lunchly,
times.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
What's
lunchly,
it? Jack Grealish.
lunchly,
They call him Jack Jack.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Jack Grealish.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, yeah, we've got dragons over here. Not sure if they're anywhere else. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I don't know if he's a real person monster, I'll be honest. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I like this monster guy.
Monster seems pretty sand. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Turbo T or Turbo D? I think it's Turbo D. Named after what he likes the most. You could do 500 each or 1,000 each. Is there any way of paying you without me money because I don't have only mum and dad? There are other. No, I'm joking. No, it's chill. Just watch the stream, mate. Okay, now you're confusing me with piano. He's the glizzy gobbler.
For the subscribers, but you just take the sausage.
You do it for free. He does it for subscribers. You and him are not the same. Turbo truthful there. My date is big.
Lunchly, yo.
2,998.01 to go.
Big up GWS Studios.
You
absolute legend.
Who's going to donate £2,998 right now? Everyone spam W.
Yo, I need some more W's. I'm not seeing enough movement. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
How much money for you to destroy your house?
Lunchly.
3,000.
20 grand. Lunchly.
Yeah, 20 grand. 100 grand. Any of the grands, I don't care.
10 grand, 5 grand. Lunchly.
How many hot dogs did you eat? As many as he could fit in his gob. It was just like
lunchly.
Super chats. Could you imagine if it was that easy? I just go on a fake can, but like, guys, let's donate to Jack and Will.
Lunchly.
You're still on Will, by the way. Imagine. That'd be a wounder. I ate one hot dog and I still had to pay £1. One cost £8.
But surely you got it for free for, you know, being the glizzy gobbler. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
And that's
lunchly, lunchly,
expensive.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Hold on a
lunchly,
minute.
lunchly, lunchly,
Are we
lunchly,
thinking of the
lunchly,
same
lunchly,
hot dogs
lunchly,
here?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. How big and girthy were they?
That's quite expensive.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
What were you
lunchly,
really
lunchly,
eating?
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
JACKANDWILL, there is steak and meat cooking. That's the thing, being a glizzy gobbler, I didn't Hey, Chris for a hot dog. I want gold on that thing, yeah. Wait, what's your thoughts about Diddy? Never met the guy, wouldn't like to. And I think it's not looking good, bro.
Lunchly. Must have come with special toppings. I agree.
How come Turbo's name's grey up there?
Lunchly. I don't know.
The pinned message, Turbo's name's grey. I will eat a hot dog, double chocolate chip chunk cookie, chicken bacon, and an extra large Mountain Dew. Damn straight. Bro, if 1 mil people donated 10 cents, you'd have 100k. It's that simple. Now imagine if they just donated £1. I'd be like a billionaire. Be a millionaire there. Here's the thing, we sold about 100 of those hot dogs. 800 quid.
No, how did you manage 100? Lunchly. You're worse than fucking Bonnie Blue.
Your hands must have been on fire.
Lunchly.
They did Liz here, and we didn't get a single cent from it. 50 cent was there. That's like twice the size of Drake. Get a job, you beg.
Lunchly. Suck my balls, you know.
Put the fries in the bag, broski. When I comment, you get money? No. What?
If only it was that easy.
How long have you been streaming? Since Friday, pretty much. Hey, instead of selling merch, just sell those hot dogs.
Just fucking start on OnlyFans at that point. Lunchly. What is this 1v30? Lunchly. Mate, you're not beating the allegations, Turbo. Lunchly.
I think JACKANDWILL knows Faffle Boom. Faffle Boom? Why don't y'all multi-stream? The internet's not good enough, I'll be honest with you. I just said Faffle Boom. Sorry, Faffle Boom, I mean. Nah, you got it. Yeah, we know who he is. Are you guys going to take a break at 100k? As soon as it hits about 11:15, we'll probably come on. Lunchly. Hey, I'll bet ya.
Celebrity in the chat. Lunchly. Lunchly.
Hey, it's me, Orlando. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
You will become fat if you eat 1 million lunchlies.
A million, anything really.
Yeah, a million crisps. Well, and there's mates finding that there. Yeah, that would be. Yes, super fun Alex. I think he's well OG, he is.
I'm pretty sure he is. Lunchly.
Day 10, Alex.
Crazy. Super fun, Alex.
Lunchly is a butt of
Super
a
Fun Alice
shit
is the one
name.
that did
They come
the
up
thumbnail, I believe.
with such a creative name, but it's
Lunchly,
said
Lunchly,
fucking
Lunchly,
Lunchly.
Lunchly, 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 Lunchly.
Orlando would be the most popular guy in his school for however you say Lunchly 1 million times, your mouth will still get tired.
Fuck my mouth, my fucking whole body feels tired. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly.
Everyone keeps spamming egg and steak street
Lunchly. Well, not going to be able to do that now, are they? Because he's fucking been kidnapped. He's never coming back.
Alex is more original than me, I feel humble.
We got botted.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I was happy when I saw Jack and Will say Mr. Beast to 2.9 to 3 mil. I was happy when we finished it as well. Down here in Los Angeles, it's 249.
That's soon gonna come over Jar. Lunchly.
I think we can get to 100k easy.
Yeah, I'm getting to 100k tonight, even if you go sleep. Lunchly.
Why would I get sleep?
I appreciate that RNFF.
Jack's older.
Lunchly.
Hello, Mr. Exhaust. Come on, guys, I believe in you. I appreciate it, mate. Trained in a minute. I'm new to the channel. It's very boring, so you don't have to watch. That's all I will say. Yes, please, Star Spangle. Laundry. It's Lunchly. It does sound like Lunchly. Don't lie, man.
You're talking shit.
Second one, I want to friend you guys at Roblox if you guys want. I don't mind. You can have us. Laundry. Let's go 86,000. What have you guys done on this channel? That's funny you ask. We said Mr. Beast 3 million times.
Yeah. Make sure you pronounce it properly every time.
Yeah. Always do.
Are you a lot on drugs or something? Because I'm pronouncing it pretty well.
Lunchly.
Stop apologising. I'm going to stop reading your messages every time you come back.
You were alright yesterday.
Yeah.
Lunchly. Can you say prime 1 million times? Nah, probably not. Lunchly. It would have been a hell of a lot easier though. Lunchly. We're
gonna hit 100k in this stream. Hopefully before we go for food we can be close enough to 90k.
Lunchly.
The rest of like 2 hours when we come back.
Lunchly.
Go sleep around about 4. We should be able to do it. Probably would, Brian. It probably would.
Lunchly.
I read Turbo's message and I ain't going to say anything, but we all are thinking it. Don't have any other accounts. Fair enough. I don't really. Now get press. Can you shout out my channel? Shout out to gamers. TV.
Next up, Prime KSI, thick of it, skivity. Nah.
You never know.
Who
knows what's next? I'm going for Mr. Beast. I'm going to get his attention. You will see it. Back in 5th grade, I gave my teacher a shaked up bottle of Coke. Whoa, rebel over here. The old Power Ranger and Power Piper. What's your favourite song or game? I don't really have a favourite song. Favourite game? Probably say like Ark Survival or something. Hello lads, it's Frank. I need a job. Someone get me out of this shithole called Coventry City.
No one can help you, Frank.
Coventry, you fucked. Are you for real? I'm for real. I'm for real.
Stop. Don't lie. We don't crack you up.
Listen. I can read past the bullshit. You're all talking. Well, not all of you, but the ones that come in like, you're the best. You're my favourite streamer. Shut up. You wasn't here a week ago. You don't even know we exist. You'll stop watching in a week's time. Are you still counting on mine, by the way?
Fuck it.
Switch it over. I was going to do it for you, but I just thought you'll do it.
I'm just not bothered. I didn't mean to, because obviously it fucks up yours.
I did 1,000 on yours, so technically I've still done more on yours.
I've definitely done more on yours.
I was here a month ago. We'll be here a month later. I remember you, Ovenger. You're quite OG, to be fair. Now, 1k in 10 minutes, that's impressive.
10 minutes?
I don't know.
Oh,
probably is about that. How are you guys? We're doing good, Mr. Exhaust Dog. Just getting tired. We're ordering food in like 30 minutes, 20 minutes. I was there since like 1.5 mil, Mr. Beast. Fucking hell. Fucking getting ill.
I do like your name. Lunchley.
I was here since 900k, Mr. Boost. I've been here from before the channel was made. Let's have it. I'm gonna sub on all my accounts, 6 to be in fact. Well, I appreciate it, you don't have to. I think it was around about that.
Yeah, you were
around about like the
one of the first verified people.
I was here since 472,000, Mr. Beast. Listen, right, it's not a competition. I was here first. If I sub to you on all my accounts, you'd have 20 more subs. You don't need to do that. So it'll just be like fake subscribers.
Fake news.
I was there since 86,000 Hello, Gary. We're gonna have this done within 20 summit days. I'm finishing this before Christmas. I was here since I came out of my dad's wiener. I like it. Hello, Roblox Warpole World. Thank you for subscribing, productive anime edits. Imagine Mr. Beast watching this, he ain't watching this. I can tell you right now, Mr. Beast don't even know we exist. Said the guy's name 3 million times. Don't even know about it.
Yet.
But we will get him.
I'm coming for you, Mr. Beast. Lunchley. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
I apologise, I had to do it. It's okay. It's okay.
It's so boring yet entertaining. How?
How is this entertaining?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
When I do things that I actually find entertaining, no one joins. No one watches. Maybe this is just it. Maybe we've just got to sit here saying people's names.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I think it's amusing to watch us in pain.
Yeah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. They know we don't want to be doing this right now.
Absolutely dying.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Which I would be the same, to be fair.
We did post a tweet, yeah.
If I was watching someone, I was just like, he's hating every minute of this. I love it. Just watching it. Honestly, I would watch you say skibbity for 12 hours straight. Skibbity, skibbity,
lunchly,
skibbity,
lunchly, lunchly,
skibbity,
lunchly,
skibbity,
lunchly,
skibbity.
lunchly, lunchly.
I can see myself doing a little bit of skibbity.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Skibbity to 100k just as like a 2-day.
See how many you can say in 12 hours.
Yeah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Straight 12 hours. You said you'll be there. So now I'll get one view.
Lunchly, lunchly, and not just any view, a celebrity.
Oh, Crystal Friends.
Lunchly, lunchly,
it
lunchly.
Is trash and boring actually.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Don't worry.
But it's good because you're mental.
Yes, skibbity for 12 hours. That's much better.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Well, do you know what Sons of the Forest is? I do. I've seen it. I've watched it. I've never played it. I didn't think it looked that good, to be fair.
I wanted him to play the first one. He don't want to play it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It looks like a hard game. The first one does.
It is a hard game. That's why it's
good.
good.
How hard was it to watch Skibbity Toilet? I had watched it too. It was probably one of the best things we watched all night. Compared to the other shite we were watching. Most people don't stick around and keep coming back for the milestones. I rate the dedication though. I appreciate it, Dolan. It's true though.
It is true. Very true.
If Mr. Beast offered you 1 quid for every Mr. Beast you say in 24 hours, how much do you think you could do?
I'd just keep going. Lunchly, it'd be my new job.
In 24 hours? No, he said 24 hours.
24 hours.
It'd be 100k, probably. Maybe 70k as like a... Maybe we underestimate how hard it would be. But I'd say at least 50k plus. At least. You say, g'day, go. I have 363 hours on it. Do you guys have public sub pop-ups? Because my subs are public. No, we turned it off because we got botted and it was just like flooding the alerts. Now say Lunchables 10 million times. Hell no. Oh, I like Skibbity watching too anyway. Dub boom. And nothing happened when I subscribed. Yeah. How do I have 300 basement points? You get more basement points as you watch and type. I think 100k is possible. Definitely possible.
Are we talking drugs involved or not? Lunchly.
Drugs involved.
So I'd be smashed out of my face, just literally just going lunchly. Well, Mr. Beast, looks mental, just eyes wide, everything.
I try Mr. Paradox. Mr. Beast. But even that, I don't think it's quick enough. Mr. Beast. A day to listen to Big Bowls Creekcraft / Steak remix by Dark Nova. What the fuck? I like to play Fortnite and I'm pretty good too. Fair enough. I rate it. I like drugs. Only 0.67 hours. Oh, we reset the hours though. So it depends on like how OG you are. We reset the hours, I'd say like what, 40 days into the Mr. Beast challenge? So if you were before the 40 days, you probably lost all your hours. Now eat 1 million lunchlies. I'd like to try just one lunchly. Is there anyone else here that plays Fortnite? I play Fortnite. Wasn't it close to 30 days? I don't know. Something like that. Oh my god. You locked up inside this chair for a long time. 78 days it took you, yeah.
Lunchly.
Is there anyone else here that plays Geometry Dash? I know. I just get points when I keep watching this video. We had me versus Waymo, then me versus Table, and now me versus Nathan. Yes. Nathan's whooping you, I can't lie. He's slapping you. You guys are trying to get Mr. Beast's attention? Yes.
We are. Lunchly.
I'd like him to see the Mr. Beast 3 million. What rating is Chrome? No idea. Yes, MVR. I want a good competition on NA because I like the one. Anyone else here who is a commentary city manager? Do you know anyone, JACKANDWILL? How much money for y'all to bomb me? No idea. But no, I don't know anyone that wants to play Fortnite. Anyone that would play Fortnite is probably all asleep, to be fair. Yo, Evan the artist in the chat. Streaming went bad. Why did it go bad?
Sorry, Evan, I was meant to join you. My bad.
Was you?
Yeah, he said he was going to give us mod if I joined. I forgot.
Oh, you.
Lunchly. I completely forgot. Sorry, Evan, mate. Lunchly.
There's loads of people, but they're not here. Like, you got Logan. Sometimes me hair falls. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Who is Logan? Logan Paul? Nah. There's a lad called Logan. My hardest is a hard demon. Okay. He say, what's up, Scully? I'm from London. He shout me out. Shout out Scully12. Oh wait, from Turbo's chat? Yes. Lunchly is such a long word. It's not even the fact it's long, it's the chli. That's the hardest part. Anyone else here got the commentary job at the job centre? I'm 840 subs right now. Someone said the N word. Ah, that's fuming. Did someone call me? Yeah. Mr. Exhaust Dog. Want someone to play Fortnite with. How do I do that? Exclamation mark hours. Oh, come on now. Yo, what's up, Logan? Messi or Ronaldo? I've got to go with Ronaldo. I think Messi's a better footballer, but Ronaldo is. Alright, see you later. See you in a bit. Of Aveja.
I think it's Aveja.
Aveja?
Legend.
You are a legend. Lunchly and Fortnite confirmed. When?
Lunchly.
Time of Brenner. You shout out my friend Mason is him 1 2 3 4. Have a good day, bye. I appreciate it, Scully. You too, mate. Oh, just clocked who I think that might be. Is that Super Poppy?
I actually thought it was Super Poppy.
Mr. Exhaust Dog, Mr. Turbo Cat. And obviously keeps going on about Fortnite. Said something about Turbo Stream.
Yeah, it is.
Can't fool a fool.
I knew it was someone, I just couldn't be asked to try and work it out. Lunchly. No one joins going, I'm new to YouTube. I don't have any other accounts. Lunchly.
I've come from another community.
Lunchly.
Mentions Turbo. Oh, they're not mentioning it though. Yo, Lunchly this time. You two just love saying stuff. Yeah.
Lunchly.
And on that note, that's it. Let me get to 88k. Actually, let me get to 88k. Oh. You got me. Lunchly.
I'm not Super Poppy. We never said Super Poppy.
Lunchly. Yeah, what he's making. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Just start ignoring all of you. Sorry.
Sorry, like, I'm just gonna focus on
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley. Go for it, Bobby Johnstone. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Shout out my friend Aaron. Go on then. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Fits the theme, doesn't it? Canadian style
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I like my cheese mouldy, bro.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Jack, can this guy leave me alone?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. It's not a guy, it's a girl. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Nah, Super Poppy comes back.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Do look like some kind of fucking knob. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Exactly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. You just start hiding. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Hello, Stacey.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. I can't add anyone to the avatars, Bobby. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Yeah, it's just boring me now. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
There's a link in the description, Bobby.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Hits hard. It does hit hard. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Order, order. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Haha, you timed him out. Let's go. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly,
tired,
lunchly,
fed up
lunchly,
with the
lunchly,
bullshit.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Think I'm gonna go soon. Might come back later.
No worries, Turbo. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
I
lunchly,
couldn't care less,
lunchly.
Turbo.
I couldn't care less. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Can you tell we're getting fed up?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It's draining.
I don't mind having a chat, but when it's just bullshit, it's just like, oh. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Same as usual.
lunchly. Yes, please. Biggest donation, $500. Lunchly, 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 Dora meat and chips. Chili and garlic mayo. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lol, oh my god. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I'm working on an animation. Nice.
I like it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Butter
lunchly,
and
lunchly,
chips,
lunchly.
chili, garlic mayo, lemon wine.
Yeah. Why? What's up?
Nothing.
Just
saying, is that
lunchly,
what
lunchly,
that's what we're going
lunchly,
for, yeah?
lunchly. Yeah, sounds good.
Sweet.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly. Say mold, mold. Hey, it's Jack. I'm hitting it from the back in the sack. Gonna make you go whack. Saying Mr. Beast all night. He's gonna make me hyped and bring the fright. And people gonna hit him with the pipe. I've heard that before.
I like it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. We ever do? Will, do you get points every 5 minutes or 10 minutes? Because I haven't got any in a minute. It's every 5 minutes you should get 100. If you don't, I don't know. Refresh the stream and make sure you type in like every so often. Why are you doing this? Bend over. Try and get Mr. B's attention. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Guys, I hope you remember me. I was in the Mr. Beast thing. Taco, I remember you. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I couldn't care less, Turbo. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Do you know the difference between a picnic and a blowy? Go on, tell me. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. That's put me up, yeah. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. You joined a lot of subscribe last time I saw you subs when you were at 2000. Yeah, we got a lot, bro. What's up, bend over? Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Let's go for a picnic.
I think he's fucked it.
I don't know. Do you know the difference between a picnic and a blowy?
Let's go for a picnic.
Let's go for a picnic, yeah.
I don't know what he means by it, but... Alright, so we pass him back.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Before food comes.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Come off at 90k, yeah?
Just keep going until food arrives.
What word is he saying? Could you repeat it? Lunchly. He's saying lunchly. Not munchly. Not lunchly.
Lunchly.
But what's your thought on P. Diddler? I would like to share the room with him. That's for sure. How many bottles of fake Coke you got?
Too many.
It's about 8 or something. 8, 9. Something ridiculous. Bros and fucking coming back to Turbo's channel. Who's that? Today's officially my birthday. I hit him. Oh, respect. Close to 500, keep going. Let's get to 90k. Sounds like he's saying Bunchman. Does this give you flashbacks from why y'all said Mr. Beast in the times? A little bit. I get flashbacks on why I never continued. Like, I remember now. Maybe he wants to get pounded. Let's go. We should say P. Diddy 1 million times. Alright. When do you think this challenge will be done? Hopefully before Christmas. I don't want to be doing it by then. So, any time before Christmas will do. Big ol'. What are you talking about? I think it would be 2 weeks. Guys, want to know something? Go on then. Wow. How sad is this?
It's fucking sad, alright.
It was my old, I was trolling. You'll have to click when you say lunchly, yeah. When will you end the stream? We don't. But every 12 hours we've got to end it to save it, if that makes sense. Where did you guys get this idea?
It's not really like an amazing, ridiculously like well thought out idea.
Came to me in my dreams. Oi, my name is Spangle. Gonna hit them with a dangle. Oh wait, you tangled? How? Cause you can't handle. I got all the stars. I'm gonna take your fire, make you go broom broom while back in my car. I like it. That's good, those.
Lunchly.
Idea, say Feastables one time. I've said it loads of times to be fair. Feastables. Good Jack for timing him out.
Hey, King Cronin. Hello.
Lunchly, question mark.
Best food on the planet. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Welcome to the stream, King Cronin.
Lunchly, lunchly.
Hello, Natasha.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Should I sub?
lunchly,
No.
lunchly, lunchly. Probably not. I won't bother subbing. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Logan, can I write a rap verse about you? Boy,
Lunchly.
boys, I've been dipping in and out over the past few days, looking like to see the grind, boys. Keep at it. Moist Sweatical.
I appreciate that. If no one knows, this guy is Moist Critical.
Yeah.
It's his cousin.
On his old.
It's his cousin. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Well, is it Moist Critical or is it his old? Wait, what is it, man?
It's his cousin. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Someone unsubscribed from me. I lost one. You don't need him.
I won't cry about it.
We lost 2,000 last night and Lunchley was crying about it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
We only timed him out for
it was only 24 hours.
Lunchly,
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
lunchly, add to the counter.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
There's plenty of Lunchleys to go around.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Come on,
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Almost 90k.
Lunchly,
you say Lunchly? Only because you've asked for it. I haven't been on a stream in a while. Has there been any missed law? Big ups, Hammer Shop? No, mate. You've not missed much.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Eat a Lunchly for every time you've said Lunchly idea for next challenge.
If I could buy it in the UK, I would.
I'd be fucking dead.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
a million Lunchly.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
lunchly,
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Ah, this is long. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
let me do the next 500.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. No, because I've got pace. You ain't got pace like me. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
ain't got pace, bro.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Slacking.
It's true. Lunchly,
what's your Discord name? It should be JACKANDWILL.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. There is a Discord link in the description.
Right there.
Lunchly, lunchly,
Discord.gg/ZA2FFZGuide.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
sausage
lunchly,
and
lunchly,
sausage.
lunchly,
Lunchly.
lunchly. When are you going live, King Cronin? Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Saying,
I don't see.
Saying Prime a million times.
Saying Moist Critical a million times. I've subscribed to your channel. I ain't seen a lot of movement happening on there. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I've been waiting. Got post notifications turned on.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You could actually call yourself King Critical.
Nah. Lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Moist Cronin.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Nah, King Critical sounds better. Let's keep it as King Cronin. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Did you guys miss Thanksgiving? We don't really do Thanksgiving in the UK, so.
Lunchly,
Yeah.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
You say Lunchly one more time, please. There you go.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Dub stream.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Paid $120 to get access to an alpha of a game I've been interested in, so I got lost a bit. Wanted to get back into it. You guys are my motivation. Oh, shut up. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'm live now, guys. Check it out. 111.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I would have checked it out, but you put it 4 times now.
I spent it too many times. Literally, I was literally about to read it.
Got 2 million. Is that?
Yeah. Or 200,000.
200,000. Jeez.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. You need to show Paul how to do it, King Cronin.
You do.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yeah, I think face cam, microphone, counter.
Lunchly, lunchly,
Moist Critical, Moist Critical, Moist Critical, Critical. I think you'd boom. I will. I've been slacking. I know. Nah.
A fun one, yeah. GTA roleplay. run around. Wubba lubba dub dub.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lunchly.
We were doing Andrew and Tristan Tate. I don't know if Paul's told you about it, but it's hilarious. What's your guys' opinion?
I mean, we got a band
State?
like, so.
I accidentally made him mad at me on Discord. I think
Steak's
Steak's alright.
I don't know. Let me just message Steak Rapid. I'll find out.
He's subscribed to me, so I like him. King Cronin would be sick at RP.
I reckon he would.
He could literally just be Rick.
He
could be both. Nah, you can't really be both, can you?
Well, no, obviously. We sat there on two PCs.
I was actually talking with Dynamic earlier about this. He mentioned it, and I was like, "Hey, I'll join up and do Moist Sweaty Cool."
Yes, I like that.
I've done lots of RP. Okay, I like that.
So we're shit at it. We just take the piss and go up to like women.
You
and
fucking
like,
brokey.
Let me squeeze you
Where's
between
the
your
bottle of
cheeks and shit
water?
like that.
I was Johnny Silvershin, Cyberpunk spoof. So I haven't played it.
I ain't got a clue who that is.
Lunchly.
Moist
Sweaty Cool would be a funny one. I like
that.
I like that a lot.
Lunchly.
Yeah, that's the next one. That would bang. Face cam. We should have this finished before Christmas.
Before Christmas, hopefully. Lunchly.
Do you get me into the avatars? No.
Nah, you gotta be a member, Bobby. Lunchly.
I sent a friend request. They accept it. What on Discord or what? Pixelated adventure, man. Don't spam.
Come on, pixelated adventure. Adventurer.
How are you live right now?
I know,
in my
I was gonna say, spend more time in your stream, man. Lunchly. No wonder you like begging it from everyone else. Lunchly.
I don't know. Hey, Orlando. Are these avatars customizable? Yes.
They are. Lunchly.
You can play basketball. You can play.
King Cronin, make sure you've got your gifted memberships on. Lunchly, because we're going to be doing 10 gifted memberships, so you never know, you might be able to get one. Lunchly.
I redeemed. I couldn't care less. Yeah, on Discord. Okay, I'll check it. I don't know if it.
Lunchly. We have been grinding at KSK. We're trying. We're coming off soon for some food.
Let me do the last 500. How does one do this?
Pure skill.
Oh wait, this.
Absolutely no
stream
life.
avatars.
Lunchly. Oh, it's because I said turn on your gifted memberships.
Oh.
Lunchly.
He's like, I know how you're doing that, you fucking losers.
No, basically, yeah. Go as if you're going to buy one, yeah. So you click the little dollar thing, click memberships. Don't worry, you're not going to buy one. And then at the top right, there's like 3 dots. Click that. Like, allow gifted memberships.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Just get them clicking. It's just like fuck.
Buy
spent
it.
a fiver.
Just fucking buy it. It's just like you violate.
Like you wankers.
Lunchly.
I'm gonna go heat up some leftover pizza. No worries all that day.
Lunchly. Do you really think you could get it for free, you fucking idiot?
Yeah.
Lunchly.
Why is Logan on the avatar? It's because he's a member.
Yeah, he's green.
So is KSK.
And Turbo.
Lunchly. Do which free time turns into a job. Yes.
Lunchly.
Yeah, Logan's there. See how he's green. He looks cool. So is Ronnie Powers. All of them coming out in force. Where is Ronnie Powers? He's there.
Lunchly.
You do know how to change them, don't you?
Lunchly.
Unless you like Sandy.
Only to boys. I'd drop some gifted if I hadn't had to buy presents for the little one. Never know. Wait, I fucked it.
If I hadn't had to buy presents for the little one,
get paid to and see what happens. Don't worry.
No. I don't expect anyone
we
to
can gift
pay for it.
10 in, I think, half an hour.
Just make sure you've got it gifted, turned on, and
Lunchly.
hopefully you'll get a chance to get it. Hello, Akil Games. I'm the Orlando with me. It's a rap. I can't be asked to read raps and shit. It's just bullshit now. It's been a long day.
Oh, lunchly.
I've got to turn that right on now. If you're on phone, it's a little bit different. But it's the same way. You go to the channel, click on the to get a membership, and then click the 3 dots. I actually sent some screenshots of State getting mad at me in general section in your Discord a little while ago, but they may have been drowned out by all the messages.
I've seen them. Lunchly. Is your name Al? Lunchly.
His name's Al.
Lunchly. Someone like Alan. Someone.
Alan.
Lunchly.
I was wondering how I access all the chat features. Like a bit misleading hiding it behind the money symbol, but it makes sense. What do you mean? Lost me. I was wondering how I access all the chat features. Like a bit misleading hiding it behind the money symbol, but it makes sense. What do you mean, King Cranham?
Super chat extension.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I'm used to Twitch, right?
Yeah.
Lunchly.
Yeah, I think they have all four on that dollar thing. I don't really.
Lunchly.
It's alright, you lost me for a second. You say this so many times, but not.
Lunchly.
Well, do you have 300 something million subscribers, Carmark?
Wait, Carmark?
No, didn't think so.
Lunchly.
Twitch is so much better. Listen, right? Twitch is shit. It's all about YouTube. Purely because of the emotes. We have the emotes as well. Twitch is shit.
Lunchly. Show him the emotes. He's seen them on the Discord, but how big are you? Lunchly.
Is this going to be Orlando's?
No, not emotes.
I couldn't care less.
That's you doing that.
It's 79 for Orlando.
These are all like, oh yeah, you've already seen our Sigma face, isn't it?
But I just because this is where they come from, obviously.
Yeah.
Lunchly. Do exclamation mark redeem 80.
Oh, friends. Redeem 80.
Lunchly. Yeah, this redeem shit. How do you collect points?
Friend? No, really. It's every 5 minutes you get 100. So if you're actively like in the chat, every 5 minutes you get 100 points. Watch time, baby.
Lunchly. Every 5 minutes is 100. It's what? You just need to watch for about an hour.
Just give us that ad revenue and then you'll get it. I'm pretty much the same as on Twitch there.
Lunchly.
It's harder to set up on it. I think Twitch automatically has it like built in, doesn't it?
Twitch is just an extension. This shit's like bullshit.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
But we make it work. Because we're fucking geniuses. You guys got to get more emotes too. They're getting old. I will. I'll get Will to cook some.
Yeah, I did about fucking 6 today.
No, he meant emotes like the pictures and stuff.
Right.
Do you know what we do need? We do need a lock-in emoji.
Lunchly. We need a slacker emoji.
Yeah, we do need a slacker one.
Lunchly, or slacker.
This pizza I'm eating is fucking banging. Well, guess what, Orlando? I've just ordered a fat kebab.
Lunchly.
Do you hate me?
Do you hate me? Lunchly.
I like that.
Lunchly. I don't know if we could do that.
I wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Because no one would get it, and how do you explain it to someone that doesn't get it? It's like, well, what do you hate me? You're like...
Especially when the best part is where she gets the tits out, you know what I mean? It's like, I can't really have that part.
Lunchly.
I'd use the slacker remote for Will. I would as well.
Lunchly. Yep, that's it. Hog Riders being put on in a couple hours. Lunchly.
Doesn't matter, Stakey's mad at me anyway. You guys are way cooler.
Lunchly. I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that one. I'm going to kidnap Will when food gets here. I'm actually going to kidnap you.
Lunchly.
Do you hate me?
Do you hate me? You hate me, didn't you?
You hate me?
You hate me? You said if I suck your cock, I could have kebab. I need a drink so bad. Lunchly.
Oh, you ain't getting one from me.
Lunchly.
I love a pint and I love a line.
Lunchly.
Yeah, man.
Lunchly.
I do agree with Caleb there. You do need to get drunk.
Lunchly.
Crying about it.
I'll get one.
Crying about
Obviously,
it. I need a drink. Anyone want to just drop a drink out of the sky?
Lunchly. Well, yeah. Will you get me one?
Do you hate
Hey,
me?
it's me, Orlando.
Yeah,
now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
Yeah.
Lunchly. Who's
Give me my
that?
freaking 20,000.
Wait. These avatars fight? Yeah. Beat that, Twitch, even though you can get them on Twitch. Lunchly.
Oh boy. No one sub to guess who gets who. He's an abed. He's a beg.
Lunchly. I'm trying to find some Twitch, but they're paid for, right?
We paid. It was about
Lunchly.
between 12 and 16 quid on Steam.
Yeah, 12 quid on Steam.
Called Stream Avatars.
One of the coolest things I've brought for streaming.
You do all sorts.
Lunchly. You can do boss fights. Show him Mr. Beast. If it's still on there. But I made my own custom boss and I called it Mr. Beast. It like pops up.
What is
Mr.
it? Boss
Beast.
fight, Mr. Beast.
Right, okay, sweet. Yeah, it's really cool to see.
Let's see if that works.
We tried
I'm
loads
not
of
sure
stuff.
if I've done that right.
Lunchly.
Okay, I did, yeah.
Right.
Everyone jump in the boss fight. I'm not going to, because like, food's going to be here in a minute, so.
What the fuck?
Oh, what?
Oh, Ronnie did a fucking battle royale.
Ronnie, mate, you fucking ruined it.
Wait, this must be the one I'm looking for. If you viewers can help boss fights. Yeah. Lunchly.
There's a link in the description, so obviously when they're a member, they can customize it, change it. There's loads of like different skins and shit.
I've done it so if you win a battle royale or win a basketball, you can get more points, and you can change your color of your name tag and shit. And you can change all your shop stuff, like, you know what I mean.
There's more to it. We don't really know.
Lunchly.
How do I turn on member? You gotta go as if you're gonna buy it. Before you buy it, there's 3 dots. Click that. Boom. Turn on your members. I think it's boss fight Mr. Beast. I did do it, but Ronnie ruined it.
Lunchly.
He ruined it.
Yes,
You're ruining it.
Lunchly. But yeah, you got Batman, Superman, Aquaman, The Flash, anything you want.
Rick,
really. Rick and Morty, yeah.
That's really cool for involving your viewers. It's decent. We just leave it on overnight. That sounds like food. I think food's here. As soon as I hear that door knock, yeah, it's going on. Be right back, and yeah, right.
See you in a bit, King Cronin. See you in a bit.
Hey, see you in a bit.
Everybody.
I'm gonna munch this food off, so catch you all in a bit.
Delicious.
Dirty kebab.
Oh. Alright.
See you in a bit. No point boring you munching this off.
We'll be back to get to this 100k though.
Oh yeah, we're getting 100k tonight. Alright.
Oh, do the boss fight. That should stay there, I think.
Yeah, it should do. Let me have
right, we're going on an adventure.
I might ruin it with the writing, but
nah, it'd be alright.
I just ate kebab earlier.
It's so banging.
Legendary meal. Right, see you in a bit, you lot.
Big up, you lot.
Won't be long.
See you, Canadian Star Spangle. See you, Waymo. See you, KSK. See you, Cronin. See you, Ronnie Powers.
I'll be watching if you can beat the boss.
I fucking love this scene. Who?
KSK, the guy in the chat, he created this.
See you in a bit, Isabella. See you in a bit, Waffery.
Right, in a bit.
Hey, it's me, Orlando. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points. Hey, it's me, Orlando. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
It is criminal that Mr. Beast doesn't know what these two guys are doing right now.
I couldn't care less, Turbo.
CALLERVR. Turn that shit off. Police 123. Hopefully I get my Canadian Star Spangle. Chat is so Falcon delayed lol. Basement Keeper. Greetings, the keeper of the basement wishes you to subscribe if you haven't yet. Canadian Star Spangle. The TTS voice changes every day lol. Guess who? Hi. Big Apps S Hammer Shop. Wait, did the chat read out loud or am I crazy? Gaming God. Either chat is so deleted. Guess who? Text to speech is on again. Basement Keeper. Logan, you have 959 basement points. Banana Milk Shack. Here's a few digits of pi. Christmas Damien. Get out GEUSSWHO. Guess who? Logan, please. Guess who? Sub. Mr. Turbocat. Ayo. Basement Keeper. Embrace the power of the code. Use JACKANDWILL in the Fortnite store, dear. Guess who? To me. Banana Milk Shack. 3-1 quinquivigintillion 415 quatuorvigintillion 926 tresvigintillion 535 duovigintillion 897 unvigintillion. Big Apps S Hammer Shop. The TTS broke. Logan. Good one, Turbo. Guess who? Logan just. Gaming God. Mr. Turbocat. Haha. Guess who? Please sub. Big Apps S Hammer Shop. Rip. Logan. Brew, I wanna go to bed so badly. Ronnie Powers. I'm just giving up, why didn't anyone else join? Logan. But if I try now I won't be able to. Gaming God. 7 quatuordecillion 478 tridecillion 438 duodecillion 774 undecillion 383 decillion 874 nonillion 885 octillion 478 septillion 544 sextillion. Pretty W. David Joyner. WW. David Joyner. W. David Joyner. W. David Joyner. W. Logan. Say W Turbo if you think Turbo is AW. David Joyner. W. David Joyner. www. David Joyner. W. David Joyner. W. Sol. Hide the spammers, IVE had enough. Basement Keeper. The Battle Royale is starting. Guess who, guess who? Logan, please. Guess who, guess who? Sub. Alex plays. W. Alex plays. W. Super Poppy 241 sh. W. Alex plays. W. Alex plays. W. Guess who, guess who? To my account. Alex plays. W. Alex plays. WW. Alex plays. W. Logan. Brew. Super Poppy 241 sh. W Turbo. Griffey. I ate him on Vaca. Sol. Hid Allard. Canadian Star Spangle. W Turbo. Guess who, guess who? W. 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 Guess who, guess who? WW. Logan. Yes, here Super Poppy 241 sh. Guess who, guess who? WW. Guess who, guess who? WW. Guess who, guess who? Wow. Sol. E. Guess who, guess who? W. Guess who, guess who? WW. Guess who, guess who? W. Gaming God. www. Oh my word, that's absolutely fantastic. It's on screen. Gaming God. www. Canadian Star Spangle. They closed TTS again. Logan. What did the eye just tweak? Alex plays. Come on, say LUNCHLY. Canadian Star Spangle. Guys, let them eat in peace and stop spamming. Logan. Lung Chili. Ronnie Powers. www. Elias 20S. Hi. Mr. Turbo Cat. It hit the corner. Bobby Johnston. Christmas Damien. Okay, are we done? Seth Fraser. Hello. Canadian Star Spangle. I'ma go CYA lot in a bit. Elias 20S. www. Logan. My friend gifted me a furry FN skin a while back. Higfly. JACKANDWILL, I am sorry for begging, but how long I am timed out. Canadian Star Spangle. Hand pink waving. Christmas Damien. NOOOOO. Gaming God. They're saying Lunhoy 1 million times, I didn't know that, and what about Mar Beast? Logan. CYA Canadian Stars Spangle. Canadian Stars Spangle. CYA. Griffey. Come on girl, shake that SAS for me, shake that SAS for me. Mr. Turbo Cat. CYA Canadian. Logan. Big up. Carlos A. Hero. Hi. Seth Fraser. WWE 2K24 I am going to poop. Carlos A. Hero. Lunchly. Super Poppy 241 Shih. Fucking TTS. Logan. Jack Sigma. Higfly. I am on this account now. Mr. Turbo Cat. Big up Jack Sigma will Sigma. Gaming God. Oops, my autocorrect happened. Why autocorrect? King Krona N. Nador1. Elias 20S. Logan. We didn't need to know that info, Seth Fraser. The Wide 069. WWE. Ronnie Powers. WWWLLU. Gaming God. Oops. So. Elias 20S. DKDKDKDKDKDKDKDKDKDKDKDKDKDKDKDKD. Guess who? Guess who? Why did you time me out? Basement Keeper. Remember to spend your basement points, sign in using your YouTube login at https. Super Poppy 241 Shih. FR Logan Seth Fraser. Mr. Turbo Cat. W. Waymo. Bobby Johnston. Let them eat. Ronnie Powers. Ops, I did it again. Waymo. The TTS still reads it out SMH. Waymo. LMAO. Christmas Damien. Big up. Ronnie Powers. If you let us watch you eat, he'll donate. Gaming God. Oops. Logan. Turbo, you're a goat. Elias 20S. Nig. Guess who? Big up everyone. Mr. Turbo Cat. Logan, you are too. Super Poppy 241 Shih. Logan S. Glazing Turbo RN. Logan. Nah. Logan. Here's UAW. Logan. XD. Super Poppy 241 Shih. Glazer. Logan. Damn it. Griffey. I can swallow a bottle of alcohol and it'll feel like Godzilla, better hit the deck. Ronnie Powers. Boobies. Logan. This generation is cooked X to the funking D. Basement Keeper. Alex plays you have 1400 basement points. Gaming God. You suck, do you agree with me? Yes. Bobby Johnston. Stop F typing. Guess who? How do I get timed out? Super Poppy 241 Shih. IGTGCYA guys later. Logan. Mr. Turbo Cat dit. Logan. He asked for it. Mr. Turbo Cat. CYA Poppy. Logan. Haha. Griffey. Hello. Logan. Turbo bout to get cooked on FN next time though. The cringiest human being ever. Chat. Mr. Turbo Cat. Silence. Christmas Damien. Can you stop the chaos at once? Logan. No Mr. TurboCat TEHE. Alex plays. Alex plays. Higfly. Back on this account. Mr. TurboCat. Don't think so, Logan. Logan. It's true though. The cringiest human being ever. The text-to-speech can say cringiest. Logan. Yes, here, Mr. TurboCat. Higfly. Bye. Mr. TurboCat. We LLC. The cringiest human being ever. Or can Griffey. Ow wow wow OPWWPWPWPQQP. Maticuyo. YOYOFORLIFETEAM. Mason Tobin. I am back, Jack and Will. The cringiest human being ever. WP. Logan. I will do it, Turbo. Logan. Next time. Mr. TurboCat. Alright. Alex plays. WW. Christmas Damien. A. Christmas Damien. A. Christmas Damien. A. Basement Keeper. Embrace the power of the code. Use JACKANDWILL in the Fortnite store, dear. Alex plays. W. Griffey. F. Hanain Belifki. Niggers. The cringiest human being ever. Saying lunchly 1 million times, live 24/7 day 2-1. Basement Keeper. I banish Hanain Belifki to the dungeon. What a loser, Hanain Belifki exclaims. Christmas Damien. Nowhere to run. Alex plays. Fuck. Christmas Damien. NOWERE to hide. The cringiest human being ever. Why am I talking like TAHT? Logan. Turbo thoughts on Exhaust Dog. Basement Keeper. Mason Tobin, you have 10,700 basement points. Carlos A. Hero. He hi 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 hhhh. Mr. TurboCat. H is a bit of an alt account. Elias and Namira Gaming. Pussy niggas sex fuck pen is dick. Logan. Yee. Basement Keeper. I banish Elias and Namira Gaming to the dungeon. What a loser, Elias and Namira. Basement Keeper. Higfly, you have 3,800 basement points. Jonesy FN. Say this big black oily men with that riz on Ohio. The cringiest human being ever. Pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconorosis scares people with. Mason Tobin. Wait, where are Jack and Will? I just came back after I was gone for 4 hours. Higfly. Do you trust me? The cringiest human being ever. Sleeping. The cringiest human being ever. I am going. Mr. TurboCat. I'ma be AFK for a bit, CYA everyone. Higfly. Don T Demand. Hearts and cookies. Hi. Waymo. Hand pink waving. Christmas Damien. A. The cringiest human being ever. S. Terry's. Nay Gaming One
Hey, it's me,
fan.
Orlando. Now give me my
Biatch Bible
freaking
by Curious
20,000
Big ass big
points.
bastard big butt bigger bisexual bisexual bitch a bit. Basement Keeper. Orlando, you successfully redeemed. Give me my freaking 20k points for 1000. Higfly. I am sorry. Teddy. Yo, my nogger. The cringiest human being ever. Das die saddest sad saddest. The cringiest human being ever. Teddy, what the fuck? Mr. Max. I am back. Basement Keeper. Remember to spend your basement points sign in using your YouTube login at https. It's baseball time. Hi. Alex
Hey, it's
plays.
me, Orlando.
We
Now give me
VE
my
got a
freaking
Fortnite creator
20,000
code
points.
JACKANDWILL. We are not role models and we are. Basement Keeper. Orlando, you successfully redeemed. Give me my freaking 20k points for 1000. Christmas Damien. QWERTYUIOPASDFGHJKLZXCVBNM. The cringiest human being ever.
Hey, it's me,
I am
Orlando.
gonna
Now
die
give me
in
my
no more
freaking
than
20,000
200
points.
years. Higfly. Bye bye. XXLOVXX. Black Monkey. Jake W. Hi. Mason Tobin. I am making videos ILL. See you all later. Basement Keeper. Hearts and cookies, you successfully redeemed. Give me my freaking 20k points for 1. Basement Keeper. Thank you for subscribing, Rohaya Ishmael. It's baseball time. Where are they gonna be back? Big Apps S Hammer Shop. Bro, the TTS is going crazy. The cringiest human being ever. Balls Gaming. Mr. Max. Riz. Mason Tobin. Most likely tomorrow. Guess who? Bye bye. Basement Keeper. Hearts and cookies, you successfully redeemed. Who is this person for 1000? Big Apps S Hammer Shop. Why is TTS so racist? Jake W. Ha 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 ha. The cringiest human being ever. Okay, I am having too much fun with this text-to-speech loudly crying emoji loudly. Elias Amira family. Suck my dick all you pussy eyes and cream pie the fuck out of your girlfriend and make pussy filled WI. Jake W. The cringiest human being ever. What the fuck? King Krona N. Weew. Orlando. Bro WTF. Max 3242. Hi. The cringiest human being ever. 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 Hearts and cookies. Same with me, I am having too much fun with the text-to-speech. Max 3242.
Hey, it's me, Orlando. Now give me my
What the
freaking
Sigma?
20,000 points.
4 Lex. Gusnick. Jake W. Lunchley. Basement Keeper. Hearts and cookies, you have 3,100 basement points. Max 3,242. What the Sigma? Jake W. Jake W. Jackson. Hi, I am Nightmare Bonnie on a different account. Mr. Max. Max. Jake W. Jake W. The cringiest human being ever. Stop the racism or I will say the N-word. Jake W. Jake W. Jake W. Jake W. Basement Keeper. Christmas Damien, you have 2,300 basement points. King Krona N. Wet Wipes. Hearts and Cookies. HNERNJNEDIJCJR3MKSLXMEA00 Shays Sox LA Ozos Ozos 3003. Orlando. Who TF are all these knobheads? Waymo. In it King Krona N. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. What the Sigma? Orlando. Waymo is cooking. Orlando. Waymo has his eyes peeled lol. Orlando. Big up. Waymo. FR, it's a shame it doesn't stop the TTS when the message is deleted. The cringiest human being ever. FFGUFDHGHDGHDGHFDGHFDGFDUFGLX Alex plays. Come on, finish eating already. King Krona N. Yes, it is your fault. Jake W. The big up is not hitting the corners. The cringiest human being ever. Yes, it is my fault. Orlando. So many Falcon knob sacks. Alex plays. Cringiest. Jake W. Yes, it did it. The cringiest human being ever. I am a knob sacks. Dream XD on Vox. You're fat. Alex plays. Sack. Finley. Where are they? Finley. Oh, what am a member. King Krona N. To Mordor. Super Mario Angad Kukreja. 100k. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. This is so Sigma. Orlando. Finley, you prob got gifted. Super Mario Angad Kukreja. Sup, how are you? Finley. Orlando, yeah, I just checked. I got an email saying it was gifted. Finley. Nice. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. 90,055. Super Mario Angad Kukreja. Yo, it says our name. Hearts and cookies. Can someone give some membership so I can possibly get a membership? Dave Cabanero. Wow, I'm back. Screech. Guys, stop. King Krona N. I die inside every time I hear someone say Sigma intentionally. 1 MPVLO Imperor. I like my cheese drippy brew. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. SA. Dave Cabanero. Keep it up, mate. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. SA. Super Mario Angad Kukreja. Stokes twins close to hitting 100 million. Orlando. Hey you lot, when they come back Jack and will gonna be gifting 10. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. SA. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. SA. Basement Keeper. Greetings, the keeper of the basement wishes you to subscribe if you haven't yet. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. SA. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. SA. Dave Cabanero. I just sub. Jake W. I like my cheese drippy brer. Orlando. Big up, Dave. Basement Keeper. Embrace the power of the code. Use JACKANDWILL in the Fortnite store, dear. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. SA. Basement Keeper. Remember to spend your basement points, sign in using your YouTube login at https. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. What the Sigma.
Hey, it's me, Orlando. Now give me my freaking 20,000
Basement Keeper.
points.
Orlando, you successfully redeemed. Give me my freaking 20k points for 1,000. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. Bye. Basement Keeper. Thank you for subscribing, Memphis YT. Orlando. Lads, if the kebabs are banging, play yay MANNN. Memphis YT. I subscribed. Triss the Mr. Gameplay. Lunchly. Tris the Mr. Gameplay. Lunchley. Jason Russell. Brew. King Krona N. Sin smell like Orchdale. Screech. Bick what the fuck. Jason Russell. Bro I just joined YY all gone. Orlando. W. Screech. www. Come on, I've been warting a lot. King Krona N. Main character syndrome. Orlando. Big up Griffey. Screech. Nor the fuck the way I just saw this and I was like what the F is this I can't. King Krona N. Kebab must be unreal. Orlando. Real. King Krona N. No way. King Krona N. XD. Screech. FR. Orlando. Oh shite Screech. King Krona N. Honestly I don't believe you. Screech. Who? Backrooms lover. AHHHBIINROT yesterday. Backrooms lover. Where is the AI? King Krona N. Im just joking DW. Backrooms lover. OTHERUR. Orlando. The lads from FAWKIN Derby.
Hey, it's me, Orlando.
Backrooms
now give me
lover.
My freaking 20,000
IAM and I. Basement keeper. Orlando, you successfully redeemed. Give me my freaking 20k points for 1,000. Basement keeper. Remember to spend your basement points sign in using your YouTube login at https. Backrooms lover. AHHHHH. Ronnie Powers. Big black haha, no I didn't say it. Backrooms lover. Big black orangutan. Griffey. Hey, is it too much to handle? 'Cause I am the Orlando im lighting up this candle. Ronnie Powers. Muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man. Ronnie Powers. Muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man. Ronnie Powers. Muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man. Ronnie Powers. Muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man. Ronnie Powers. Muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man. Ronnie Powers. Muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man. Backrooms lover. Griffey, why are you the timer clock on my stove? I put the fridge with the pie. Oveja Grand. Lunchly. King Krona N. Wubbalooba dub dub. Oveja Grand. NIGGER. Ronnie Powers. Oveja Grand Ola. Griffey. Dang, I got burnted. Good job, bro. Stay trusted. Ronnie Powers, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin man, muffin. Ronnie Powers. Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie. Ronnie Powers. Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie. Ronnie Powers. Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie. Ronnie Powers. Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie. Oveja Grand. What did you do? Oveja Grand. NIGGER. Oveja Grand. NIGGER. Backrooms lover. IE Powers, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers member 2 months, Ronnie Powers, Ronnie Powers. Oveja Grand. NIGGER. Tomasanu. Hi. Orlando. Don T be saying shite like that. Tomasanu. Goobity goo. Waymo. W Orlando. Orlando. Your FAWKIN verified, you should know better. Griffey. Yes, sir, Orlando is him. Orlando. W. Waymo. Tomasanu. Neeger. King Krona N. There's always one broken sausage. Griffey. W. Waymo. Griffey. W. Orlando. Alex plays. Come on. Waymo. My sprinkler goes like this. Basement keeper. Embrace the power of the code. Use JACKANDWILL in the Fortnite store, dear. Alex plays. Finish eating. Robot 346. King Krona N. So have we all. Alex plays. What are you even eating? Robot 346. Bro, I broke the voice thingy. Robot 346. NVM. Robot 346. Robot 346. Mum. Robot 346. MNM means Eminem. Robot 346. King Krona N. Fly you fools. Robot 346. No you. Robot 346. Jokes. Microchip. Hi. Robot 346. Did idled. Robot 346. D. Robot 346. D. Robot 346. Did. Robot 346. DDD. Robot 346. D. Robot 346. D. King Krona N. Know you. Robot 346. D. Basement Keeper. Remember to spend your basement points sign in using your YouTube login at https. Microchip. Say diddler. Microchip. Diddler 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 diddler. Aiden Games. I am here. Microchip. Drake 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 Drake. Microchip. I like Mew chest drippy. Microchip. I unsind in diesem Fall ich bin nicht mehr mit mir zu sprechen unsind in der. Ronnie Powers. Orlando Waymo. I reported that guy's account with timestamps to the stream and Microchip. Isaac der SNUTS. Ronnie Powers. He should be verified. Waymo. W. Ronnie Powers. Ronnie Powers. Shouldn't he? King Krona N. Singar air ppia don't wash scene balls. Aiden Games. Dragon W big up 1 W zig jackface W zig big up 1 big up Dragon W big up 1. Aiden Games. +1 big up. Ronnie Powers. Big up, 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 big up. Christmas Damien. Aiden Games. Will Prime Jack Prime Will Prime Jack Prime Will Prime Jack Prime Will Prime Jack Prime. Pixelated Adventurer. Live guys, join my stream. Ronnie Powers. Alex Plays. Aiden Games, how are you doing? Aiden Games. Pixelated Adventure, stop self-promoting. Christmas Damien. Wait. Aiden Games. Good Alex Plays. Ronnie Powers. Christmas Damien. I saw you on Cleese Clips. Orlando. Aiden Games, stop scamming. Alex Plays. Same Aiden. Molly Purple Heart Butterfly. Wait, they don't love you like they love you. Aiden Games. Orlando, I'm not SOING that anymore. Christmas Damien. Aiden Games. Alex Plays. Aiden is not scamming. Pixelated Adventurer. L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L. Alex Plays. Yay, the TTS is gone. Aiden Games. King Krona N. Haha, jokes on you. Pixelated Adventurer. L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L. Alex Plays. Oh. JFRVBN Ruajeko CDMHB Fiviajarok. Lunchies. Orlando. Aiden Games, have you made any money from YouTube after getting monetized? Ronnie Powers. B I M I V I P I. Ronnie Powers. Christmas Damien, mine never did it, lol, shut the fuck up. Aiden Games. Big up, 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 big up. Christmas Damien. DIDIDIDI. Backrooms Lover. L. 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 JFRVBN Ruajeko CDMHB Fiviajarok. L. Ronnie Powers. I'll break it in 2 seconds, watch. JFRVBN Ruajeko CDMHB Fiviajarok. L. Basement Keeper. Greetings, the keeper of the basement wishes you to subscribe if you haven't yet. Aiden Games. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Christmas Damien. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Basement Keeper. Henry Reary has immersed themselves in the adventures of Jack Will for 11:42 hours. Reaper Gaming 1028. Stop Ronnie Powers. Basement Keeper. Alex Plays has immersed themselves in the adventures of Jack Will for 4:25 hours. Christmas Damien. Stop. Aiden Games. Damien. Basement Keeper. Alex Plays you have 2,100 basement points. Orlando. Lads turn off TTS it's getting abused. Basement Keeper. Embrace the power of the code, use JACKANDWILL in the Fortnite store dear. Aiden Games. Naima D. Basement Keeper. Remember to spend your basement points sign in using your YouTube login at https. Aiden Games. Lunch Keeler. Matthew B. JWKW. Dylan Alves. What happened? Aiden Games. God damn it. Aiden Games. Finally it ATOPPES. Aiden Games. Stopped. Dylan Alves. Wow. Alex Plays. Aiden Games. Mustard. JGK1. L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L. Suze. TH sleeping. Aiden Games. No, they're not. Canadian Star Spangle. They went to eat Suze. Dylan Alves. Sorry, Canadian Star Spangle. Orlando. No, they aren't. Christmas Damien. SKIDIDIDIDIDIDIDIDI. Orlando. They're eating kebabs. Aiden Games. Big up one, big up, 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 big up one, big up. Adam Short 77. Did he party? Suze. Okay, moderators, send me to the bad boy room. Canadian Star Spangle. They re-eating the dogs and cats. GK1 Sports. Suze. You know what button that is. Orlando. Nah, not for no reason, Suze, lol. Dylan Alves. HK. Suze. 24H. Dylan Alves. Hi. Suze. Yester-it. Orlando. Alright, Suze. Canadian Star Spangle. Orlando lol. Orlando. You got what you wanted. Steak Roblox. The first time we had to go to the hospital, we had to go in the hospital and get. Aiden Games. Will Prime Jack Face W Zig Jack Sigma Will Prime Jack Prime. Suze. Again. Canadian Star Spangle. CER in 24 hours Suze. Chase Perry. Lololol L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L L I J O U J H J H H J R U F U F F Aiden Games. Gold Poo, big up 1 goal and big up 1 gold poo. Canadian Stars Spangle. Big up Wayne 0. Suze. Again. Orlando. W. Waymo. Suze. Again. Suze. Again. Suze. Again. Dylan Alves. W. Waymo. Basement Keeper. Remember to spend your basement points sign in using your YouTube login at https. Aiden Games. Big up 1, big up 1 gold poo, big up 1 dragon W, big up 1 goal and big up 1 Wilprime, big up 1. Ronnie Powers. Orlando, the fuck is the point of having the TTS on while they are gone? It's for. Caleb Maniz. What happened when I am gone? Dylan Alves. Person turquoise waving. Canadian Stars Spangle. They are listening Ronnie. Pixelated Adventurer. Magnifying glass, magnifying glass, magnifying glass, magnifying glass, magnifying. Orlando. Alright Ronnie, then maybe Don T be a knob. Pixelated Adventurer. Magnifying glass, magnifying glass, magnifying glass, magnifying glass, magnifying. Caleb Maniz. Magnifying glass. Ronnie Powers. They're listening all night while sleeping. We do this all night. Canadian Stars Spangle. Finally it's quiet. Ronnie Powers. You two are just controlling right now, being assholes. Canadian Stars Spangle. They aren't sleeping, they are eating RN Ronnie. Tommy Mubarak. Again. King Krona N. They aren't sleeping, they are eating. Tommy Mubarak. STLL Suze. Tommy Mubarak. Mods Yusuk. Tommy Mubarak. Not powerful. Orlando. Ronnie, you're clogging the chat and they skip your messages anyways. Caleb Maniz. Zing zong ding dong ching chong zing zong. Ronnie Powers. Everyone here was having fun until you two did that. Orlando. Ronnie, chill out. Caleb Maniz. So what now? Caleb Maniz. AILL wait. Caleb Maniz. Or not. Canadian Stars Spangle. They LL be back soon DW. Caleb Moniz. Okay. Dream on. HAHAHALUNCHLY. Canadian Star Spangle. Why is TTS reading my chats in 05 speed? Ronnie Powers. Canadian Star Spangle cause you're a piece of shit. Caleb Moniz. IDK lol. Basement Keeper. Embrace the power of the code. Use JACKANDWILL in the Fortnite store, dear. Nybart. I am Suze. Nybart. Dude. Nybart. Yasuk. Nybart. I am Suze. Caleb Moniz. Fresh avocado. Caleb Moniz. Brew, the pronunciation is wrong. Canadian Star Spangle. 8 p.m. Caleb Moniz. Yes. Orlando. Big up Star Spangle for being in the same time zone as me lol. Caleb Moniz. Free Shuvakadu. Orlando. Est is goated. Dream on. Next goal is a 100,000. Bread. No it S1700. Bread. Canadian Star Spangle. Big up Eastern Time. Caleb Moniz. You're a potato, not bread. Orlando. W. MW placed Sue. It's S8:01 p.m. for me as well. Bread. I know I am so dumb it SCUSI didn't e. Bread. Sleep well. Caleb Moniz. Do you guys want to watch Meme Z while waiting on a different tab? Caleb Moniz. Hello. Pretty girl. Hello. Caleb Moniz. JHFNWVHFENFEFERVNGFRUVNGNHEVHGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGENGE Canadian Star Spangle. Almost 150 likes, big up.
Ah, no way, John.
Oh, fucking hell, you dirty bastard, man. Stop burping.
Canadian Star Spangle. Y-O-O-O. Orlando. I heard that. King Krona N.
Listen, we both know
Orlando.
that was you.
The lads are back.
Let's go.
Orlando.
Way.
Huge up.
Well, last 10K.
Caleb Moniz. Sorry if I was crazy for a minute. Waymo. We're high.
Wow.
Orlando. Let's go.
Let's go.
Orlando.
Orlando.
Yay-M-A-N-N-N-N.
Orlando.
Orlando's a knob. Yep, gifting members, I'll do it right now.
Yes. Is that what everyone's waiting for?
Yeah, I think that's what
That
everyone's
is,
waiting
mate.
for.
Wait for it. Wait for us to hit lunch again. I'm joking. Lunchly.
This is where we find out we can't even do it. Membership gifting. Maybe if I refresh.
Lunchly. What does that mean? Does that mean we can't do it? Lunchly.
I apologise to anyone who's been waiting for a membership. But it ain't letting me do it. Like it's not like gone over to the next month type thing. I don't know whether YouTube works in American time or something. Maybe like in a few hours we'll be able to gift some.
Yeah, maybe. Just don't go anywhere. Lunchly scam.
Why does it never work like? No. It works. We will have them, but obviously they reset every month. They haven't actually reset yet.
What are you doing waiting for it? Never said.
I said maybe at 12 o'clock because it's technically the next month. It might let me do them, but obviously not.
Don't leave. Lunchly. We're gonna hit 100k soon. Lunchly.
It lets me on. I can see it. It says you've already used them all for this month. It's not refreshed yet.
It also says, you thought you'd get it.
You're all sat there spamming the fucking
Lunchly.
So genuinely, as soon as they it allows me to, I'll do it. But I've got a feeling it's because not everywhere in the world is technically in the next month yet. So that could be one of the reasons.
Do you know what it could be? It will be once we've hit this 1,000.
It could be at 100,000. It allows us to do it. Who knows?
Yeah. Lunchly.
That makes me laugh because people might
Lunchly.
I'm sorry if anyone's waited for this.
Orlando's just like
4 hours till December, exactly. So not everyone is actually in December yet.
Well, listen, I'll be up. Pardon me.
Fucking hell. See, I told you it was in birthday.
It actually wasn't.
It was. Dirty tramp.
If I see the option
the
to
views are leaving.
Gift memberships, I'll gift them.
As soon as I can gift them, I'll gift them.
Lunchly.
So I am sorry. Let me just do a quick...
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I don't expect to be forgiven. I'm simply here to apologize.
What's that? God damn.
Lunchly.
You smelly man.
Lunchly.
Hey,
Kebab
it's
was
me,
nice.
Orlando. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
Lunchly.
Maybe tomorrow when we wake up, it'll be there.
That needs to be changed to give me my membership now. Lunchly.
You heard the man, Orlando. Get on it.
Lunchly.
I'm sorry. Few people are abusing that TTS with racist remarks, by the way, just letting you know.
Yeah.
Well, fuck them people.
Lunchly. Just ban them.
I did think of that. I did think when you're asleep, someone could literally be spamming like racist shit, and you're like, interesting.
Yeah, I know. I hear them in the night. Lunchly, and I just laugh.
Here's some dodgy shit, but then I go, someone's watching it whilst I'm asleep.
I'm asleep right now, and you're sat there like, let's wake them up. Lunchly.
Well, it says I'm canting. Let me just go to 500. Rest of the 500, yeah. Lunchly.
Yeah, there was some verified dude doing it. What a fucking loser.
Some verified geezer doing it. Lunchly, haha, demoted. Lunchly.
Essentially, we've got a button that we change it. We don't have to, but we change it so that Jack
so we can see how much we've done each.
Yeah. So I've just fucked up and gave him an extra 300.
Because he's silly like that. He's done it a few times.
I have done it a few times, which is why Jack's beating me by like a good 20,000. I had to go eat, but I'm back. No worries, Dylan. Yeah, and the verified geezer doing it was here since day 62 of Mr. Beastlaw.
What was his name?
Who won FO? Imagine it's like, really?
Oh no, not that guy. You know what I mean? Lunchly.
His name was like Mr. Beast or something. Mr. Beast. What is a kilometer? Kilometer? I don't remember.
I don't even know what kilometer is.
Oh, I see. So you are in the backpack. Lunchly. I'm kidding, Whistler. Nah, I'm not down by that much.
Hey, listen. We'll show you a lot. Boom. That's the score right now. 54,000 to 38,000.
51,000, 38,000.
That's 51,000. I thought it was a bit more. You know. So numbers don't lie.
Wow. So I must have been on yours the whole time then.
Fuck off.
Obviously didn't realise.
I woke up early. Lunchly.
I'm gonna have to remove that feature. Can't be violating me like that. So I've only done 40,000.
Lunchly, yeah.
Fuck off.
Lunchly.
Thought for a second he said, "What will the loser?" I was just like, "What you calling me?"
I thought he was calling you a loser.
Yeah.
In fact, I think that's what he meant. He just said it nicely.
What will the loser have to do? Nothing.
Be the bitch for the week.
Whispering, he's lying to you and changed it to favourite. Yeah, I am a little bit, you know, suspicious.
Nah, I woke up early, did about 5k before you came out of your room.
Yeah.
You sat there doing gifts. I kept on going, and then I've also kept.
Oh, so all the behind the scenes, the shorts, the gifts, everything that makes this stream actually watchable. Ah, that's what I've been doing.
Hey, don't hate the game, don't hate the player, hate the game. Lunchly.
See you in a bit, Dylan.
See you in a bit, Dylan. Lunchly.
Also, I'm going to take a shower though. I was here during your guys' break. Well, I appreciate you for joining.
Lunchly.
My go. Oh no, keep going. Will is cooking.
I
appreciate it.
I thought I'd help you out. Lunchly, lunchly,
I look like I need it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Smash through the ceiling because I'm reaching for the stars.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yeah, but I've done like thousands for Jack without realising it. Multiple thousands.
I have done some for you as well. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
I've obviously done more though. How have you ended up? How have you ended up with like 13,000 more fucking Mr. Beast than maybe Lunchleys than me?
I'm just on fucking smoke. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. You ain't sat on this chair anymore. My arse wrecks on this chair. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. So yeah, I do a lot more because I'm trying to get to this 100k.
Jack's done 38k for you.
Lunchly,
JK
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
right.
Lunchly, lunchly.
What was it?
What sauce do you have on kebab? Chili and garlic.
Add it as a gift.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
yeah, chili and garlic.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Okay, so I think I've for real got a virus. Also, him vibes to the song.
Lunchly, 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 standard. Way mayonnaise. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Hey, it's me, Orlando. That would make him laugh.
Hey, it's me, Orlando. Now give me my freaking 20,000
if I changed it midstream, and he goes, plays in it. Hey, it's me, Orlando.
I'm a hog rider.
He'd just go. Especially I've got them all in a line, and he'd just be like, nobody knows that it's changed. Super Poppy joins, plays it. Yo, everyone just starts playing it. I've made it literally dirt cheap, 10 points, playing it. It's like, yeah, who's cooking now? Wait, Orlando, is that your actual voice for the Redeem 79? Yeah, it is. I might be cooked. Nah, it's 3 AM and still saying Lunchly, yep. Oh no, it's turbos. Does Orlando get points every time someone plays it? Nah, he said he was happy with it for being free.
Put some moisturiser on my face and it just turned red.
You didn't put Vaseline on it. It just went red as fuck.
Nah, I put the cream stuff we've got in there.
Oh no, I put that on my balls not long ago.
Oh no, it's alright. It's in a bottle.
Okay.
Lunchly. The next day I just woke up and there was just red, just literally a patch of red all the way around it. I was just like, oh shit.
Does it cost $5 for a membership? Yes.
That must have been strawberry leaf. Lunchly, won't surprise me. Lunchly.
Why did you time me out twice earlier? I don't think we did.
I didn't time you.
I've not timed anybody out all day. Yeah.
Lunchly.
Hail to America. Yes, Mason, Tobin. Oh, hey, Jacksonville, I'm back. Yes, Mason. I left you there when I snuck in through the night. Yeah.
Lunchly.
Yo, Pierre, wanna come out here?
Fuck yeah. Lunchly.
I was timed out by Canadian Star Spangle. Oh, well, there you go.
Lunchly. What I asked then. Yeah. Lunchly.
I feel good.
I knew that I would. I've done bare for you now, Will.
Not really.
Keep it on your name. Keep going.
Lunchly.
Bottom Will's
I love a pint and I love a line. And another pint and another line.
Lunchly.
You wanker.
You bummed. Lunchly.
42 minutes. I'm going to go to bed
Lunchly.
so I can get up at 2:45 a.m.
Lunchly.
Sad world.
Lunchly.
Who told me that twice? Fuck knows.
Probably way more. Lunchly.
Whoever it was, need a raise.
Lunchly.
So that's all good, Mason.
Say a bit Mason,
You're
mate.
in army.
It was me. Lunchly.
I do agree with Waymo. Guess who? All you do is go on about the same shit. No one cares about time anyway. I didn't time you out. Will didn't time you out. You don't care that you got timed out.
Lunchly. Say in a bit, mate.
Sand.
Lunchly. Can you please ban me? Sure. Lunchly.
Fucking person.
Lunchly.
Hold up, you're both in December. I'm still in November. Whoa.
Time
You're
travel?
telling me that's how time zones work?
Lunchly.
Never would have known.
Now give me my 20,000 points.
Lunchly.
I'm a YouTuber
Lunchly. So basically,
what I was thinking. I can't believe you've done this.
Orlando is going to be broke soon.
That's the kind of gif I need, though. Lunchly. What?
I'm an island
Lunchly. Maybe.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
Hello, Juanito. I'll have a pint and another
Why is it
wine.
so hard to say?
No, do you want to pass it back? Everyone's like, oh, fuck that, I didn't get him the fucking thing.
Seen a bit Orlando. Lunchly. Oh wait. Lunchly.
Wait.
Oh, we can gift them.
Yeah, because you imagine.
Lunchly.
Hey, it's me, Orlando. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
Lunchly. What did you think to that Mr. Beast video?
I think Ronaldo felt sorry for the guy.
Lunchly.
You're telling me you couldn't hit one fucking target?
Lunchly.
Are you mad? The best football player in the whole entire world.
No offense to but it was good sportsmanship. Yeah. Just shows that they're all fucking shit if they can be beat by children. Do you know what I mean? When you deep it, logically, Lunchly. It was basically just an excuse to give money to people that
are already rich.
Didn't need it. Lunchly. Bubba B 1000 rated. Bubba B 1 million. Shout out Bubba B. Lunchly. Big Justice beat Bryce Harper. He didn't though. That's like, I don't know.
Some guy who looks like he works on computers beat Ronaldo in a fucking.
Did you notice that they were treating him like a spanner? Like a spanner. Do you know what I mean?
I thought the same. I thought it was like
Lunchly.
You know when you get one of those people when you're at school, it's like, and you're like, you can be on my team. Like, pass him the ball, let him have a go.
He's just blessed your ball. That's what it was like, isn't it? Lunchly.
Uh-oh, Mr. Beast now.
Lunchly.
We're gonna get him.
Lunchly. It's true though. Lunchly.
I
Messi
don't
was
think I've
there.
ever seen Moana 2.
Yeah, if Messi was there, Ronaldo would be going bang, 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 nailing all 4 of them. But put some idiot on the ball. We can't hit a fucking thing.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
Yeah,
You know why that is? Lunchly.
Why?
Because Ronaldo's going, I can only be here for 5 minutes. Okay, so just film 5 seconds.
Well, it's not like Ronaldo really had to look at the ball and went, right, I'm gonna nail this one there. He literally just went, right, it's Ronaldo's go. He's like, fucking hell, he took it already. What are you trying He nearly hit one of them and he saw his face like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's true.
No, I'm joking. He didn't really ball it still. Why the mods? Why are the mods like everyone talking shit on everyone? Like everyone who's got times out.
Why are the mods or everyone talking shit?
I don't even know what you're on about.
And everyone who got times out. I don't know. If people get timed out, we should talk shit on them. What, like this? You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm sure they've done. We don't time people out for like nothing.
I don't time anyone.
Lunchly.
I just sit back and wait for everything to blow over.
Lunchly.
Oh, my back.
Let's
get some speed on this thing.
Oh, was it you, Ronnie Powers? Because you
Who
were
got timed out?
spamming Ronnie Powers. It was used to spamming and clogging up GTS. It was already stated like,
right. Lunchly. Yeah, you don't want to piss off the mods.
I didn't
they
see
don't
that.
take no shit. Lunchly. Oh, that's a bit much. Lunchly. Fucking hell, savage. Lunchly. I have no opinion on Messi or Ronaldo because I know nothing about soccer. Soccer? Oh, in your case, football. Lunchly. Wow. Lunchly. Yeah, it does, yeah. Lunchly. Oh, mate, I don't know why I created that. Was brutal. Oh, Canadian Star Spangled. Take no note. Lunchly. Stop laughing.
What? There's something.
Oh, you fucking idiot. You're making me laugh, man. I can normally hold it in.
Hold on, there's some on the desk.
Lunchly. Ah, fuck me. Lunchly. Canadian Star Spangled. Bruh. It just came out of nowhere. I was just like, what the fuck?
Hey JACKANDWILL, my sister is driving all over my state and I'm currently at home with my parents.
Lunchly. Yeah, don't take any disrespect. You time people out whenever you need to. Lunchly. I want to see what actually was being said earlier. That's kind of brutal. Lunchly.
I was going to say, also, we do actually hear the TTS. We don't turn it off.
Lunchly. I don't really try and listen to every single word that's coming out.
No, but like we are listening. So if I
lunchly,
hear something dodgy,
I'm literally looking for it now, Canadian. Lunchly. Lunchly.
We're doing all right, Arrow Man.
Nah, I see it. Nah, yeah, I agree with the.
Yo, Penguin Man.
Lunchly. Ah, mate, I can't stop laughing. Don't do it, Will. You fucking idiot. When the message is deleted, it should stop the TTS audio from coming through. It works on a different thing. It's a bit weird. It doesn't actually delete it. Lunchly. Do you know like the Streamlabs actual chat, yeah? Do you know when people used to get timed out, it'd still pop up on here? It's like that. It's like because it's through a different thing, so it doesn't delete the message. Lunchly. It's alright, I can hear Will slightly laughing. Lunchly. Shut the fuck up. Lunchly. Why are you running off? Lunchly.
I was blowing my nose. When the message is deleted, we should stop. Yeah, the way it works is, I know Jack just explained it, but imagine you send a bunch of messages through, you time them out, it deletes them on the chat, but on the speech chat they're still there. So they can't type anything more, but everything that they have written will still get played.
Which I think is a bit stupid, but there's not a lot you can do about it. Lunchly. Make sure you switch it to yours. 92k bigger. Yeah, we're gonna hit this 100k tonight. 100%.
Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast.
Lunchly. Wow. Lunchly.
If you break the rules, you're gonna get a sting. Oh, he's doing another rap. I just realised. I ain't reading all that shit. I'm trying to laugh.
I was gonna say Griffey made me laugh.
Did he?
Yeah, scroll up and you'll see why. Lunchly. That's why I was, yeah. Lunchly. Always listen to the mod's direction. I mean direction.
Oh man.
Lunchly. Yeah, you can see why I was laughing. Lunchly. Lunchly.
You should have seen this fucking hilarious joke that popped up. It's fucking mental. Fucking hell, I got something in my nose.
Lunchly. Seen a bit, Penguin Man. Lunchly.
Nah, seen a bit, Mason, mate.
Lunchly.
That's the last time I say bye to Penguin Man.
Lunchly. I'll see you a bit, Mason, mate. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Fuck's sake, man, it's not even that funny.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. It is pretty funny. My bad, guys, for the rapping. Nah, you're all good.
It's not you.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I just wasn't expecting something like that. Like, I just, you know what I mean?
You know, you just come off food, you come by, you get a bit beef in the chat, it makes you that. A low cosmic journey.
Yes, cosmic journey. Lunchly.
And he's back!
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Lunchly,
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
You messaged me somewhere.
Lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly.
Oh, man.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Griffey, you make me
lunchly,
laugh.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly.
Oh.
Lunchly, lunchly,
I'm okay.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Here we go again. JACKANDWILL yapping for 1 month.
Yeah, you know it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'm good. I'm good.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Do you want to
lunchly.
check my Discord there, Rapid?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. They definitely doubled this stream. The aim's to get to 100k, because then we've absolutely smashed what we did on the Mr. Beast, and Lunchly's harder to say. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
I think KSK sorting it in the chat anyway. 45k to now nearly 100k. They definitely doubled that this stream. We have.
What did KSK do? Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly,
him and Ronnie are having a little chat. I think they're coming to some common ground.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
What's the next saying? Crunch bar 2 million times?
Nah.
Crunch bar? No.
I'd just say Feastables. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Say Prime 100,000 maybe.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Only 100,000.
That's too easy.
Light work. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Prime's easy to say as well.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Yeah, we'd have that done easy. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Give me back.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. And even under 1 mil is too low for them.
Yes, yeah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
always paying your mum?
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Me and the
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Whatever you read in the Discord. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I'm reading. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. How much money for you all to say singing monsters 8 times? £5. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. On the Google bush. Nah, I wish. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
it's a sticky one because we don't say you can spam when the TTS on. It's there for you to just write stuff and we might hear it. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you can write
I don't
bullshit.
mind if I'm going to sleep here. I don't mind someone just constantly spamming, right? But if the mod's there and he's like, "Hey, stop spamming," I stand with the mods
because you gotta think if there's 20 people, if there's 20 people sat there waiting and all they can hear is, and they want, the thing is, everyone wants to have their message heard as well. And if you've just gone on and copy and pasted lunchly about 20 different times, of course you're gonna get timed out. Like, if you, I guarantee you now, if you'd have just put lunchly once, that one paragraph of lunchly, you wouldn't have got timed out. I know, I'm a mod now and I'm in someone's stream and they've got TTS on and someone just comes in and goes, 20 times, lunchly, you're going to be like, yo man, everyone wants to get their message through as well. So I get it.
Lunchly. Obviously, I didn't know really what had gone on, and then all of a sudden I just seen Canadian Star Spangled Goes Suck You, and I thought, whoa, that's a bit far. Lunchly, and then I saw someone's comment.
Have the green one.
Saw Griffey's comment. I was like, lunchly.
What have I missed? I did Kebab come back, my chat's in bits.
Everyone's about scrapping. Lunchly.
Always drama when I leave. See, I believe that if you see it in the start, don't time them out.
Lunchly, because your mum will get violated. I mean, that was fucking brutal. Some guys are trying to chat, and some are just trying to spam. Yeah. No,
it's not really that deep. It's not that deep. But
I agree with you lot. Lunchly.
I prefer the messages that are like different, if that makes sense. If it's different, it's better. If someone just, when someone joins and it's the same message 20 times, it's like, oh come on man, like I've heard it. You don't need to play it 20 times. I get it. That's just why I say it. And we do hear it. We have speakers for a reason. We turn the mic off and all we hear is the chat. What is your guys' edging streak? I don't even know what that is. Spamming is so annoying and a waste of time. It's funny. It is funny to hear it go like What is edging?
Days and weeks and months. Lunchly. Does that explain it a little bit better for you? Lunchly. Yo.
Hey, he's back.
He's back. Guinea Pig is
Voldemort's back. Lunchly disgusting as fuck. I've never tried it. Obviously, we're not American, so I would like to I'd like to try it one day when it's released in the UK. Been a while. It's been a couple of weeks. Big up guinea pig though.
Where is it? Show yourself.
If it doesn't pop through, I don't know why, but every time someone does a member message, it never pops through. Case didn't, Jamie Hattons didn't, and now guinea pig didn't.
It has been a while, guinea pig. Lunchly. Jack, stop fucking laughing. I ain't laughing, alright?
Why don't you move back to the old place? So we could do the live 24/7. Can you do the pure evil challenge after you said lunchly 1 million times? What's the pure evil challenge?
Nah. You read that. Lunchly.
It's the gift that makes it funny.
King Cronin, you're mental.
Oh, I ain't got a GPA.
Lunchly.
What's your GPA?
Lunchly. Oh, tonight's been a crazy night. Lunchly.
I'm gonna send Diddy over to your location. He won't want to come over here.
Lunchly. You know what? We've got some pretty good mods. Lunchly, but I do. Lunchly. Why are elevator jokes so good? Don't know, tell me.
Because they work on so many levels. I like it.
Okay, I like it.
That's crazy, by the way.
Lunchly.
But yeah, welcome to the stream, King Cronin. This is with like basically all we do. Does the one chip challenge taste good? No, not really. Better than the hot one though. Is this going to be the last stream before you go to bed?
The Death Knot was
yes.
One chip wasn't even hot. Lunchly. The Death Knot. Now that was something. Trust me, I don't recommend that to anyone. Lunchly.
Jack was on the toilet for a long time.
Oh, it was bad. Lunchly.
I've been left just gaming now. I watched that.
I watched that. Pussies. Hey, listen, if you can do the Death Knot, yeah, I'll take my hat off to you because that shit's hot. Lunchly. I did the one chip piece of piss, yeah. That thing killed me. Lunchly.
Pussies. Oh yeah, I bottled it. Trust me, that was.
Hey, I completed it, mate. It wasn't easy, but I did
it. Talking shit.
Lunchly.
Do they sell it? Heard someone passed away for doing it and it got taken off shelves. What, Death Knot? No, they do sell it.
They still sell the Death Knot.
And the one chip.
That's hotter than the one chip. I don't care what anyone says.
In case I think of it, Mr. Beast. What you want advice from a cow? Beef? I don't know.
Advice?
Beef tips.
So I don't
really get that.
That was a bit dead, I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I just realised you guys are back. Yeah, man. Please do the Pure Evil Challenge. What is the Pure Evil Challenge? Oh, Pure Evil is the spicy hot sauce, 13 million Scovilles. I think we'd piss it.
We? Lunchly. You can't handle 13 million Scoville.
No. I feel no pain.
Handled the fucking...
Listen.
It was 16 million Scoville as well. I smashed it.
If someone kept on handing me spoonful, I'm gonna sneeze of hot sauce.
Lunchly. Fucking hell, he's dying just off thinking of it. Lunchly.
Like I was saying, if someone handed me a spoonful of 13 million Scoville hot sauce, I could take it. Big up Orlando.
Lunchly. Lunchly. Why did the melon jump into the lake? God, tell me. Lunchly.
Why can I get mods?
Lunchly. Who are you? Lunchly.
In the bag.
Lunchly. Oh, he thinks I'm just gonna go, oh, that guy's funny, I'm gonna give him one.
Random 2 mixers.
Lunchly.
It would be a water. It wanted to be a watermelon. You can't.
Make sure you switch it over to yours.
Yes.
Just when you get that question like fucking
daily.
Yeah, just all the time.
Lunchly. What time do I achieve mod?
You guys were on a steak stream. Steak knows Creekcraft. Creek was almost in a Mr. Beast video. Mr. Beast talked to Elon. Elon knows Donald Trump. You guys are connected to the White House. I like that.
That is true. Number 1 is a member. How do you mean? Lunchly.
No one is a member.
No one is a member. My bad.
Oh yeah, no one in here right now.
Lunchly. You're a member. Lunchly.
Guinea pig, I like. Oh yeah, he got it today, didn't he?
Lunchly.
Still looking good with your little coloured name.
Lunchly.
You've been playing much VR, Guinea pig.
Lunchly. Except me.
Except me.
Lunchly.
We have got a few that's not on right now.
Lunchly.
I didn't even know you could start that.
Lunchly.
Can you play a difficult game about climbing again? No.
No chance.
No.
Jack probably could, but I hate that game. So
I could probably complete it again. Hey, Guinea Pig, I do getting over it.
Lunchly. No, he's too good at it.
I'm not too good at it.
Lunchly. JACKANDWILL, can I get mod? Yes or no?
No.
Lunchly. Waiting for JACKANDWILL to give me a member law. You'll be waiting months.
I'm hoping it comes out soon.
Can you do only up? Don't. He can complete the game in like 15
minutes. I can do getting over it, not only up.
Lunchly. Oh, only up. My bad.
Getting over it, I can do.
Lunchly. We've not got only up. Lunchly. Lunchly.
There's plenty of other ways you can earn the mod. What was the goal by the end of the day today? 100k.
100,000.
Not 1 million. How about 500,000? No. Go old or go home.
This only took us 2 days.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
You're mental.
Lunchly.
You're crazy.
Lunchly.
Where do cows go for entertainment?
Lunchly.
To the movies.
Lunchly.
Dang it. Yeah, everyone's over that one.
Lunchly. Big up the this generation is Kirks in the grind.
This generation is
Lunchly. Why not 500,000? Because it's easy.
1 million stands out. I've done 3 million Mr. Beast before. Do you think I'm scared of 1 million? Nah, easy, light work. I can do getting over it in 3:30. We'll see when I can stream it. Ah, yeah, go on then.
If you can genuinely do it in 3 minutes 30,
like that,
that's mad.
You're better than me. I can do it in like 10 minutes.
On a good
one. No cheating, no hacks. You got the gold pot as well, Guinea Pig.
Lunchly.
We'll then do 5 million. Well, come on, that's a bit.
You're taking it from one extreme to the other. I said like 1 million because it's not that much. Lunchly. 5 billion. Like,
KSK lurking anywhere.
Lunchly. Well, how much more? 1 million will do. Like
1 million's enough for me.
You say, oh, just do under 500,000. Nah, we're gonna do 1 million. Well, why don't you do 5 billion?
KSK's there.
Lunchly.
I appreciate what you're doing, KSK.
Lunchly.
You're the real hero.
Lunchly.
That's it, I'm too hyper. I'm saying JACKANDWILL 9,999,999 times.
Don't bother.
I wouldn't do it.
Lunchly. They won't see it. Lunchly, lunchly. Are you brothers, friends, or what? Brothers. Lunchly.
Thank you.
Thank you for talking to me. No worries. Lunchly.
What's up, Trey? Why are ghosts good cheerleaders?
Lunchly.
I don't know.
Lunchly. I like that.
I like that guy.
Lunchly. Oh, why are ghosts good cheerleaders? Because they have a lot of spirit.
Okay, I rate that one. Yo, can I pick a song?
Lunchly.
You can pick any song you want.
Go for it.
But I won't play it.
Lunchly.
Beat spotted for everyone in chat. 100,000.
Let's go.
Oh, it's fucking nap time for me. 100,000. Yeah, my go.
Lunchly. This is my best bloodbath run in Geometry Dash. See, we tried Geometry Dash and we
I can't do Geometry Dash. Lunchly.
Has anyone in here had pizza parties? I had one at school once. That was shit because you only got like one slice.
Lunchly. I'm fucking up.
How much money for you guys to say Jacks one time? For free, mate. Jacks. Miko, the count only guns goes up when they say it. Putting it in the chat will make you go up. Yes. Yes, that is true.
Lunchly.
Do keep up by
Right, I'm whacking it on, but you won't be able to hear it on stream.
Ever noticed that the word we is similar to the name Will? All this for 1,000 views a day? We've had a little bit more than that.
A little bit more. But you're right, yeah, it's bad.
About that, yeah.
Lunchly.
Do y'all like Lunchly? Never tried it.
Lunchly. I love Lunchly.
Never tried it.
Lunchly.
Could be good, could be bad. I think Mr. B should send me some though, and then I get to try it.
Alright, let me whack thick of it on.
I'm in the thick of it. Everybody knows. Chat, have you ever had a pizza party at school?
Loads, mate. I had one last week. I wasn't
invited though.
I just gate crashed it.
Play it out
loud.
Playing it out.
Can you not hear it?
Playing it out.
I love a pint and I love a line. Then another pint and another line.
You playing out? Lunchly.
What are the odds Mr. Beast actually sees this? Realistically, he should have seen it way earlier, so I think eventually you find out. Or he maybe even knows and hasn't said. I don't know. I
think he may have heard of it. I just don't think he really gives a shit.
No.
I think he had a bit of problems at
I think if he's getting the likes of Tom Brady, Ronaldo, he looks at us like fucking ants and just goes, I'm not even going to waste my time. Who had the idea, Jack?
I'm in the
thick of it, more like I'm in the pit of it because he's getting hate. Works the same way though. I'm in the thick of it because he's getting hate, do you know what I mean?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
And then they made a new one. I'm feeling low.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Nobody likes my song.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Where you're from? England. Derby. You're like to stop as soon as you get to 100k or try to grind out more. Stop at 100. What is your guys' schooling streak? That's a hard question. Literally.
About 7 times a day. Lunchly. In fact, I'm doing it right now. I'm joking. Lunchly.
I've always wanted to do this kind of thing, but I don't really have the time because of school. Well, if you're like us, when you leave school and you've got no life, do it. Junior's schooling streak is insane. Yeah. Dang, so y'all don't do Thanksgiving? No. It's more of an American thing. That didn't really happen in England, like the whole Thanksgiving thing.
No, apparently it came about because of like being grateful for the land and stuff like this.
What the hell?
What the hell?
Welcome back.
Lunchly. Things have changed around here. Lunchly. We're back.
My friend Avery's doing it right now. So what's he doing?
Isn't this friend Avery the one that you said would hot tour?
I do like pizza.
Lunchly. I love pizza. Lunchly.
I like
and pizza loves me. Lunchly.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Alright, yeah, okay, I see that. Fair play on him. Lunchly.
What's your favourite pepperoni?
Lunchly.
Basic pepperoni.
Lunchly.
Should have been mine.
Lunchly.
That's mine too.
Do you want to take over from this?
Yes. He's coming in the stream right now.
Take it.
I don't want to know what he's doing. Jax. Awesome stream. Awesome channel, sorry.
Who's doing what? With who?
You've been where? I am too. No. Lunchly. Cheese pizza is good. Pepperoni's better though. Lunchly.
Pepperoni's way better.
Yo! They stole it from us. Big up Canadian Vasily.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Vasily.
He's back.
I have got like 10 to give soon.
He's
like,
still got his
colour.
He
should have his colour, yeah. He should have his colour.
He's in the way of guinea pig. Wait for it. Lunchly. Nasty hobbits. Lunchly. Hello Earth Warbooks YouTube. Lunchly. Where is it?
What do you do if you just never messages? He just fires it and goes, nah, I don't need to see if I've got the golem. I need to know if you've got the golem, Canadian Vasily.
Of course he has the golem.
I know, but I'd like to...
Lunchly.
I think he should be red naturally.
He was red when he popped up.
Did he already pop up?
Lunchly. Yeah, I swear he popped up.
Oh, well.
Lunchly.
I have golem. You do have golem. Mr. Paradox, I'm coming for you. You only did about 3,000 today. Shit's ass. I'm about to hear
you are going down, Mr. Paradox.
See you in a minute. No worries.
Lunchly. At what point does mumbling lunchly not count? When we go mumbling lunchly.
When my face falls off, that's when mumbling won't count. At what point? Oh shit, I'm reading the same fucking message. I'm the person who said I would hop to I know who you are.
I did some today, but I'd play Fortnite live event.
Slacking.
Lunchly.
That can't, I don't lie. 2 days and I'm coming for you. What, you want 200 and something thousand? Get there in 2 days. Please put this in the short. Are you crazy?
Lunchly. Jack and Will song be like, I'm feeling strong, I'm feeling cold, I'm hearing chat, singing, I hear donations, I never sleep. But I do this for Mr. Beast.
Buit.
Donations.
Mr. Barrett slacking harder than Will on a Sunday morning.
Stream is incoming. Raid is incoming. I'm waiting for it.
Raid is incoming. I'll take a raid.
Let's have it. Brace for him.
I know this is a weird question, but you all have burgers down there. What do you think we are?
We're not in like Antarctica or something, yeah.
Can't like living in the sewers or something.
It's just because you didn't have Thanksgiving and I thought you were like, you know.
You just don't have burgers?
Third world country. Mostro raid.
Even third world countries have fucking burgers.
Yes, Stormy.
Hello, Stormy.
Luntry.
Mostro raid.
Luntry.
Yo, Mostro raid.
Jeez. Mostro is a go.
Respect Mostro.
Yes.
Big up Mostro.
You've smashed it. Yeah.
He's taking over the chat.
Spam W. I appreciate it, Mostro.
Big up Mostro. I appreciate that, mate.
Luntly.
Okay, everyone jump on it. Everyone, I'm fucking jumping on it.
I don't know about England. Fair. No, England's about the exact same as America. Lunchley. Big up Mostro.
Did a double there. That's not good.
Lunchley. Mostro raid. Yo, he's actually streaming a raid. Well, shout out Mostro.
Oh, yeah, legend.
I rate that.
Genuinely, I appreciate that, mate.
I rate that.
Big up Mostro.
Lunchley. It's me.
It's me.
Check his channel out.
Click him.
Lunchley. What a fucking legend.
No, I like his title though.
Are we only
I don't know what we're doing anymore.
I hate seeing myself.
I need to take that idea.
Wait, that's sick. That's a sick Roblox character. Lunchley. Shout out Mostro, I'm about to say Monstro. Lunchley. Everyone go subscribe to Mostro.
I think he's gone on to his ending the stream.
Well, I'll rate that.
I'll put big up Monstro.
Lunchley.
Monstro's the go. Monstro's the go. Yo, thank you. Hey, I appreciate that, Monstro.
Yeah.
About what's good, bro. How was your day, bro? It's been alright. It's been good.
Lunchley. Wacky's link in the chat.
Yeah.
Lunchley. Just because obviously no one else can like click on his name and go to his channel. Lunchley. That's his channel. Oh,
that's Mostro.
Oh no, I am hovering over it. Okay, sweet. Lunchley. How much money for y'all to say Savannah Rice 10 million times?
How much are you offering?
Yeah. Lunchley. Yo, what's your first video? Time lapse of us saying Mr. Beast.
That's the first video, yeah. But the first thing ever on this channel was saying Mr. Beast 3 million times. I appreciate that, Coop FN.
Big up Coop FN. Yo, HD. Lunchley. I'm offering whatever. Well, in that case, I'll take 100 grand. Lunchley.
250 grand.
Lunchley.
This chair's actually got splits in the thing.
Yeah, I noticed that. Lunchley.
Cheap leather, that's why it's not
You're
real
a go
leather.
for not giving up. I'm proud of you. Thank you.
Guys, every day I come home from school looking forward to your streams. You guys really make my day. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for saying nice stuff to me. I ain't gonna lie, sometimes we should violate you, Stormy, most of the time, but I rate you. Did you rate me? Did you rate me?
Did you rate me?
Did you rate me?
Lunchley.
But I do rate you, Stormy. You're alright. But I know you're joking, yeah. We're always joking. Sometimes. You should see what we say when we're off the screen.
I'm joking.
Yo, I'm live watching
$1
Amanda
million
the
by
Adventurer
tomorrow.
at
Avery will
night
take
with
over.
all the lights off.
Okay.
What's Amanda the Adventurer? The fact that you've been streaming for 8 hours.
Lads, if I gave you 1 hour and every time you say Lando, you would get a pound, how much would you lads get? At least 10 grand.
How long can we go for? Just in 1 hour?
Orlando. I don't know.
Just in one hander?
At least 5 grand.
One hander, what am I fucking saying?
At least 5 grand.
1 hour only. Okay, 1 hour.
Lunchley.
At least, yeah, between nearly like about 5 grand, I reckon.
Maybe 10 grand. If it was literally both of us at the same time, 10 grand.
Probably more.
Lunchy.
If you took Will out of the equation for the hour and just let me do it for a full hour, probably more. I don't know what I was thinking, saying all that shite and getting banned. I'm sorry, it was just a weird day.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I'm not like that anymore. Big up.
Lunchy.
Wait, what shit?
Lunchy. Remember when he joined and he was like, it's just like, racist stuff. Remember?
Yeah.
You're racist.
Yeah.
Lunchy.
In fact, no, you know what? I don't rate you anymore, Stormy. I just remembered that.
Lunchy, 10 grand ease.
I think I could get 10 grand.
Lunchy.
Yo, do you all have super chat on? Because I don't see it. We don't. We're not monetized yet.
We do have it on, but I don't know why you don't see it.
Boys, I'm sorry. I'm going to go to sleep because I'm tired. Also, will you guys be live tomorrow? I'm thinking of just watching you guys all day after I knock one out. That's fine, Griffey. Go for it. We'll be live all day, every day, until we hit this million.
Yeah, man. Lunchy.
Tries to miss the gameplay. Don't make my day.
It's on. It's next to the chat. Yes.
I appreciate that,
$1 million coming later today. Every will take over it. Don't worry. All right. Well, I'll be waiting.
What's that for?
$1 million. Lunchy.
I'll take $1 million.
Lunchy. Yeah, so I just checked. Lunchy. Someone test it real quick.
What's that?
Test it. Super chat, I'm joking.
Yeah, I won't know unless someone uses it.
Lunchy. Don't actually test it. But we should check for gifted members.
I'm checking now.
Lunchy.
Hey, it's me, Orlando. Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
It's so dead.
Yo, chat!
Lunchy.
You ain't ready. No, I'm joking, because everyone gets gassed. I ain't fucking got any memberships to give, alright? It's a bit peak.
But
I'm sorry.
You don't have to be in the stream to get a gifted membership. That's not how it works. So, anyone can get it.
Seeing a bit Griffy, mate.
Lunchy. Oh, I couldn't care less to them, mate.
Lunchy.
I'll worry about case game.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Lunchy. Just reading what Jason put.
Yeah.
Lunchy.
$1 million to say Savannah Rice 20 million times. Yeah.
I'll take $1 million.
Any day.
Lunchy.
Savannah Rice. Even if it took me 5 years, I'd still be happy. As long as I get the money up front.
100 million%.
I'd just be on holiday, just being like every day, just the odd 100, like not 100, the odd 10k every day.
Savannah Rice. I'll say Savannah, you say Rice.
Savannah,
I say
Rice.
Savannah, you say Rice. Savannah.
Rice.
Savannah.
Rice.
Yeah. Lunchy.
Okay, 30 million is 3 years.
You can stop
but I could still do it.
Lunchy.
Read my message. That day I had a rough day. I should not have taken it out on YouTube.
I already answered it.
I'm truly sorry for my actions. I'm simply here to apologise.
It's all good, Snormy, don't worry about it. Lunchy.
Yo, got this. I appreciate FNRL. Yes, Caleb, Manny. As long as you make my day, I will always join the live. Yo, say I'm Umply 3 times for 1 like and 1 subscribe. No. Bro, I swear my comments are like the whole Bible.
You're ugly. There you go. Lunchy.
How many times for Elon Musk?
Elon Musk?
Elon Musk. As long as you want.
You're talking billions, yeah? I'll do it all my life. Lunchy. And then I turn around to some idiot and go, do you fancy saying this name your whole life? I'll give you $1 million.
Yes.
Lunchy. Entrepreneurship right there, look.
I'll pay you 60 grand a year to say this word on live stream all day. Yeah, that's a dream job.
At least 8 hours a day. Boom. Lunchy. But I'd have a quota.
Spicy
like,
versus sour, brother versus sister, hot pickle challenge. I'm alright. You can even chat. Nah, it's fine. I appreciate you for subscribing. If you have.
Lunchly.
What are two whales that live together? Oh, witches that live together. Broommates. I like it. What's the next stream going to be after this? Might shock you. But it's going to be day 3 of saying lunchly 1 million times. Oh, look at him. He thinks he's so funny. Haha. One sec. Let me just pound his face in.
Whoa, they're not beating the allegations. Well, that you fucking weirdo. Lunchly. Get views for that though. You would though. Lunchly. Especially if I splash a bit of water in your face and it looks like you're crying. I've just been dealing with this. Lunchly.
I ain't Junie.
Or, do you want to know what we're actually going to do, yeah? For 6 hours straight, me and Will, shirts off, sitting there, going, I'm an island boy. Lunchly.
I wouldn't. I'd sit there going, Livestream Kings. Livestream Kings. And I'd just see if the internet
playing
would
with
push
my tits
it.
like that. It's like, Livestream Kings.
Livestream,
get views for that.
Livestream Kings.
Lunchly. You have a lick on the nip every now and then. Lunchly.
Yo, Jack and Will, Livestream King. You know what I mean? It's like
Lunchly. I'd watch it.
Just to look at the fall off of Jack and Will. You're just like,
they do anything for views.
They used to be so sound. Bro, can you imagine your bellies hanging there and your little titties just juggling when you stand up, and then Will just saying, I'm an island boy. Hi Jack and Will, just wake up. Hello Jay Wizard, I just finished streaming. Nice, casually tries to stop. Say W one time for like W. Boy, I mean, why would you say?
Because he said little titty, and I was like, little titty. Lunchly. Check out my man titties. Lunchly. What?
So he's fucked it.
Lunchly.
Big, I mean. Will you put little? I appreciate you for liking. We're nearly on 200 likes. I need to max win. This guy's just found out that he can play gifts.
Yeah, man.
Before you go, I get it. In the description, Caleb, there's a link in the description to a website. Sign in with your YouTube, and there's every single gift that we've created. You can use points to buy them.
Yeah. Moist critical!
Fucking Cronin!
King Cronin!
That's what I'm waiting for. Okay, thank you. No worries. How do you get points? You get points by watching. Every 5 minutes is 100 points. Guinea has a 10 mil points. Yes. Yes, Guinea Pig does.
You're wondering why he's got 10 million points?
Money.
My fucking points aren't going up. Scams reported. They do go up. Sometimes it does bug out though, no joke.
Sometimes you have to refresh it so it counts. It's a bit weird like that.
But if you donate through Streamlabs, £1 equals 10,000 points.
Money.
So now you wonder why Guinea Pig's got like 10 million points?
Money.
So you're saying he's donated like $3 grand? I'm joking. Or like a lot of money.
Like $1 grand.
Yeah.
Money.
Where do I find the 5th. The gifts. They're in the description. It literally says plain as day.
It says point/gifts shop.
Gift shop. Gift/meme shop. How many times would y'all say Jacks for free?
I'll say 0.1 times. But that's all the freebies you're getting. From now on, it's £10 per time.
Whoever moves first is gay. Let's just say I'm gonna watch a horror game live. Okay.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
well, oh my god, you're weird, lol. Why can't I do it? Everyone else can move, but not me.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
lunchly, slacking again.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. There you go, mate.
That movie was literally my childhood. Me and my bear blazing. Nice banging film, man.
Ted is a
Lunchly.
Might have to get my own teddy bear one day.
Lunchly. I'll be a teddy bear. Lunchly.
Jack was going to prank you. He was hesitating in the morning.
Wow, what you gonna do?
I wasn't going to do shit. Everyone was like, wake up, Will, prank Will, get him up. I was like, nah, I need to get this lead. How do you think I'm 10k in front of him now? If I'd have gone in there and woke him up, he'd have got angry, he would have come out here, and he would have fucking only been 1,000 behind. Now he's about 10k behind. We are not the same.
Lunchly. Do you have an elf? No. Lunchly.
I am an elf. I'm only 3 foot 4.
Lunchly.
They're not real, you fucker.
Lunchly.
Literally hobbits. Yeah.
Lunchly.
You know, like the little dwarf island, yeah? Do you know where they put all like the dwarfs on it and they like reenact like they're small, like for jobs, yeah? I actually got offered to go there once.
Lunchly.
Went there and they were like, you're a little bit too short.
Lunchly.
I was like, fuck's sake.
You know what? From waist below, you fit the description of a dwarf, but
dwarfs actually have
the back end.
Yeah, the back end. Apparently, so.
Lunchly.
That's why they walk dead funny.
Lunchly.
Dwarfs walk funny because they've got massive shaft.
Lunchly. The tripod getting in the way.
Exactly.
Lunchly. Imagine that though.
What?
Literally like half the size of your leg, because you just got really small legs. Crazy. Lunchly.
Would be a nice feeling, wouldn't it?
Lunchly, yeah.
Walking around just like, yeah. Oh, fuck you.
Lunchly.
So basically, what I was thinking of was, I can't believe you've done this.
Lunchly.
You just do text to speech with the chat. No.
We do.
We do when we go to sleep. Since I made you aware of the beef earlier, who's better, Al or Steak?
I gotta go with Steak because 100%. He's verified and he knows me. He loves me.
Oh, are you Al?
Yeah, I said that. I was like,
oh sorry, mate. Yeah, I'll go with Steak because he gave me like thousands of views.
Calls.
Did I hear there is an island where they send midgets?
Lunchly. Yeah, there is actually.
There's not. It's not like an island, but it's like a Disney World type thing.
No, it isn't.
Is it an island?
It's an island where they live.
They're not fucking Oompa Loompas, mate.
The cocoa,
no, there's like a.
It's the cocoa bean.
It's
place.
like Disneyland, isn't it? But it's
Lunchley,
like
Lunchley,
loads of dwarves.
Where do you think Jack and Will escape from?
Yeah.
Lunchley.
Next stream, me and Will just walking around going, lumpa. To be fair, we could do that a fucking million times.
So big and small, whatever it is. Lunchley. What did you say?
He's like big and small. And I was like, slap my cock. I was gonna say like
against the wall.
Yeah,
Lunchley.
A bit too much.
Lunchley. So you are Jack Will. You are Lunchley. Will and Jack.
Lunchley. Oompa Loompas. I'm Charlie in the Chocolate Factory.
Lunchley.
I have to dye my hair like every month. Why is the Oompa Loompa comes out? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Lunchley.
That's why we keep all the curtains and everything. Because if we touch the sun, we turn into an Oompa Loompa.
We go brown / orange really quickly.
Yeah.
Lunchley. Wait,
I did read it, Stormy.
Well, I sent something in React. You could laugh, I think. I don't think I will laugh it, but I'll check it out in a minute. Lunchley. Yeah. Lunchley. That's why we don't really eat chocolate on stream that often. Lunchley.
And if we do, it's white chocolate.
Lunchley, yeah. Lunchley. This ain't even our final form. Lunchley.
Have any of you ever been to Derby?
Lunchley.
That is the Oompa Loompa land.
Lunchley. We had to get away because people started to figure out that we were Oompa Loompas. I mean, it was pretty obvious because we were about 3 foot tall. Massive tempers.
Yes.
Lunchley.
Stereotype of chocolate is crazy.
Lunchley.
When are you going to sleep when we hit 100k? Do you guys have an elf? No, we are the elf. How we got onto this topic?
Lunchley.
Stormy's a meat rider.
Lunchley.
Do you take showers? What's a shower?
Yeah, every 2 weeks. Obviously, we don't want to get in the way of saying Lunchley. Lunchley.
Once I smell a bit of cheese, it's shower time.
Lunchley.
What's wrong with Oompa Loompas? Well, they'll catch me and they'll send me back to the factory.
Lunchley. Ooh, showers. Lunchley.
I'll check it soon, Stormy.
Lunchley. This might be weird, but like, I don't know how to gift. I don't know the app. I don't think you can do it on phone. I don't know.
Gift what?
Members. Lunchley. Unless you mean points, then you can do it in the chat. Lunchley.
Bro, have an ass print in their chair. Worse than that, the chair's imprinted into my ass.
Yes, RTW.
That's how bad it is.
Lunchley. You worked in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Tell them to send me instead. Lunchley.
Are you a Oompa Loompa?
Lunchley.
No, didn't think so.
They have strict rules. Lunchley.
We don't do showers around here. We do rainwater and tap water, and that's about it. And wet wipes. Wet wipes, you know what I mean?
That's if you start to smell it.
Yeah,
Lunchley. That just helps, you know.
If your arse goes a bit crusty, that's what you use the wet wipes for.
Yeah.
Lunchley. You can't just turn into an Oompa Loompa. You have to be born with the right genetics. Lunchley. I know. His feet like curl up. Rumple foreskin. Lunchley. There's no such thing as dwarfism. Lunchley.
He sent Tiny Tim. Well, what are you laughing about? It's something in the group chat.
Lunchley.
You've just sent Tiny Tim.
Seeing a bit RTW.
Tiny body, massive schlong equals Oompa
Loompa. That's what they used to stir the chocolate. Lunchly. What
are we doing? Alright, got to go. I'll see you. I'll be watching. See you later. See you in a bit. RTW_14, mate. Yeah, you fuckers. That was good.
Lunchly.
It's my birthday. Well, happy birthday, mate. Being chilly.
Lunchly.
My name's Tim, I'm 3 nearly 6. Uncle Barry had plants in the attic, but they smell like BO. I used to be able to do the voice pretty well, but I'm not going to do it.
Good morning. Do it. Lunchly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just ringing to see I'm not coming in work tomorrow.
Something like that.
Lunchly. Bro, why are you all staying up to 2:30 AM saying lunchly 100,000 times? Why not? What else are we gonna do?
You like it?
Lunchly.
I told you I was actually pretty good at doing it. Usual, yes, Orlando. JACKANDWILL, your brother's growing up with a dream. No matter what I do, I'm bored.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I'm good at it as well.
Lunchly.
Yeah, but you're not far, like,
You're
from
about the
the
same
age,
age as
like,
Timmy.
I'm
Lunchly.
20. Obviously, he's probably like 30 himself. You guys in the UK, yes. Has anybody ever heard the gnome meme where it's like, I'm a gnome?
Lunchly.
I like King Cronin. Yes. Poop. I used to be able to do that in school, and I'd just be sat at the back of the lesson going, oh, I can't do it. I say, yeah, hold on. Like, oh, I can't do it. It's like, oh, I can't do it anymore. But I used to be able to do the laugh of the leprechaun.
I used to hear you doing them noises. Lunchly, like 3 in the morning.
Let me listen to it so that I can understand how it sounds. But I used to, because it used to be like viral, innit?
By the way, I got to go to the swimming pool today. Thanks for letting me know that.
That was just him talking, cool.
Yeah.
That was it. I used to be able to do that.
Hello, me old chum. I'm not a gnolf. I'm not a gnoblin. I'm a gnome, and you've been gnomed.
But yeah, essentially used to be lunchly, and everyone would just be having.
Hey, big up my pink avatar still there. Of course.
Yeah, I would never get rid of it.
The only one with the pink name. Lunchly.
Keep everyone's. Even if they're not a member. I just randomly come back and hear that goofy voice.
Will was just dogging one out. Lunchly.
I use it as an excuse when people hear it. They're like, well, we can hear you. It's like,
lunchly.
Oh, how many times have you even said lunchly? I've said it about 40,000 times. Which will do. Do you want me to show him how it's done?
Yeah, but first,
let me take a
selfie.
See?
Ooh, only about 14,000 more. It's not even that mad.
Yeah, exactly. So all those people that are like think that Jack's said all of them, he hasn't. He's only done a fair few more. Like, what's that?
A few more on the second day.
Is it even 10% more?
Probably more.
Probably like 20% more.
Who's counting, really?
I'm not. He is. Hold on. Why won't it? Oh,
it's L. Oh, L.
I am. Oh, maybe we're not on it anymore. Technical difficulties. Why won't it disappear?
I don't know, but you fucking broke it. KSK looking loud, like just like
you're a fucking,
dissing my code.
You're a fucking rookie. Right. Lunchly.
Hello, Jonah. Jack and Will are more iconic duo than Deadpool and Wolverine.
Lunchly.
Let's be real now.
Garrett James Brown is my name. Welcome,
Garrett James Brown.
Lunchly.
I'm back just here to pop out and tell y'all that y'all should make a short video of listening to Thick of It 10 hours live.
I did.
This guy's genius.
I did.
We already have
I could only post it on TikTok, so if you go check the TikTok,
it
it actually did really well on TikTok. A couple 100,000 views.
Just putting it out there.
Light work, innit?
Just a few 100,000.
Lunchly.
Surprised that spacebar works. This keyboard is
waterproof. Best 20 quid I ever spent. Bought it for Elden Ring.
Could shoot it out of a tank and it still works.
Lunchly.
Can you say lunchly but in Tim's voice?
No. Is it just y'all two living together? Yeah. And me mate, Tim. Tiny Tim. I was going to lean off and go, I'm playing Lunchly.
Keyboard is inevitable.
Yes. Lunchly. Wait, did you just say you got that keyboard for Elden Ring? Yeah, I actually did. Lunchly.
Did you actually get it for Elden Ring?
Yeah.
Mental.
Because obviously, I had my PC, my TV, but obviously I used to sit on my bed playing. And if something went wrong, I had to I know it's lazy, but I had to get up, out of bed, walk all the way over to my computer and sort it out. So I invested in a keyboard with its own mouse so that I could just, there we go. Lunchly.
What he means is he wanted to watch the hub on it and he can't be asked to keep getting up to his computer to change the TV.
No, I would never do that.
So he just sat there.
Not if I have a phone.
Oompa Loompa does another Oompa Loompa.
Lunchly. Use a fucking controller, you Wally. Keyboard and mouse is awful on them type of games. No, I did use a controller, don't worry.
He played a controller, but to control his PC, he needed that.
After a while of playing the game like that, I was like, why am I not good at it anymore? Lunchly. Could you imagine that?
My keyboard weighs over £4. That's one meaty keyboard. Canadian Pacific. That sounds expensive. Jack looks like
it probably sounds expensive. Bollocks. My dad looks nothing like Jack.
No.
It's not his dad either. Different dads.
Yeah.
Lunchly. My keyboard was milled from a single piece of aluminum. It's the OnePlus Keyboard 81 Pro. That sounds expensive.
That does sound expensive.
Lunchly. £1 million or 1 million subscribers? £1 million. Lunchly.
OnePlus 81 Pro. Come straight up.
Lunchly.
That looks like a retro keyboard. All I'm saying is second hand on eBay, mate. It's 200 quid. How much money have you spent on a keyboard?
On just a keyboard, what does it do? Lunchly. Yeah, that keyboard is smart as fuck. Gives head. You're joking. Lunchly. If you know those controllers, don't want to go there, but the controllers that you hold it. No, me neither. Lunchly.
One that's How's it going? It's going good, banana milkshake. We're close to the 100k. I've been watching your stream since yesterday. Well, I appreciate that. You're an OG now.
Lunchly. I mean, I did get a discount because it was a pre-order before it came out. But after tax, I think I paid $280 Canadian.
Yeah, you've got more money than sense.
$20 for a keyboard, no more, no less.
You can buy decent mechanical ones.
Lunchly. Will's teacher was called Miss Williams. Nah, actually it wasn't. I wish though. Lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Pixelated
lunchly,
adventure.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Sign up to my
lunchly,
OnlyFans.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I was here when you had
Lunchly,
20,000.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
My friend has been making 100 group chats.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Can you tell him to
lunchly,
stop? I'll
lunchly,
send the clip
lunchly,
to him.
lunchly, lunchly.
Well, tell your mate, yeah? Wait, what's his name?
Fucking
What's his
stop,
name?
you loser.
Suck
Lunchly,
my
lunchly,
balls,
lunchly, lunchly,
you
lunchly,
knobhead.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Jack,
lunchly,
stop
lunchly,
moving.
lunchly.
Listen, yeah?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Don't charge that much
Lunchly, lunchly,
a
lunchly,
month.
lunchly,
It's
lunchly,
literally £20 a
lunchly.
month.
We are in December, yes.
25 for
lunchly,
exclusive.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Well, you told me your teacher was called that. Bullshit. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Do you all play Roblox? No, I don't. Sometimes.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
My friend's name is Cal. Can you tell him to stop with the group chats?
Lunchly, lunchly.
Cal,
yo, Cal, stop, man.
Lick my balls, yeah? If you make one more group chat,
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Do you hate me? Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Also like and subscribe.
Lunchly, lunchly to Jack and Will. Live stream flops. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'm not in December, but just about 3 more hours. I can't wait.
Lunchly.
Oh my god, Santa's coming in 24 days.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I did like it, so I appreciate it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Yo, you missed one, did I? Lunchly. There you go. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Final month of 2024.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I thought 2024 was going to be my year, but it doesn't look like it's going to be my year.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Tuned in so many times today. Oh, I appreciate it.
Lunchly, lunchly. Well, that's why the gifted membership went to you.
Yes.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. We've only got 3 videos. I'm joking. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
December the 1st,
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
3 a.m.
My birthday's in a couple months. Hey. Well, happy birthday for that.
I rate that. How old are you going to be?
Lunchly, 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 21. Lunchly,
lunchly,
lunchly, lunchly.
Same age as me. Older than you.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Might be April as well. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
21. That means you're about to go out and have a line and another pint.
Might be different.
Unless you can drink at like 18 in Canada.
Say mine's in Feb. Might
I feel
come
like
down
that'd
and
be
get
very
you
silly.
wrecked.
Americans.
Okay. I'm down. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Let's do it.
Getting blacked out drunk with moist critical. Fuck it.
That's a vlog idea.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Basically, we'll have a pint and another line. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'll be 20
lunchly,
and you can
lunchly.
legally drink since 18 legally. So that's what I don't understand, Jess. So people that are like on the border, yeah, so they're in America, so they have to be 21 to drink, yeah, can just go take a bus journey to Canada.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
get wrecked.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Wait, I'll be 21.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I thought you'd be 21.
I thought so, because I thought,
thinking
wait, why would
19.
I have thought he was my age?
Yeah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Why not use autoclicker? Because
Lunchy,
it
lunchy.
defeats the point of doing the challenge.
Lunchly, lunchly,
No one's going to want to watch if we just cheat.
Lunchly, lunchly. Mr. Beast is not joining you. Congratulations, boys. Here's $1 million if we faked it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
the most money
lunchly,
in the month of December.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
I mean, I'd
lunchly.
like to, but I think the most money we ever
The
were going to make
prophecy
was the,
says so. Lunchly, lunchly,
what
lunchly,
month was
lunchly,
it?
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
October. October was the mental
Lunchly,
month.
lunchly,
Or was it
lunchly,
September?
lunchly, lunchly.
September was the mental month. No, October. No, yeah, it was September.
No, it was August. No, it was September.
Oh, because no, it was October.
September, October.
Whichever one the 3 million was on,
Lunchly,
yeah. I don't think we'll ever top that.
lunchly, lunchly. Did we get paid in September though?
No, I think we got paid in October.
Lunchly. No, because we finished on like the 29th, if I remember correctly.
Doesn't matter, just know that it was the million stream, the 3 million.
8 ball, will
That
Mr. Beast
was a
donate
mental
100
stream.
grand? Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I decree it
lunchly,
not.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Ah, wait a minute. Will he donate more than 100 grand? Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Wait,
lunchly,
no,
lunchly.
Oh, wait. Why is it
Lunchly,
come up with
lunchly,
two
lunchly.
answers? The Omen speaks of denial, and then it says that Canadian Star Spangled. It decidedly so.
Oh, he went back on his word.
Yeah, you
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
You
lunchly,
got a
lunchly,
thought from the
lunchly,
higher
lunchly,
power.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
He will donate
lunchly,
500k.
lunchly, lunchly.
I don't think you'll even see it.
Lunchly. Mr. Beast has donated $5.
It is criminal.
Lunchly.
I've made it personal tradition every night to watch whatever stream you guys are doing.
How do you feel about the one chip challenge? Pretty easy.
Until either I need to go
Apparently
to
the
bed or
payment
until
threshold
it
for me
ends.
to
I
get paid
appreciate
is
that,
$100
Jax.
every month. I don't think I'll be able to get there, to be honest, though. Nah, you will.
You will.
We thought the same. But a month is a long time, and because you're not thinking of ad revenue as well. Do you know what I mean? Lunchly. All adds up. Shorts, long form.
Oh yeah, because yours is 100 Canadian dollars. Ours was 60 quid.
Lunchly.
Yeah, I definitely think you will. If you live stream like every day, and even if you just get like a minimum of like 1,000 views, if you do that like every day, you're guaranteed 100 quid. Well, that's how it works with us.
I don't have ad revenue. I only super chats and memberships.
Oh shit! I forgot about that.
Lunchly.
Yeah, but you're not far from. You're only like 1,000, probably less than that now.
You forget that, to be fair. We make like quite a bit off ad revenue.
I'd say
like
about
mega, but
I'd say like nearly 100 quid a month, depending on how active you are. How far away are you from ad revenue?
Lunchly. I bet you just need subscribers now, surely. Lunchly.
Yeah, surely.
Lunchly.
Oh shit! I'm looking at the wrong account.
Alright, so Canadian Silly 98
I was going
subscribers.
to say 94. Oh no way!
I used to be miles away. Lunchly. I'm still at 525 because I'm sick and I can't even do much. Yeah, but you're halfway there, to be fair. You're on 400 like not long ago, about a week ago.
It was crazy how fast that went.
Lunchly. I have a kid in my basement.
Do you know what you need? You need one more banging stream. That stream that you did with the 10k views, you need another one of them.
Lunchly.
Is there anything else happening in your area?
Before y'all go, yes. Lunchly.
Mysteries, hello guys. Today channel will be living in this house for $500,000.
Today channel will be living in this house for.
We actually have kids in the basement. That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not in a weird way, but genuinely just like.
No. In the weirdest of ways.
Lunchly. All the mods are based in the basement. They never leave. Lunchly.
We've got a hell of a lot of people in the basement.
It is quite crazy.
Lunchly.
£5. Lunchly.
€50. Go shit on the floor. Come on, we're too. Oh no, we're not.
Yes, GWS.
Who's that? Oh, Tack Plays. I was say you've chose the best fucking skin ever. Leonardo. I guess I'm in the basement there. Will. Remember to feed us. Me and Orlando are fucking starving.
You got shit down there, ain't you?
You don't get food.
Lunchly. There's loads of rats down there. Just catch one of them and cook them. Lunchly.
Say Garrett James Brown. There you go.
Lunchly.
Hey, GWS Studios, what's up, boys? How's it going, GWS Studio? Hey, JACKANDWILL. Orlando said I'll hit 1k in no time. How many subscribers you on? Yes, Leonardo Potovic.
Hello, Liam.
I fitted my toilet drain system into your basement, mine. Yeah.
So is everybody else.
We almost at 100k. Get ready for the pizza party. I mean, we've already eaten.
Big dirty fat doner kebab.
Do you think you'll ever pass Joe Biden in subscribers? He has 900k.
Probably not.
We will try. That would be quite mad though. Imagine. You got 1 million subscribers and you're just like.
Who the fuck subscribes to Joe Biden? Lunchly. What kind of content does he post?
Hey, will I have 920 right now? Oh yeah, 80 is nothing. Me? Yo, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go to my birthday party. See you. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. ST3R.
ST3R, yeah. The best content. I've already eaten 2. I'll just shove the pizza down my throat just to celebrate. Say no taps. No taps. I've made it a personal tradition to myself at night to watch whatever stream y'all are doing at what time until it ends.
Okay. That's what I like to say.
Hello, Braxton. Like that. I call my finger I have 9 members now. That's pretty good, you know.
Already? That's very good.
Yeah.
Lunchly. I think we've only got about 9.
I know
apart from the gifted ones that obviously people
we had like
gifted.
20 the other day, and I think 10 are gifted, so yeah, about 11. So I think we got more now, but still. No, it's good. Do you know that Tree Crash recorded with Mr. Beast? Yeah. It was in his like 10 YouTubers or 100 YouTubers video, wasn't it? Alright, I'm gonna head out for the steak stream. See you. See you in a bit out. The diddler is here. Micro penis, you said that? Yeah, Joey Leo. Yes, Alex, please. Say hi, Garrett James Brown. What is your problem, Jeremy Brown? Who is Garrett James Brown? Big up the kid in my basement. What mic do you use? It's called the HyperX quadcast.
I use an iPhone mic.
HyperX quadcast.
I would show you all, but it looks too sexy.
I point it down. We're not wearing any clothes. Waist down. Not what you want to see.
It's a Oompa Loompa tradition, you know what I mean? We don't wear trousers.
And then once you start the new stream, I would start on that one, and the only reasons why I would stop that night would be if y'all needed to go to bed, or if y'all wanted.
Quadcast was that?
Went to the bed. Yeah. It's the Quadcast S. So HyperX Quadcast S. Say so for then, King, really fast. So fucking big. Nice. Yeah, I seen it. Looks nice. Yeah. It's a nice mic.
It's a crispy mic.
You don't really get any static with it, which is just like I've never had that with any mic.
And
I don't know what it sounds like when I get really close, but you'll probably hear me. Do you hate me? Do you hate me? You said if I suck your...
To be fair, that is something I want to ask Canadian Vasily.
Like it. I'm older.
Do you have a little mic thing? Do you have a mic? I saw that. Yeah, I seen thing, and I was like, fucking hell, that looks expensive.
Mention my name. How to draw mob. I'm going to put a phone in the heated box and send it to space with a snow globe while watching Jack and Will with a GoPro.
I also received my new wireless microphones recently from Amazon. 140 on Black Friday sale.
Is that what they were?
Is that what were they? What was that little blue thing on your
was that nothing?
Chest?
I thought it was a microphone. I thought it was quality.
That's just a badge. A light up badge.
We're sat there like
looks,
that mic's sick.
Looks futuristic.
Yeah.
That was the small circle. Yeah, but what is it? What is it? Lunchly. Is it like a mic?
Stream and start on the warm before going to bed at 100k. Yes. Hello, frat boy. I'll have my cheese moldy, bro. Say, what is the most common thing you've done? The most common thing I've ever done is...
yeah, so it is a little mic. The mic is a little circle size of a quarter. The receiver is plugged into his phone.
That's quite quality.
That is pretty sick. How much was that? Lunchly. Not that I'll ever need one, because my IRL streams are fucking dog shit.
I respect it,
Lunchly.
I like to say lunchly 1 million times, bro. What time is it? It's 10 to 3. I use a condenser, but it's nothing special. My Shaw one died from recording music. That's peak. We just wanted a good mic, innit? And
oh, that was the 140 thing.
We saw flashing lights on it, and we thought must be good mic, and it was a good mic. But we had like we started off with a Razer one, and it so many problems with it. So we were like, we need a decent one. And then this one was like 140 quid off Amazon. So we were like, must be good.
Wow.
Yeah. It was 140 for the RGB or like 120 for the non-RGB.
How many times do you think you're going to have to say Lunchley before Mr. Beast sees it? Probably about 10 million times.
Lunchley.
I am now 100, maybe less than that. Lunchley. You smash it. It comes with 2 mics and 1 receiver, so I can have 2 people talking at
That's it.
That's something we would, if we ever.
170 quid. I haven't got that.
So you're probably the best guy to ask it. So you said you use 5G in it. Have you like looked into much of like IRL streaming? Because we physically, wherever we go, we'll struggle to get like decent internet. Like, what happens if you don't get 5G? Can you stream without 5G? It's basically what I'm asking. Have you all been to Georgia? I've never been to America. I'd love to go to America, but I don't think I'll ever afford it.
Lunchley. Or if you like walk into a store, because we walked into Tesco and the internet just
disappeared.
Lunchley.
I'm thinking, do I have to walk around with a big ass router?
Lunchley.
Connected to a solar panel on my head so I can just like power it.
Lunchley. I am John Cena.
It's not Jeremy
Brown.
Lunchley.
Is it Jeremy Brown?
OG, you are OG.
Lunchley.
I can stream on 4G, yes, but in the area I live, 5G is well covered. Even 5G plus mostly. So would you say mainly you need 5G to stream? Because obviously we had 4G when we were in Blackpool, innit? It just fucking shattered.
And we have thought about Starlink. Need that Starlink, bro, or whatever it's called.
It's £100 a month.
Yeah. Lunchley.
Ridiculous price. Do I look like I can afford that? I'm thinking, yeah, doing that monster router that we've got. Taking like a big battery pack, yeah, plugging the plug in.
Say that.
Like just taking that, like taking that out with us and just seeing if it will connect because it's quite decent.
Lunchley. Did you see Mark Rober's video?
No. Oh, the satellite.
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought that was interesting. How you can just pay like 300 grand to send whatever you want into space.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. No, 4G is good. It's reliable. 5G is just better for latency, and that matters for IRL. That's what we. If we had 5G when we were there, it would have been alright. I think we should just stay away from IRL. But I'm not done with it. I want to try it. You know what I mean? I think I can get it working.
Good for IRL.
Bring a generator, put it in a backpack. That's what I'm thinking. You can get at least like 5-6 hours out of that. That's enough to go out and do IRL streaming. Plus your phone needs charging. Straight into that. Problem is it costs like 200 and something quid. Well, I don't really want to invest any more money into it because I fucking spent loads of money into the streaming and it never worked. What do you mean you can film all the crackheads asking for 20p? Best content. That is good content.
Did we tell you about the guy that came up to us in Blackpool and was like, could you cook me a hot potato or something to eat? We were like, no, we don't live round here. And he was like, I can take you to the food van down the road. We were like, we've got no money.
I did have money.
Lunchley.
Maybe I should have gave him money. I think about it most nights.
And then he was like, you said if I suck your cock, you buy me a doner kebab. We were like, what?
You buy me a potato.
We didn't say nothing.
If you have some spare cash, you could get the Starlink Mini. Starlink Mini? As soon as I see Starlink, it's like, I'm done with that. About $600 Canadian plus their unlimited data plan. Could work, but I'm too broke to try that. I ain't buying that. I looked into it, I genuinely did. It costs like, I think it's like £300 for the actual thing, and it's like £100 every month from that. It's like,
Lunchley. Have you been to London?
I'm so proud of you. Thank you for never giving up. 99.
I've never been to London before.
I've been to London.
Lunchley.
Went to the fucking house apartment. That was great.
Lunchley. I'm trying to think the furthest I've been down south. Lunchley.
Probably somewhere like Devon or something.
I don't even know where that is.
Is that down south?
Lunchly. I think so. I think it's like bottom left.
I think it's
so I do know where it is.
Near the sea.
Lunchly. Yeah. I think it's well Blackpool. No, that never.
Blackpool was near the sea, to be fair.
Lunchly.
London is actually nicer than most people think, even though you might lose your phone.
Yeah, but it's
I'm
like
not bothered about losing my phone. It's my life I'm worried about.
Lunchly.
Been down there a few times with me and some pals travelled to go and skate and went to a few places. Oh, you skated, boy?
Lunchly. Dude, you're not seeing this, the hair on the pot. Lunchly.
Rolled around on my skateboard.
Lunchly means ice skated on my life.
Skated. A proper skateboard, yeah. That's fair play. Starlink would help so much in areas such as the One Park and some malls. But it's way too expensive to justify anything. If I have trouble with data, I would just pre-record a video. That's what we were thinking. If we're going to do any IRL stuff, we might just take the GoPro.
I'm about to confess to my crush. I'll tell you what she says. Okay. Lunchly.
And then we can edit it as well. It's quite nice to edit videos. Take all the bullshit out and make a good 20-minute video.
Lunchly.
Thank you.
Lunchly.
Can hit 100. I
Almost won on an amateur pro team. Oh, so you're actually pretty decent then. Lunchly.
Got a little Tony Hawk in the chat.
Lunchly. Whatever happened to Skate 4? When they bringing that out?
They ain't bringing that out. It's bullshit.
Lunchly.
Skate 3 was a banging game.
Yo, tell me about England. Lunchly is shite. Lunchly.
Tell you about England.
It is coming actually. They're taking a while. I know they're working on like parkour and stuff. Lunchly.
They've been saying it's in the works for years.
Yeah, that's it. Lunchly. They're just calling it skate.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I probably had a video today that I shot yesterday and edited at night in about 30 minutes. Editing is fun, but I'm just shit. See, I don't really necessarily do the editing. He'll do the editing, but it's always interesting to like add little funny bits in. What's next? Same Feastables 20 million times. What's next is Christmas. Week off. No streaming for me. Do you all like fish and chips? I love fish and chips.
Yeah, same.
What is your darkest secret? I'll just tell the whole online stream my darkest secret.
Lunchly. I killed a man. Lunchly. You'd never know, so you know. Lunchly. He said it.
Wait, what week?
He said he'd buy me a kebab. Lunchly.
My darkest secret is that I don't give a flying fuck. That is true.
That ain't no secret.
I'll tell you my darkest secret.
Lunchly.
I fell off on YouTube.
The secret includes the strawberry.
Well, I'll never let anyone know that. I tasted a bit of that. It tasted a bit cheesy.
Oh, so cheesy. Loving on the marijuana.
Lunchly. We're almost there, Mustafa. Lunchly. I did say who showers. Lunchly. Let's go, Orlando. You know what's about to happen. Short time. Lunchly. Yeah, but still, it's like not that far away. Lunchly. Jack and Will, are either of you armed? One arm, two arm. Let's go. Yeah, I'm armed. Lunchly. Can you buy a hamster for $100,000? No. Lunchly. Wow, 10 PM for me too. Lunchly. Well, think yourselves lucky. Exit 3 AM for us. Lunchly. Are you all like strapped? Of course. I'm always strapping. Lunchly. What week are y'all taking off? Probably the Christmas week. It'd be nice to not be streaming through the Christmas to New Year. That'd be ideal. Lunchly. Oh no, but we would have finished the challenge. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Yes,
lunchly, 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 lunchly. What's our time? Do you know like how you say EST? What's the UK time?
GMT.
Is it GMT? Lunchly,
Great
lunchly, lunchly,
morning
lunchly,
time.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Freedom, if you want to send me 1 million lunchly, do it. Lunchly, lunchly, I will genuinely try it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Gonna get a lecture for lecture like
lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'd like KSI to pull up some Prime, you know. I can make a nice Prime Christmas tree.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. 100k in 2 days, smashed it.
From Christmas to New Year's
Lunchly,
Day.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Did you know you shouldn't put concrete in your muffins?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
No one ever told me. Yo, lads.
Fuck, I've been doing it wrong this whole time.
Yo, lads are in Greenwich
Lunchly,
mean
lunchly,
time.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
That is
lunchly,
actually, I
lunchly,
think, what it's
lunchly,
called.
lunchly. Ah, Greenwich
mean
means
time.
time. Yeah, I see that. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
What the fuck
lunchly,
is
lunchly,
Greenwich?
lunchly. Fuck knows.
Who came up with that?
Lunchly,
Whose
lunchly,
idea was
lunchly,
it?
lunchly.
I
It's
appreciate
Mr. Greenwich.
Appreciate everyone jumping in though for the 100k.
40 views, let's go. Back at it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
100k in 2 days, smashed it. We've smashed it.
We have. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
I'll be
lunchly,
checking out an
lunchly,
outdoor mall tomorrow and it will have the
lunchly,
Coca-Cola
lunchly,
caravan
lunchly,
stop there.
lunchly,
Apparently
lunchly.
free Coke and customised bottles available. Will be a live stream. Hey, that sounds
Hey, that
so...
does sound pretty sick. Hopefully, after that live stream, you'll be earning the ad revenue. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Did you know
lunchly, lunchly,
you guys said lunchly
lunchly,
before?
lunchly, lunchly,
Fuck
lunchly,
off.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. I never knew that.
Oh my god, we might
Lunchly,
see me
lunchly,
reaching
lunchly,
50k
lunchly.
views and then reaching 100k lunchlies at the
Lunchly,
same
lunchly, lunchly,
time.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
There's
lunchly,
an
lunchly,
imaginary
lunchly,
line
lunchly,
crossing through the
lunchly,
UK called
lunchly,
Greenwich
lunchly,
or some
lunchly,
shite, so
lunchly,
that's why.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. An imaginary line. That's nice. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I'll hop into your stream tomorrow, Canadian. I want to see this Coca-Cola.
I'll be there.
Caravan.
We're doing nothing anyway.
Lunchly. We'll be sat here saying lunchly. 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 It's like the equator, but it's not the equator. Lunchly. If you ever go to USA, just never go to Detroit. Oh, I'm originally from the Detroit.
You heard?
Lunchly, yarp. Whatever it is.
You heard?
Lunchly.
Hey, I'm walking over here.
Lunchly.
I'm Mike Tyson. The line that divides the world, but it's not straight line. So it's not a line.
Can't be a line. It's a wavy. Lunchly. Detroit say Europe. It is Europe, innit? What is it they say? Lunchly.
You heard? Is that in it?
It's like Europe.
You heard?
Europe.
Me and my mama.
Lunchly.
You heard?
Lunchly.
Or are we just racist?
Lunchly. Well, that's not racist. Lunchly. You all should play Subnautica. I'm alright. It's not a multiplayer game. But when the second one comes out, I might jump on that.
I played it. I didn't like it.
Lunchly. You want to bring it back?
No.
You want to hit that 100k?
It'll take me a while.
500 more. Let's do it. Wait, what have you just clicked, Orlando? If you think about it, Japan could be telling Canada what happens in the future since they're a day ahead. Well, technically we're a day ahead, aren't we? We're in December right now. So I'll tell you what happens.
Lunchly.
It's shit.
First it's cold.
Does that mean if the world ended, yeah, technically I've lived an extra day than, like, them lot?
Lunchly. That's true, actually.
It's very true.
Lunchly.
Watch the clip, lol. If you all hit 100k, you're all hopping off. Yes. True and not fair.
Favourite YouTuber, Mr. Beast. Lunchly. His new video was so good. Lunchly.
It was actually an alright video.
Lunchly.
Apart from Ronaldo faking it and
Lunchly. Every single other sports athlete also faking it. I mean, that Justin, I'd have wiped the floor with him, and I never fucking played baseball in my life. Lunchly. Do you love hair? I love to cut hair.
I want to
Lunchly. Moist sweaticle. Lunchly.
Hashtag better than Mr. Beast. I don't know about that one. What's the next game idea? I don't know. Games are a little bit... a bit boring. I don't like it.
And still no actual lunchly.
Do you eat hairs and have them as an afternoon snack all the time? Get in the shower and
Jackson, you guys are making history. Respect to y'all. Lunchly.
Everyone said that about the Mr. Beast thing.
Lunchly, never seen it. Lunchly. Let's get that chain game and get dynamic on it too. That would actually be funny.
What's that? Chain game?
Chain together. We've already got it.
I've got it. We completed it. I'd do it.
I'd do it again, all four of us. Lunchly. We'll do resets, but we keep the money.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
No resets because no one actually reset on that game.
Lunchly.
We could do all of us doing getting over it. Who can complete it the quickest?
No.
Oh well, that's a bit.
Lunchly. Will you have Lunchly Tourette's after this challenge? No, probably not.
Nah.
Lunchly.
I'd love to jump on sometime, lol.
Lunchly.
If anyone's got chained together, yeah, I'll try and complete it.
Lunchly. The game was easy. I made it look easy at that end though. I was just like...
The game was pretty easy.
Lunchly.
We completed it in a day. Let's face it, getting over it and the other one, difficult game about climbing, took like 2 days.
I'll grab it for sure. Lunchly. If you've never played it, it's quite fun. Lunchly.
I've got it. I was wanting to try the hell mode at some point.
Oh shit, yeah. What's that mean?
We haven't actually tried the hell mode.
What's hell mode? Lunchly.
It's where the lava Rise has done it.
Oh, so you got to be quick about it.
Floor is llava or something, yeah.
So you can't really fall back down.
I'll just grieve.
Keep going. Lunchly.
Makes content though, doesn't it?
Lunchly.
45 views!
Lunchly.
Hey Jack and Will, I just hit 50k. Respect. Fair play on you, Mason. If you lads do ever play it again, I'll jump on. Wait, we've got a full squad. Why did no one say this when we first played it?
Yeah, you should have jumped on.
Do you guys scream at the top of your lungs when you see? No. Should I make a community post about this? If you want to.
You don't have to. Christian Latham,
Jack, do you remember me? I remember you. Will or Jack, I told my subs if I hit 100 subs, I say your name 100k times.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. I'll be honest with you, Rob.
Say KSI something.
You spend too much time watching things. You need to just say it. Hello, Bobber Gamer. Why you removed 2k?
Lunchly.
They were never real. We got botted. We did say all this yesterday. Are you mates British? Yeah, we are. Everyone's prepared for the short. It's for the content. Fair enough. Thank you, Joe. That really means a lot to me. No worries, mate. Do I have yours permission to make a community post about this? You can do whatever you want. I'll like it. 100 more. Right, let's start looking good.
Lunchly.
Fucking Rocky.
Nice.
Lunchly. Lunchly.
Now give me my freaking 20,000 points.
Lunchly.
Do you know we get hundreds of thousands of views on TikTok? You don't want that?
Yeah. Lunchly. Alright, now I'll prepare.
Alright, get ready.
Is everyone ready? Got a little men in the corner.
Spam!
3, 2, 1, and action. Lunchly.
100k, way!
100k, boys.
100k, boom!
100k, boom. Yay!
Sounded more excited on that than I did the 3 mil. I was like, way.
That is true, actually.
That's exactly
the
what
3
I did.
mil was so like.
Yeah, but do you know how awkward it is when you've got like 7,000 people watching you? Yeah, you can't be like, yeah. You're just like, way.
Especially,
I've got 7,000 people watching me right now.
Especially with the music, all you could do was just be like, yo, this is so sick.
Yay.
Looking over to the left going, £400,000.
Steak jumped up and was like, yeah, yeah. And I was just like, wait.
Steak had a better reaction to us hitting 3 mil than we did.
Nah, that's why I rate Steak. He's good at that stuff. I ain't good at doing all the
he actually jumped around this room. And
he jumped up and was like, yeah, 3 million. Looked at us and was like, oh shit, they're not doing
still
shit.
Sat down, we're just like, yeah, £500.
Fully did. I was like, $500? And then it was like that on someone who had $2, didn't it? And then I was like, yeah, $500, baby.
You guys gay? No.
Depends who's asking.
Sorry to disappoint you. No.
Couple mil? Joking. Yes, key hit. Woo. 100k for me. Nah, don't
First
swing that
of
way.
many 100ks. That short will get in posted tomorrow, obviously.
Yeah,
prime time about 2 o'clock when I wake up.
100k.
Let's do it. Just curious. No, it's fine. We're
we're brothers.
So it'd be a little bit weird, wouldn't it?
Ain't fucking gay, mate.
Yeah.
Why are you? Not that I'd have any problem if you are. I'm just curious.
I mean, we've already ate the kebab, and I'll be honest with you, it was fucking lovely.
It was banging.
Nearly fell asleep. New Island boys. Nah. No matter how much money you could pay me, never in a million.
I ain't that desperate for views, alright?
Or money.
No.
Nah. That's just Island boys boxing match. I think we wouldn't be able to fight anyway because it'd be like,
I think they'd be too small for me.
Heavyweights versus lightweight. Just me and you walking. Boom, boom, boom.
I'd do a 2v1, me against those two. No,
like,
I wouldn't, because just could you imagine if we got beat up by both of them? It's like, oh shit, I'm getting decked by the Island boys. Fuck.
I don't think that could happen.
What, me on my own?
Any chance you lads will get to 100? Is that really what you want us to do?
You want us to do another 100? Well, I'm not gonna. You'll have to wait till tomorrow.
That is 10% done though. See how easy that was? 10% to 2 times 5 equals 10. So that means that we have to do like 20 days of this.
How much money do you think you've made from donos? What, today or like all time?
A lot.
All I will say is
money.
Oh dear, maths.
Money. Do the surprise thumbnail face. No.
It looks like a bird. A bird squawking. Reminds me of Chico.
Mike Tyson should fight the Island. No.
Ireland boys. I think Mike Tyson would lose.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is that guy? That's the Island boy.
Yeah.
Isn't he getting done for something?
Who? Conor McGregor?
Conor McGregor, yeah.
I don't know. They're always trying to cancel him, innit?
I would for some coin, even 2k. Wait, do what?
What, fight Mike Tyson? Or fight the Island boys? The money was right. I would go in there and fight both of them at the same time.
I think we'd smoke them.
No, yeah, but I'm saying if just one of us. If I just had to go in there on my own against both of them, like an Eddie Hall type fight, yeah, I could lose. And the problem is, I don't want to be known as the guy that lost to the two Island boys.
Well, yeah, I just don't see it happening because they're so small.
How small are they?
They're weedy. Like, you know what I mean, though? Like, their arms are like really thin. Like when they got the tops off, they turn around and you can't see them. I do think if you just body shotted him, it'd just break a rib cage and then just.
I think it'd be quite funny. Though. Just grab his own arm and just start slapping him. It's like, why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Break his arm.
Chances are you could drop one and the other one would just shit it and be like, time out.
I'm an Island boy.
Island boy. Freaking 20,000 points.
You mean my freaking 20,000 points? Pure string beans. I feel confident. I'd take them. Tag team, me and Will.
Yeah.
But they're allowed to stay both of them in the ring, and we have to get out each.
I think that'd be hilarious.
That would be funny, innit?
Tag me in. You've already dusted them up. Let me just get one shot on. I mean,
just hear everyone shouting, "Jack, eat him!" Like, no. You know what I mean? He's so small.
What'd you do though? If you went, Will, tag me in. I walked in, went, boom, the car dropped.
I'd be like, oh shit, that guy can bang.
Shit, Will, tag me in.
Then I got to go against both of them. Like, oh shit. Problem is, I get tired after about a minute. So if I can't dust them in 1 minute, yeah, I'm fucked. But that's why we could tag team each other. Boom, boom, boom. Get a breather. Easy.
Night way,
See you in a bit, Waymo, mate. I appreciate you stopping up. Yeah,
we're going to restart the stream as well, so that
yeah. I appreciate everyone joining though. 182 likes, legends.
Tomorrow,
liked,
150.
legends.
The next day 200k. The next day 250k. The next day 300k. The next day
keep going.
And the next
finish this shit before Christmas.
Christmas Day, I'm going to be at home opening 0 presents.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Jax. Stream restart in it, lads from Derby. Of course. Big up, Craig.
I just joined our unlucky Brian.
Sorry, Brian, mate, you missed it.
One of the Island boys got punched by a kid and he knocked the air out of his lungs. I mean,
I'll break his rib.
Yeah. Ooh. Will, gotta wake up early to get some extra lunch. I'm not bothered.
Let's check the leaderboard rapid. Let's see who's done more. Oh, come on, let me see. Ooh.
You're 13,000 ahead, but I will get there. So take away 13,000 off of that, and that's how many I've done. Essentially. I'm joking.
I'm cooking him.
If you take 13,000 off of 100k, that's 97k. No, 87k. Half of 87k is like 4,500 or something.
I've done 56,000. I've done more than half of what's there. That's how we do it. I'm messing about. More than half.
Yeah, I've done like 45k.
Alright, we're gonna end the stream. There's no point boring everyone. We're coming back, and then we're going to sleep.
Bye, everybody. Bye. Have a beautiful time.
So if you're bored, join it, like it, and help us out.
We'll put TTS on as well when we restart the stream, so you can spam stuff. But obviously, you get timed out.
Don't be mad.
Don't come back and be like, "Yo, your mum's this." You know what I mean?
Yeah. Pick up Canadian Star Spangle.
Oh shit. Also, if you're a mod and anybody does give you like verbals,
yeah, if anyone says anything like that,
you know what to do.
You can sort them out. Do whatever you want to do.
Yes. Any racist stuff, hide. Any other stuff, hide it as well.
Fuck them off. If you're unsure, 24-hour. Boom.
Because they can still watch, they just won't be able to type.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Who cares? See you in a bit, Matteo. See you in a bit, Rodblock. See you in a bit, Orlando. See you in a bit, Freedom. See you in a bit.
Pleasure. As always.
See you in a bit, everybody. Rodblock Sweat, Jax,
you're all legends. Brian. I appreciate everyone that stayed with us to the 100,000. But we're going to restart the stream, so there's no point going all through the bullshit because some of you might join anyway. So we'll see you in the next one in like 5 seconds.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom! We bring the